Yes, we are in the main story. The main story. I've done all the background kind of side quests and everything up to this point. We are here, the Ashen Bridge. It's a region of this enchanted volcano where these giant fire Vikings called Rathun live. I brought the A team, the A squad. The Rathun have stopped being hostile. I'm now kind of working alongside them. This enormous character in the background. Excuse me. Is Eothas, the reincarnated god who's got a piece of our soul. We just went into this area, the Lair of the Ancient, to talk with an enormous lava dragon, and we've successfully done that. So now we have to go back and go, yes, your high priestess is dead, kind of thing. But we have an enormous lava dragon now, who might actually join us in the fight, so that's good. Oh, beautiful. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, we've got 6 of us. We've got 6 of us. That'll be a Stonecrusher Phoenix, but it might kick our ass. We might need a couple more hunters. Otherwise we'll get KO'd by a Stonecrusher Phoenix. It's not guaranteed. Decadency's in, and I think I said hello before, but if I didn't, Citizen Decadency, good evening. Right, that's made us a bit safer. And FYI, small bit of trivia. Decadency. Oh, why is that? I'm getting localized lag on the game, which is a little bit weird. That doesn't normally happen. Everything's absolutely hunky-dory on the stream side, so yes, that was a bit curious. It's weird. This game is oh, hang about. This game is so much less visually intense than something like Doom Eternal, and yet I don't think it's quite as well optimized, which is weird because the first game was really shockingly well optimized. But yes, Decadency is officially the world's best player. The world's best player at this. He was the first person in the world to get the ultimate achievement in this game, which what's involved in the ultimate achievement is absolutely shockingly insane how hard it is. Oh, Stonecrusher Phoenix down, Decadency, Avatar, myself walking away with extra creds. GG's all round, and thank you everyone else for sacrificing yourselves and getting injured and having to pay your own medical bills because hunting's not covered by the KHS, the Cravenstown Health Service, so that we can walk away with a profit. Easy, easy. So yes, let me bring up the quests. Let me actually bring up the quest dialogue and show you where we're at. So Courier's calling. He waits in fire. So I spoke with Eothas in the ruins of Hosongo, but he was unable to I was unable to divert him from his machinations. He bade me to meet him at a luminous Come on!
Out of hospital, COVID free. Phew.
That's really good news. I am very, very, very glad you are out of hospital and COVID free. Thank you so much for the £10 donation. Mate, that is super, super kind. I haven't even got a new dono goal up yet. I know what the next thing's going to be, but I haven't had a chance to research it and confirm it's going to be the specific model of thing it's going to be to improve the stream. So just drop that down just because. It's so, so kind. Thank you, folks. We get some like legit or hype. I don't have a hype command. We have a legit command. But if you have hype emotes, if you got some love emotes, if you got some just general positive feedback, let's get some of that in. Let's get some of that in for Citizen Archivon. No need for a goal. Glad I made it. I'm very glad you did as well, and I'm glad you're doing okay. It's really good to hear one of our citizens is a-okay and on the mend in real life. Well, that's a very happy Sunday, and a very happy Sunday and happy weekend. How's things otherwise? That must be a huge weight off your mind. Oh, Citizen Mitch 737. I don't know what happened. Very epic. I love that epic emote. That epic thing. And Mish, I saw you received a gifted citizenship. Thank you so much for coming by and swinging by again and saying hello and checking out what's been going on. Oh, Sauce Boss, look at that range of love. And Penneth with the bleed purple and legit, and Avatar with my O-face Craigasms, complete with my inflatable sex doll lips. In the drawing. Archivon, thank you, and I'm really glad. I'm so happy that you are a-okay, because everyone talks about it's becoming a bit of a cliche to say in these unprecedented times or in these trying times. If you've really been through the trying in these trying times and you're out the other side, and we are happy. No worries, Citizen Mish, thank you very much. Every last bit helps. Lurkers, they are the backbone of Twitch, and specifically here in Cravenstown, you are the mortar between the bricks. I might not know who every lurker is as distinctly as I know who every chatter is, though I can make out their names, but they hold the whole thing up. So thank you very much indeed. I appreciate that. Went to ER for difficulties breathing, but now back home, but still contagious. Yes, you're contagious for up to a month afterwards. I mean, obviously, we don't generally talk about topical and current affairs. Just FYIs before anyone potentially goes, oh, by the way, COVID this and politics that, just to make sure, because we got a few new folks here. But yes, when it comes to what people are being individually affected by, care about that. Absolutely, that goes past the normal no topical, no politics rules. So yeah, really, really, never do the lip thing again. Okay. Oh, what you mean this? My O face to match the Craigasm face. Don't do this. Yeah, oh no, Archibon, that wasn't at you. That wasn't at you. That's why I was saying A-OK, because it's personal. I care how well you are doing. It was more, sometimes people can come in new and they'll use that as a jumping off point to start talking about politics, or oh well, with COVID, or who's handling this or who's handling that. So you were completely from that. It was just a general new thing. I always have to repeat stuff because you've always got new people coming in and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, sorry, I did say, but I'll hopefully now that's extra double super squeaky shiny clear. Okay. Hey, cute goes sit on the roof after hug tackling everyone. Awesome. To the French NHS. Yes, all NHSs in general, indeed. If I want to know more about it, so right, I'll read this from the top. I spoke to Eothas in the ruins of Hasongo, but was unable to divert him from his machinations. He bade me to meet him at a luminous outer pillar in a chain of volcanic islands called Magran's Teeth, which is where we are. If I want to know more about his intentions, I'll have to join him there. So we've rendezvoused, we've reached the lower bridge, we find a way to Eothas through the Jagged Keep, which is through a portal that's done with a Torc, and then acquire the Torc of Bithacton, which is a typical sort of high-end fantasy name, to access Magran's Shrine, and we did it. So I've acquired the Torc, and yeah, there was a dragon attacked and killed the Rathan's Brenthis, which is their name for a priest, but yeah, the Lair of the Ancient, this giant lava dragon who we managed to get a diplomatic solution rather than a violent solution with. So we're heading back here. There's some altar or temple.
Always seemed real cold to me for a fire god. Like she'd rather see you die struggling than offer help.
That's Eothas, sorry, that's Adair, our fighter Adair, talking about the goddess Magran, who is kind of a massive bitch. Sorry, that must have got maybe flown by. I'm so sorry, cute nightmare girl. Thank you for the... Missed that somewhere in the chat. That doesn't normally happen. No worries. I now have a new colour. Yes, you do. Oh, bright green. That pops up wonderfully against the dark background. Excellent stuff. So, and speaking of which, just a little bit about my character for those of you who are newer. So this is Krayven, who is a fire godlike. There's about 4 or 5 races in this game. Your typical elves, dwarves, orlans, which are kind of bestial, hobbit-like race. Almwa, who are a sort of slightly bigger, seemingly slightly aquatic race, but they're sort of giant beings, but also godlike, who aren't so much a race. They can be any race, but they're also touched by the gods. So my guys are fire godlike, and this region is sacred to a fire goddess, Magran, but she's not very nice. My character doesn't actually like her that much at all, but he gets by with being a fire godlike. But here, this is the fact that he's a fire godlike is giving me a whole bunch of awesome dialogue options. Most of these Rathoons will probably attack me on sight or try and kill me, but the fact that I carry their goddess's blessing, like I'm born with that mark, has sort of changed how smoothly this can potentially go. Yo, Lord Darkens! Hey, Darkens, have you met my friend Darkens? Hi, I'm Bob.
Leave it to me.
Okay, so we are gonna go and carry on. I got a little quest update there as well. It didn't say anything new. It said it was updated, but this relic should lower Magran's Shrine from the Jagged Keep into the moor, opening the way. Right. He nods once. Well, I can tell him 2 things. I have the Torc, and I found your Brenthis. And at Brenthis, the Rathun are led by their high priestess, the Brenthis, one of the few among the sect.
That was legitness. Yeah.
One of the few among the sect warriors with the ability to hear Magran's voice. Female ninja. Yes, and the legitness command is if I've pulled off something successful or very, very good, or something really cool has just happened. That's usually what that one is for. Alright, well, we'll tell him that first. I found your Brenthis. She's dead.
Then it is as I feared, and as I felt. Her flames have been extinguished. I do not share the Brenthis' ability to commune with Magran, but I must believe the goddess would will us to fight. We must make a final stand.
Okay, angry man. Well, I have the talk. I have the talk. Yes, cute nightmare girl normally comes in as a spirit fox. It's that puts the roleplay bits in asterisk because it's very lovely.
To return in victory from the lair of the ancient. I misjudged you. You are one of a kind among kith.
Yes, I am. Kith is a term for... Well, actually, I can read what it is. The word kith is used to describe the dominant civilized races of Eora, including humans, Aumwa, dwarves, elves, Orlans, and godlike. So, yeah, there you go. That sort of means, yeah, civilized people. Kind of like what the various races of the Elder Scrolls would be. You know, they're all sort of different races of people, but they'd be termed Mer, M-E-R. Yo, citizen, mini quiz. Good evening, happy Sunday. How you doing?
What became of the ancient? Jorda Fearless. Triumph will be nigh impossible without her.
Darkens is dueling cute nightmare girl. Oh, who's it going to be? First duel of the evening. Congratulations, cute nightmare girl. Well fought, both of you. What became of the ancient Jada Fairlass? Jada Fairlass is the fire dragon that looked more like an ancient fire chicken.
What makes you think something happened to her?
Face beet red, Jyoti chokes, pounding on her chest as she struggles for air. Pallagina's inner eyelids slide out and back as she calmly turns her head toward you. The warlord tilts his head, as if considering the true meaning of your companion's reaction. Thanks for giving the game away, ladies. Appreciate that. Growing distrustful, he tightens his grip on his mace.
You will answer me, Kith, without trickery or lies.
He glowers, impatient. The dragon was very, very unpleasantly violent. I thought that she was gonna help us. I thought that the fact we got out of it without a fight, she left and was going to come and help. Alright, the dragon has forsaken you. He falls silent, the scrawlings on his skin flaring hotly.
Indeed. I feared the worst when the Brenthis failed to return with the beast.
Yeah, the beast was kind of tricking them into feeding her for 2 millennia or something.
We've no choice. Despite the odds, we'll attack without either's strength.
So we have no dragon and no high priest that can communicate with Magran. They're going to die horribly. He shakes his head, the motion grave.
If this is to be our last stand, we must prepare ourselves, either for victory or for sacrifice. Lest Magran forsake us for our failures. You've earned the right to Fire Shrine with the Torc of the Ether Flame. But we cannot join you as yet in facing the Defiler.
Alright, cheers, mate. Farewell. So I got some talk that will allow me to activate this shrine. Nice job. All very civil. Does a little bow to Darkens. Darkens, thank you. First biddy blood of the evening. That is super kind. Thank you for 75 biddies. And thank you so much for waiting until the dialogue was done to trigger sound effects. Yes, those of you who are newer, when we're doing Story Sundays, because there's a lot of dialogue and cutscenes and voice acted material, if there's voice acting and dialogue going on, please hang fire on any sound effects if you want to use them and trigger them when there isn't story going on. Because a lot of people like to come by for this to tune in specifically for the story or me reading a major bit. So follow Darkens is excellent example right there. He waited until it was done. Thank you again. Thank you very much. Alright, well I suppose we should trigger this and go down then. It's a beautiful game. Obviously I've got all the settings cranked up, but it's a really, really pretty game. Especially like the fire and lava effects. It's awesome. You stand before the shrine of Magran, goddess of flame and war. Lifting your eyes, fiery motes begin to streak across your vision as you stare into the imposing cast of her likeness. Now I'm curious if we're going to get an actual dialogue with her, and the fact that I'm a fire godlike will probably have some unique like racial perspective things, as you sometimes get unique dialogue options depending on your skills, most commonly your profession, your birthplace, your race, your class, all kinds of stuff. It's very, very sort of D&D like that. Here we go. Oh, I was right. For the span of a single breath, everything falls eerily silent. The Rathun behind you fade away. Flames to either side of you flicker higher, dancing without sound. But the heat is real, licking at your skin. Then, metal groans as Magran's statue bends her head to you in greeting.
Watcher, the time does not allow for niceties.
She's never that nice anyway, she's a massive cow. Her words flow like lava from her lips, like the trails that burble hotly from her eyes.
Even now, Eothas gains strength from the spire. What progress have you to report?
So option 1, Rathuna preparing a final assault against Eothas. Option 2, I haven't yet spoken with Eothas. Both of those are true. Considering the Rathuna her people, there's nothing, or her sort of very obviously sacred and important to her, I can say that much, and depending on what she says about that, it might tell me what she thinks of the Rathun, whereas this, I haven't spoken to Eothas yet, it'll just be like, well, get on with it then. So option 1, the Rathuna preparing a final assault against Eothas.
Then they will burn to ash and return to the mud kiln from whence they came.
Encouraging. She leans forward, the copper of her corded arms gleaming from the blustering flames. She tugs her sword free from her plinth, and the entire shrine shudders with heat.
Presently I shall erupt this volcano, and with it consume Eothas. I suggest you retreat if you at all value your mortal form.
Now I've got 2 or 3 options here, and you can see one, I'll highlight it, what it means. So I've got option 1, you mean the form that you have given me, which is specifically because I'm a fire godlike. 2, do you not care about the Rathun at all? 3, I need more time to reach Eothas. Now I have a rough, again for folks who are new, I have a general rule. It's not an absolute constant rule, but if I have any kind of special check or skill check or some kind of thing, basically where a little icon appears in the chat that shows that this is an additional option you wouldn't necessarily have, I tend to take that. In the first Pillars game, those are always positive. Like if you had an additional option that wasn't grayed out or removed, it would always give you, it would never go wrong, and it would usually give you something better or another option. In this game, it's still largely positive, or it gives you additional information, but it's more specific to context. So if you have 2 aggressive options, both of which end in a fight, and you've got one that involves intimidation, it's a cooler, more impressive result, but it can still end up going the same way. So it's not quite as hard and fast, always good. But I usually still try and take them. Also, I play my character. I don't role-play him, as you can tell, but I explain his thought process, I explain what I'm thinking with the story, and why he would make certain choices to sort of keep you all informed on what's going on and why I'm trying to do certain things. So, again, all of these are true. I would be curious about the Rathun bit, and this is just more of a statement, but it would be within character as my to say this first option, because A, it's unique to my sub-race, and also, although he's a fire godlike, my character himself doesn't actually like the fire goddess very much. A bit like Pallagina, who's an avian godlike, is not a big fan of Hylea, the avian goddess, even though she's a lot nicer than this bitch. You mean the form that you have given me?
Should that be a concern of mine? Your value is to the greater good and the glory of my will. What needs sacrifice must be done.
Told you she was a cow. She's at best neutral. She's not one of the more evil gods or goddesses or truly capricious ones, but she generally does not give a shit. Option 1, do you not care about the Rathun at all? I doubt it, but again, I'm much more conscientious. My character's a lot more conscientious than she is, so I think there's the conflict between her as the fire goddess and him as a fire godlike. Do you not care about the Rathun at all?
I formed the Rathun to serve, to ward against Kith in order to safeguard Ukaizo. Now they have served me.
So Ukaizo is a sacred mythical island rumored to be somewhere in the archipelago, and it's hidden by this perpetual storm thing, it seems like. And also she made the Rathun as these super tough fire Vikings, giant fire Vikings, right? So they were made purely as a kind of extra hard guardian, along with this magical storm and this ring of volcanic things. That's new. I didn't know that. Yeah, Adair even said it earlier, a little bit of NPC, like, companion dialogue. It goes, I always found her really cold for a fire goddess. As a well-observed Arkans, yeah, it just popped up just earlier. Now they have served me.
The sacrifice is not without honor, as yours, too, will be.
Excuse me, I have a say in this, lady.
Fare thee on, Watcher. My condolences, should you die.
Huh! Cheers. She inclines her head once more in a stalwart farewell. An avatar of the goddess flashes over the imposing statue before you. As the image fades, her absence leaves the shrine cold and deathly silent. Interact again? Oh, interact with the shrine. Okay. And yes, certain special events happen in this kind of graphic novel dungeon master style. That's rather cool. A statue of Magran towers above you, bloodied and battle-ready. The goddess clutches both sword and shield. At the base of the statue, a rectangular iron-slatted altar rests between two unlit braziers. Well, before I place the talk, let's examine it, just to be sure. Examine the altar. The slatted top of the altar has been hammered silver water smooth, except for a single circular groove notched deep into the center of the slab. Charred bits of metal, leather, and bones are piled in the interior of the circular groove, the remains of prior offerings to the goddess. Metal, leather, and bones. Interesting. Well, we'll place the talk on the altar. The braziers on either side of the altar flare to life, red-hot flames shooting high before settling into a steadier, softer burn within the bowels. Lava eddies beneath the iron grating in the floor, heating the soles of your feet, while the statue herself seems to wake, metal groaning, rasping as the shrine moves. You have lost an item, Torc of Bithacton. Okay. Sacrificial dish on the altars, glowing red hot. The Rathun are getting the feck out the way. Statue's eyes glowing with fire. Okay. Apart from the change of two blazing braziers, that's about the same. In the centre of the altar, the Torc of Bithacton brightly burns, an offering to Magran. Well, we'll descend into the depths of Ashen Maw. I think we've done as much as we can at this level. With a squeal of metal against metal, the entire floor drops, a stomach lurching 5 feet. Chains clang like the toll of a bell as they catch, pounding against the time-worn gears. Then the shrine begins steadily lowering into the maw. As the shrine cranks lower into the maw, Eothas' colossal Adracarb dome, neck, and shoulders slowly emerge into view. This close, the god rises up like a mountain, larger than you ever remember having seen him. Energy vibrates from his massive body, and a cacophony of mutterings and shouts from the souls whirling within it slams into you, nearly knocking you from your feet. Goodness me, gonna have another grape. Quest updated. He waits in fire. Speak to Hunt in the chat. It's ready again. Let's go.
Oh, what a day! What a lovely day!
Let's ride out, townspeople. I've lowered. Let's say, speak to Eothas. I've lowered Magran's shrine into the bowels. That one almost caught me. Good job I was mid-reading. Darkens, thank you for another 75. Thank you. Lone Wolf's in. I'm in. Darkens is in. Hunt in the chat if you want to. I've lowered Magran's shrine into the bowels of the volcano. Now I can face the god. Okie dokie. Let's have a look at this. Oh wow. He's actually really up close in the environment. Look at the size of the fecker. Look at him. Alright, well, we'll, just, so I can use the altar to get back up. Is that on fast mode? No, it's not. Those braziers seem to be burning incredibly quickly for regular speed.
I wish my diplomatic training included the polite way to get a god's attention.
She does not
Have
like
you ever
gods very
seen
much.
anything so awe-inspiring? Behold the power of my god.
Yeah, Pallagina doesn't really like gods in general, and Jyoti is actually a worshipper of this guy, so this could go quite poorly. Just there's reputations. If I bring up Pallagina, she really doesn't like Jyoti. I bet that. Here we are, another -3. Have you ever seen anything so awe-inspiring? And whereas Jyoti actually kind of likes Pallagina. Pallagina really doesn't like... Pallagina's a pain anyway. She's a great character, and she's one of the characters from the first game. Pallagina, Adair, and Aloth all come over from the Pillars of Eternity 1. But yeah, it's not a mutual friendship. She's definitely a bit of a Southern Belle. Oh, we got a Stonecrusher Phoenix. Oh, a few more folks jumped in. Wonderful, and we won again. Congrats, Lone Wolf Q, and myself again. Awesome. Yeah, she's from a region called the Deerwood, and the Deerwood, which is where the first game takes place. They also have the kind of Southern US drawl as their particular dialect. Oh, hello. That's very cool.
Watcher, I wasn't sure you'd make it. But there is enough of you in me to grasp that you had a better chance than most.
That sounds overtly sexual. This is actually the first time, the very first time that we're talking to him in physical. Normally he's gone past and we have a mental connection. I think so, but yeah, like I say, this is the first time we've actually spoken to a statue. I mean, look at the size of the guy. Look at the size of the guy. This is amazing. Also, this whole statue was buried underneath my castle, like down 14 floors of like an ancient, massive dungeon. It was really cool to clear out.
Some would say it's because you have a strong soul. Great deeds come easily to one so spiritually blessed. Or have you become great because of what has been thrust upon you? Watcher of Cadnua, Herald of Bereth, Hound of Eothas.
That's right, Hound of Eothas is new. Watcher of Cadnua, yes, from the first game. Herald of Bereth at the start of this game. Hound of Eothas. Mate, I did not agree to this. And good evening, Citizen Incuria. Welcome, good to see you, mate. Well, I'm doing remarkably well. It was a wild day, afternoon, evening, night, and morning. We had like 100 and I ended up doing an extra 150 minutes for the equivalent of 151 subs that came in between the subs and the bit total. It was insane. Yeah, you know, I got that was why. I got that. I got that was kind of why, but the way he said it makes it sound like I'm his hound, like his attack dog. If he had said Hounder of Eothas, that would have been the correct way linguistically to imply that I was hounding him. But to say Hound of Eothas, I got what it meant, but it's the wrong way to say it.
Oh my god. You really, I mean, this can't.
I probably shouldn't have brought both Pallagina and Jyoti to this, but this is my best team. Pallagina's going to want to leave the party if she ends up hating Jyoti anymore. I really did. Thanks for coming by and being a part of it, all of you. It was amazing. And Gorn is an aspect of Eothas. So, yeah, I'll read this again. Gorn is an aspect of Eothas associated with death and harvests. His implements are symbolically important. The sickle reaps what is sowed in life, and the lantern guides the deceased down their intended paths of death and rebirth. It is generally believed that Gorn, instead of Barath's avatars, visits those who embrace death with acceptance and understanding. His most fervent devotees are known as the Harvesters of Gorn, of which she is. Gorn is an answerer of wrongs and imbalances. This has contributed in no small part to Deerwood's enthusiasm for vigilante justice. Popular regard for Gorn is polarising. He's appreciated, feared, and characterised by a grim sense of finality. So there's actually about 3 gods associated kind of with death. Barath, who's the goddess of death and rebirth, the cycle. Him, who's kind of with life and death, but people who accept it, and the paths they take with their next lives. And Rimagand, who's a god of entropy. So he's not with death, but basically when the cycle of death and rebirth ends and there's nothing more, like the final end of everything, that's him. You'll get a little bit confusing. Back later, Penneth, take care of yourself. We'll catch you soon. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Pleasure having you here. Thanks for leaving the lurk up. We'll catch you a little bit later. Rimagand is so... They're all so well characterised, because Rimagand's he's a bastard. I don't like him at all, but... he's extremely well written. He's so well written.
I see you, Shoti. I am glad that we could meet, even if it is under quite unpleasant circumstances.
It's Shoti, not Jyoti. Well, Shoti just creamed her fucking knickers.
This is really happening, right?
Told you.
Gone. Your humble priestess is before you. Please, tell me what you require of me. How do I save more lost souls than I can carry in one lifetime?
Face bright red, sweat beading her brow. Shoti stumbles precariously closer to the edge. Lantern rattling, she catches herself. A mere moment before she would have toppled over.
That's the narrator. For the main quest and certain major bits of dialogue, she'll actually read the unspoken parts as opposed to me doing it.
I know that you have undertaken a noble mission, but I will tell you what I told the Watcher. You need not fear for the lost souls of this world. As for you, Watcher, why is it you believe you have made it this far?
Ooh. Now, before I go any further, by the way, I've noticed a small thing. I have this new NVIDIA, just a technical question. I'd appreciate a little bit of feedback. Critical Role are an amazing voiceover company, yeah. Voiceover. Anyway, sorry. Speaking of voices and voiceover, before Saturday's stream, I installed the new NVIDIA noise gate, RTX noise gate. If you have an RTX card, or however it works, I've got this thing that prevents keyboard clicks, mouse clicks, and other bits of background noise being picked up by my USB mic. But I've noticed if I go from being quiet to starting speaking again, there's a delay. Like I said, to start speaking again, and I noticed that it didn't immediately pick up what's going on. Are you folks finding that some of my beginnings of sentences, when I've been stopping and listening to the voiceover and then coming back to read a bit of dialogue, is anything the start of anything being clipped and missed? Because if it is, not a delay, but is anything being that I'm speaking being clipped in any way? Okay, fair enough. It looked, according to my auxiliary mic, like it was. Although I just realised something. 2 seconds. There's something I might not have actually changed back. Ah, yes, I've still got the delay. I do have the delay. Where I had to put in the sync offsets. Right, that should be better. I just remembered that was barely anything, but there was 0.2 milliseconds delay that I had to put in, or 210 millisecond delay I had to put in for the sake of Twitch Sings yesterday, so that OBS would sync up with the software. But yeah, I was looking at my mic auxiliary, my actual sound bar, and if I went quiet and spoke again, there seemed to be like a half second before it kicked in and picked up my voice. Yeah, no, that's what I'd installed. Yeah, oh yeah, with that was another thing. I was a technical question. So yes, I watched back a couple of the clips. So I'm just going to take a little aside on this one before I forget about it and come back to it later. Firstly, holy shit, we had a lot of clips. Only about 3/4 of them were from Twitch Sings. Twitch Sings seems to encourage clips. But a couple of things I had, like when you guys asked me to do the chicken voice, to cluck along and do the chicken voice for part of Rick Astley, Never Gonna Give You Up. A couple of people mentioned in chat that something wrong seemed to be going wrong, and yeah, I think this noise gate, this noise filter, means that certain frequencies and certain sounds will try and filter them, because it's trying to specifically pick up regular speech, and it's trying to filter out background random clicks and squeaks and noises. So when I was doing certain special things based on challenges you set me, it couldn't understand them as proper speech, and I think there's a pitch, a peaking gate as well. Like when I actually yelled when there was that shot with a 99% chance to hit in XCOM and it missed, and I went, oh, what the hell, about 1%, but I really did it loud. It hit the red part of my mic auxiliary, and I think the filter kicked in to filter it, which is a shame because that clip would have been hilarious. Silence and sound. Your AC/DC start was strange, very cutty. Yeah, like that, but I think parts of it were probably cutting out as well. Yeah, maybe it's got I can't do too much about it. It's just literally got how much noise do you want removed or not. But I mean, the mic, I can hear it picking up. The light sound you made right now, it does cut, Alright, that's not great. I might have to turn that noise filter off again because that shouldn't cut out. I should be able to go to whatever pitch I like. Anyway, cool. I'll have to bear it in mind because for certain intense things where I have to click a lot or press the button a lot or tap the keys a lot, like Doom Eternal and Hollow Knight, it might be more worth it to avoid, you know, lots of tappity tap. But for stuff like this or for Twitch things where my voice and the vocals are more important, I might leave it off. Yeah, I think in a regular dialogue when I'm just regularly talking it's fine, but if like with the AC/DC singing or trying to do that chicken impression during Never Gonna Give You Up, it became a lot more apparent. Alright, thank you for confirming that. I'll consider what to do, but it will probably be along the lines I just described. Now, as for you, Watcher, why is it you believe you have made it this far? This set of questions and that kind of question and these set of answers are probably going to have quite an effect on the ending and how the main story progresses, because with these kinds of games by Obsidian there's always a shit ton of different endings you can have. Never Gonna Give You Up was epic. I had a good laugh at that one. So option 1, and this one I've got to really try and think what my character would do and sort of what outcome I want. So option 1, I don't know. Whatever the reason, I'm still standing. And the question is, why is it you believe you have made it this far? 2, it's in my soul. It always has been. Greatness is my birthright. Bit arrogant. 3, each of us simply does the best we can. My trials have made me who I am. 4, I've had enough of this. I've followed you into this damn volcano to get some questions answered. 5, good fortune and good people have carried me the whole way. I'd be nothing without them. Or 6, remain silent. Alright, so why is it you believe you've made it this far? Option 1, I don't know. Whatever the reason, I'm still standing. That actually has more suitableness to my character than I initially thought when I first saw it, but it's not my primary choice. 7, this is a video game. True Darkens. 2, it's in my soul, it always have been. Greatness is my birthright. Nope, that's very out of character. That's shockingly proud. 3, each of us simply does the best we can. My trials have made me who I am. That's quite true. That's actually a lot more relevant in this second game. In the first game, I played him quite straight-laced, noble, good, diplomatic, insightful, intelligent. He still generally goes that path, but on certain occasions I make him be a bit more sarcastic, a bit more dark, a bit more pragmatic, to acknowledge his evolution. The amount of difficulty and struggle he's been through is going to have a knock-on effect, and people are complicated, they grow. So this first half, each of us simply does the best we can, is in line with his core principles, but my trials have made me who I am is quite true, whilst being a bit non-committal. I like that one a lot. 4, I've had enough of this. I followed you into your damn volcano to get some questions answered. Direct, forceful, not typically in character, but in this unique situation might fit. And good for an option 5, good fortune and good people have carried me the whole way. Good fortune and good people would be part of it, but the fact it says they carried me and I'd be nothing without them isn't true at all. That's going too far. That's too strong of a statement. So this has some potential. 2 and 5 out. 6, I'm not going to remain silent. I think it's got to be 3. Actually, 3 seems like definitely the most in character. Each of us. So, as for you, Watcher, why is it you believe you have made it this far? Each of us simply does the best we can. My trials have made me who I am.
You have done much in this life, it's true. But if it weren't for your past with Theos, with Eothas, you never would have come down this path.
Well, yeah, but that's circular logic. If it wasn't for, yeah, but if it wasn't for that giant statue to possess, you wouldn't be stood here now. But it was, so you're there. That happened to me, so I'm here. Dude, that's a very, very human argument for someone with a celestial intelligence.
But you have come a great distance for answers. What would you ask of me, Watcher?
I reckon it was number 5 was a mage's response. Yeah, possibly.
That we have. And I got a request. Down here. God, look how full my lantern is. I've been harvesting day and night for you, my god.
Lantern rattling. Sickle gripped so tight her knuckles are white. She waves her arms over her head as she shouts.
Yeah, Shoti, he was talking to me, dear. And by the way, Shoti's my character's girlfriend, so I'm kind of having to roll my eyes a little bit. Yeah, you can have relationships with several other characters, and my character's in one with her. That's nice. The one redeeming feature that Shoti has with Pallagina is she's dutiful. Although she hates how religious she is dutiful, so maybe that'll counteract just how much all her constant piety and praying is pissing Pallagina off. Because if one character hates another character too much, they can potentially leave the party, because basically giving you it's a her or me situation. Continue.
My dear Shodi, I do not mean to diminish your presence here, but this is a question that the Watcher needs to answer.
That's the politest way of like saying pipe down. I wasn't talking to you I've ever seen. Oh, so Lone Wolf, when you say my condolences, for what? To whom? Sorry. Unless I missed something there.
He alone was tasked with pursuing me. The gods have placed him in this fire. It is only right that we speak together now.
I wish I could still see the question he asked me. I wish I could still see the conversation history, because you can after the fact. Oh, for the over-eager religious girlfriend. Yes, sorry, yes. Slight delay there in seeing it and associating it. Well, she's pretty tidy and she tries so hard. Yeah, in-game you can see the whole dialogue history, but it would make sense that it was something that was here during the dialogue, so you could refer back. Because I'm just trying to think of why I pursued him, or something like that. I need to know why you've come back. Can you atone for all the damage you've done? Give me back the soul you took from me. What was the actual question? The second bit. That's the interruption was so genuine, just like a real interruption. It's made me forget what the question was. Like someone comes by and just completely interrupts what you're saying. You're like, oh shit, what was I asking? Can anyone remember what he asked me before Jyoti piped out about a feckin' lantern? Is it like why I was pursuing him? What would you? Thank you, Lone Wolf. What were you asking of me? It's a good job you were paying attention to the game I'm playing more than I was. What would you ask of me? Well, actually, all of these... This is a problem because my character's... one of his key traits is insightfulness. He cares about gathering knowledge and finding things out. So having the freedom to ask him things is like... I might get to ask him all three of these, but I might only get one. You can click the top of the dialogue. Where? Oh, you can't. Oh, decadency. My God. All this time I did not know that. Oh, that's great. Okay, that'll make life a bit easier. Thank you, mate. And Piney as well. The diamond at the center. Brilliant. Okay, good. I might leave this up a little bit then. Yes, it does have a log. I'd only ever seen it, the in-game one, you know, that's sort of down to one side. It'll be below where my webcam is. All right, great. Thank you, gentlemen. You have come a great distance for answers. What would you ask of me? And kudos, Lone Wolf. Lone Wolf was on top of it as well. All of you. What a wonderful audience. As Jimmy Volmer would say in South Park, what a terrific audience. What would you ask of me? All of these. Okay. I need to know why you've come back. Can you atone for all the damage you've done and give me back the soul you took from me? That's more of a statement. What would you ask of me? I have to admit the first one, because can you atone for all the damage you've done? The whole atonement thing is a very subjective matter of perspective. Chances are he might not even see it that way. This is more of a demand. I hope I can get it anyway. So pragmatism, and the most direct relevant part to a question. What would you ask of me? Firstly, I need to know why you've come back, first and foremost. Yes, if you're into... yes, I would say overall they're just great games, Lone Wolf. But especially if you're into... Pillars of Eternity is a love letter to all the best elements of Baldur's Gate, Planescape Torment, and Icewind Dale. So the rich world, the combat systems, the dialogue and the lore and the conversation options. If you want the best of each of those three games' thing into one just really, really great game and Kickstarter success story, that's Pillars 1. If that's up your street, then yeah, damn right. Yeah, and especially if you like Planescape Torment as Decadency, so concisely and accurately put. Well, I need to know why you've come back.
You need to know? Or Berith? Or the gods?
Alright, well, option 1, I need to know. 2, the gods fear you have something catastrophic in mind. 3, after all you've done, I think every creature that lives and breathes on Eora needs to know. Actually, all 3 of these are very valid. I need to know. Yeah, my character really does. 2 is true, but I think it would feed into what he believes, having to answer to the other gods, because the other gods do fear something, but that implies that I'm trying to find out on their behalf. Whereas really, I'd kind of forgotten that I'm doing anything on their behalf. I was doing this for myself, my soul, my knowledge. Not just that, for the gods as well, but the other gods' intentions are secondary to my own intentions and reasons. And 3, after all you've done, I think every creature that lives and breathes on Eora needs to know. That might come up as a bit anti-Eothasian, but yeah, he has his reasons, but he's like turned tons of people to ash. He's crushed all kinds of stuff. He destroyed my home. I have been actually incredibly reasonable and civil with him. He killed hundreds of my people and retainers in the area around the castle and stuff that I built. Marched across the Deadfire. Everywhere he's going. To power that enormous statue he lives in is taking tons of soul energy. And he gets it by sucking up the souls out of people that are near him and turning them into piles of ash. Yeah, go for it, Lone Wolf, I would. So, I don't want to sort of answer on behalf of the gods right away. 1 really fits. 3's a little bit more out of character to be that angry, but it's kind of true. Pillars of Eternity 1, Krayven would go for this, but kind of... I've given him a lot of rope, and he seems to think whatever he chooses to do has got special valid reasons. You've killed a lot of people.
And it would seem even she whose presence shakes the heart of this mountain needs to know.
Oh yes, Magran. Oh, Divine Divinity. I think Divine Divinity was one of the very early Larian games that's eventually led to Divinity Original Sin series, Darkens. I remember it vaguely. And is he talking about Magran, who runs this mountain? I wouldn't know. Or that's interesting. You can lie and say I wouldn't know, or you can actually claim I wouldn't know. Option 3, Magran is prepared to take drastic measures to stop you. And 4, do you mean Magran? Now, I could straight up say Magran is prepared to take drastic measures to stop you, which I don't mind doing, because I'm not pro-Magran, even though I'm a Magranite godlike. A fire godlike. But I could confirm, I kind of want him to get in to say it. Although, even she whose presence shakes the heart of this mountain needs to know. He could be referring to the dragon. I kind of want him to confirm, do you mean Magran?
Of course.
All right.
Magran fears what I will do, just as she feared what I would do in the Deerwood.
They are very much at each other's throats. The history of the Pillars 1 game, a reincarnation of Eothas was actually destroyed at the Deerwooden capital by the god Hammer Bomb. Him coming back was the return of Eothas, like way after that happened. And the god Hammer Bomb was built and developed by Magranite priests. So yeah, Magran and Eothas really don't like each other very much.
But this time is different. This time, there is no power on Eora or in all of hell to stop me.
He's sounding a bit capricious now.
Understand that what I'm saying is neither a boast nor a challenge.
Could have fooled me.
It is the clearest statement of truth I can give you. Give Berith, in the hopes of dissuading you from taking actions that may harm others.
Option 1, what are you going to do? Option 2 says the one who's killed thousands walking from the Deerwood to Deadfire. That does follow up with my previous statement. 3, I'll find a way to stop you. 4, I'm not here to stop you, I'm just here for answers. Yes, well, I did meet the reincarnation, which is actually an echo. So yeah, you can actually be on the bridge in that bit of history from Pillars 1. You can be there when it happens during the Beast of Winter DLC of this game, and you don't come across Eothas so much as an echo of that aspect of Eothas that was in Widewan on the bridge when the bomb went off. It was very cool. Citizen Notorious Kyoko, hello, happy Sunday, welcome to Storytime, lovely to have you here. I hope you're doing well. How's things? Let's have a look at the history then. This time it's okay. So of course Magran fears what I will do, but this time it's different. There's no power to stop me, but I don't mean that as a boast or a challenge. It is a clear statement of truth. Basically, he's basically stating, look, you can't stop me, and I'm just saying that to try and stop you. Don't bother trying to stop me because you can't. If you try and stop me, it could hurt a lot of people. Taking actions that would harm others. So he probably justifies the harm he's done as like necessary to do what he needs to do. Magran fears what I will do. So there is that, but in the context of everything else he said here, just knowing what you're going to do, well, I'm not going to stop here, I'm just here for answers. I honestly, with what he's stating then, he doesn't mean it as a boast, just like, look, you can't stop me, so let's try and avoid collateral damage. Feels right, just, well, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? His obfuscation of his intentions through this point in the game is obnoxious a little, but I have to admit, now I know that this dialogue history is there. It's allowing me to make much more informed decisions, like more like in a real conversation, which is good. Yeah, decadency, true. That is kind of cool. History of the World Part 1. A little. But yeah, there's some major points in history to things that are referred to in both games, this game and the previous Pillars game. Major important historical points happen in this bit of DLC. It's really well done as well. What are you going to do?
Force gods and mortals alike to open their eyes to one another.
Again, unnecessarily vague.
It seems my sister does not like the sound of that.
Option 1, can you be more specific? What are you trying to do? Okay, considering a volcano is about to crush both our heads, I'm going to say quit dancing around the question. At this point, that volcano, and he's just like, she didn't like that very much. You might be made of 100 feet of living Adra, but I'm not, so quit dancing around the question.
A fair request. I suppose your time is more limited than mine.
Yes.
I want to return the gods to our original purpose, and to allow mortals to worship us, or ignore us, for what we are, not what we pretend to be.
So some context with this god. I mean, this is an earthly incarnation of him. His energy is possessing this giant statue. This isn't literally the god himself. But the gods in this world were actually manufactured by an ancient race of people called the Ingwithans. The world existed, and there were all these rival tribes and ancient civilizations, and they fought each other over religious, just like anywhere, there's religious wars. And one particularly powerful, ancient race that got very good with soul energy and everything in the Pillars of Eternity and all the kind of background mythos of this world, sacrificed most of their entire race, not all of them, but sacrificed a huge chunk of their numbers to manufacture an actual pantheon of verifiable gods with godlike levels of power and all kinds of stuff, a kind of titans that could exist in the world and do most things that gods could do in a D&D sense. So the entire current pantheon, including this guy, were created well after there were already people in the world, and whatever originally created the world, including all the kind of reincarnation cycle and everything else that's there. No one knows who did that. But these gods are manufactured. They are in that way kind of a lie. So when he says, I put that context for those who don't know, when he wants to return the gods to our original purpose, and I don't know what that original purpose is. So allow mortals to worship us or ignore us for what we are and not what we pretend to be. I have no idea what they pretend to be and what their original purpose was, except to essentially prevent religious war by going, here are gods, now stop arguing about them.
Shodi gasps sharply. For once, too stunned to blurt out a response. Her eyes are wild, with too much white showing, when she glances from Eothas to you.
What's that mean? You're gonna tell them the truth?
Adair looks away from Eothas for the moment, his eyes darting back and forth, as if between possible outcomes.
Adair also used to worship Eothas. He was on the wrong side of the Saints' War, which was the background war with that Godhammer bomb thing in the first game.
When I entered Widewind,
there you go.
I did so with the intention of illuminating the history of Engwyth.
Here we are. Engwyth, the name of an extinct civilization that dates back more than 2 millennia. Their population centre is believed to have been where present-day Irglanfath and Deerford lie today.
I wanted to show all the nations of the Eastern Reach the machines we had used to create ourselves, how we had hidden our true nature from mortals for millennia. But even if I had succeeded, my words would have been easy to deny. Belief creates the foundation upon which a mind's reality is built.
So he actually wants to give away the secret. The gods aren't gods in the traditional sense, that they were manufactured. Apparently, the reason given was in part to stop religious wars, which to an extent they have. People have worshipped different aspects, but no one fights wars in this world over religion. They have different worshippers. Well, actually, yes and no, they do. There was Widewind's legacy, and Eothas going into that. So there are still religious wars, but not on the scale of whether the gods exist and which one's better.
Decision.
Dark Time Barbecue, thank you so much for the follow. Residency to Cravenstown is granted. Lodgings being prepared. Please ignore the screams. They are screams of joy. And thank you so much for supporting the channel. Happy Sunday. Welcome to Storytime. Nice to have you. But yes, even if I had succeeded, my words would have been easy to deny. And yeah, he's right. Belief creates the foundation. So people's reality, if they get told that their entire fundamental philosophical structure is a lie, they'll probably double down and believe in it even more. No problem. Great to have you here. The screams ain't from my town. They're happy screams. That's what everyone does. Like that sun that rises in the Rick and Morty and just screams all the time. It's so happy.
Some minds can never let go of that foundation. They would rather hold tight to the world in their mind than accept what they're being told.
That's exceptionally true. Okay, option 1. If that's so, what are you doing this time that will make any difference? Great question. In character, suits my character's insightful nature and desire to gather information. Option 2. Why is it so important that mortals know that the gods came from the Engwythans? Or 3, and even your words could be corrupted by the leaden key and hand occult. Oh, all of those are great answers, and in character with my character. So basically, like, you know, so he says, if I succeeded, my words would be too easy to deny, and even your words could be corrupted by the leaden key and hand occult, which are two. The leaden key is a society of Engwythans who survived the fabrication, and they went about perpetuating the lie that these gods are real gods, are not created by other people. And the hand occult, I'm trying to remember who they are, but yeah, annoying group. And his thing for why is it so important that mortals know that gods came from Engwythans, he probably have some circular logic for this. His rationale being they need to go back to their original purpose, worshipping us or not, for why. The curious thing though is his whole rationale is flawed, because these guys had no original purpose. Their original purpose was to be manufactured to do what they're doing, which is to prevent religious war. To go back to their original purpose, as I see it, would be to not have them exist in the first place. But option 1, if that's so, what are you doing this time that will make any difference? I am interested to... Oh, well, actually, no, the first off is why, and then we can get to the how. So why is it so important that mortals know that the gods came from the Engwythans? And maybe we'll get to be able to ask the how. Because sometimes you pick an option, it will move straight on. Sometimes you pick an option, and it's an additional one, and then you can pick the one that moves the story forward. So we'll do the why, and then we'll do the how. And the third option's a kind of what if, so we won't do that. Yeah, why is it so important that mortals know that gods came from the Engwythans?
We began with a dream that if we provided guidance to mortals, each generation of souls would grow stronger. And if the souls grew stronger, societies would become better, moving ever closer to achieving the potential we believed all mortals have within them. Over 2,000 years have passed. Hundreds of generations have been born, lived, and died. If the world has improved under our guidance, mortals should be prepared to understand the truth.
That's actually somewhat logical. So, knowing that they were created by the Inguithans, that they are essentially the soul, their energy comes from the souls of thousands of the ancient Inguithan race. They had this intent of being a more direct force, actually being a pantheon of gods and providing guidance and having these aspects and roles. Having that sense of direction and reason for what happens in the world would help. And soul energy really exists in this world. There's a cycle, there's everything, the souls have memories, blah blah blah. They become better, and perhaps if they've done it right, they should now know that what went on and survived, having that knowledge imparted. If they've done it wrong, well, no, I can see his internal logic there.
If they have not improved after all of this time,
yeah, it's a good
then
one,
we have utterly failed in our aims, and there should be a reckoning of our faults.
Indeed, it is a good response, because if they've succeeded, it'll be fine, and if they haven't succeeded, well, they don't deserve to be around anyway. So either way, they let them know and be destroyed because they failed, or let them know and they'll be alright because they succeeded.
The time has come for a new covenant between gods and mortals. One forged in the light of truth and understanding between our kind.
So I'm not saying my character would agree with this necessarily, but it has a consistent internal logic as to his primary reasoning. Time has come for a new covenant between gods and mortals, one forged in the light of truth and understanding. I have to admit, that's very in keeping with what my character believes, like truth and honesty and blah blah blah. And pragmatism. Homachilio, hello to you. Resident Homachilio, pleasure to have you here. Happy Sunday. I do hope you're well. How are things?
I will leave this place and go to the lost city the Huana call Ukaizo.
Oh, so that exists.
It is there that all souls pass through the machines of the gods, where all souls pass into the beyond before beginning their next life.
Jesus, that's the center of the wheel. That's the hub of the wheel, is a term for the cyclical nature, the path that souls go to when they die and get reincarnated into fresh bodies. So Ukaizo is real, because the tooltip is like a mythical island rumored to be somewhere. And it's at the heart of all things. That's amazing. Well, that's if we're allowed out of here, because this volcano looks like it's exploding.
When I reach that place, I will find our great machines and tear them to pieces. I will smash the great wheel until the lights of hell all gutter and die.
Now, with what he intends, the great Inguithan machines. So in Ukaizo are Inguithan machines that literally manufactured gods. Basically god-building machines. That's how powerful this ancient realm is. From what he said, that's not going to destroy the gods, but it will, because he's not intending to die, he's intending to stay alive, but tell humans, mortals, the truth. Like, here's what it is. So we'll have a new covenant, you know what's going on, and you can choose to accept our guidance or not, but we're going to stick around. So from what he said, doing that is not going to destroy the gods and the world setting, but it will apparently somehow tell the entire world that their gods are manufactured, not eternal, traditional, whatever you want.
And when my work is done, I will leave this world forever.
Oh, Jyoti's not going to like that.
Where does that leave us? You're ending the rule of the gods?
Or I could be wrong. He might be about to go and destroy the entire pantheon. Those machines keep them sustained.
No, Adair. It is not for me to decide if the gods should remain in power. That will be for your kind, for mortals, to decide.
I really like this reasoning, but option one. Venom Row is coming in! Greet our guests, greet our guests, greet our guests. We've got one huge dialogue change next to do. Time that well in between the final choice I've got to make. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Greet our guest, Von Master. Hello, hello, hello. How you doing? Mara LBU, hello to you. Venom Row, hi. Venom Row with the singing. My very first go at Twitch Sings yesterday for our 2-year stream anniversary. 2 years on Twitch, and we did a duet. And Venom Row actually has a solid pair of pipes on him, and I most assuredly do not. There is video evidence to that. At least in my VOD. At least in my VOD. How are you doing? Welcome. How's things? Pleasure to see you. I'm doing remarkably well. Thank you for asking. Wonderful to have you here. Wonderful to have you all here. Let me just do a quick little boop. Thank you, Raiders. A legit Krayven style welcome to all of you. It'd be wonderful if you can either hit that link or go into the URL where it says TV/Krayven and remove refer a raid and hit F5. That'd be fantastic. And moreover, just got to come out here quickly and do a shout out. Shout out for the. Might actually want to have a command, an exclamation command in front of that. Darkens. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to 75 biddies. That is super kind of you. Summoning the collect. Thankfully, I'll come out. I wasn't startled by it. That was really, really sweet. And Mr. Venom Rowe has last been seen entertaining the masses with Valorant. So if you're after Valorant, maybe you're after some of those drops, just after the gameplay, getting used to the game and want to check it out, he's had some of that going on. And he clearly enjoys a bit of Twitch sings. He has a solid pair of pipes in him. So if you want to see some songs done a little bit better, perhaps a little bit more frequently than I do it, then do go and check him out. He found it yesterday in the latter part of my streamiversary and came by and we did a duet together. He was an all-round good egg and pleasant fellow. No problem at all. A pleasure. Thank you for bringing your community over, for bringing your raiders over. And those of you who don't know me, hello, welcome. My name is Krayven, one of the most British Brits on all of Twitch. You're watching the Krayven Content Multiplex. I am variety gamer, primarily focusing on blind playthroughs. I do a lot of indie content. I do a huge range of different things, occasional bits of retro. But yes, blind playthroughs. I theme my days kind of like a TV show slash kind of alliterative words. So we have Mellow Out Monday, Try Out Tuesday, Tactical Thursday, Story Sunday. I have a theme for every day of the week, but those are my main four. You're currently watching, if you're sticking around, Story Sunday, where games are focused on grand narratives, sort of epic tales, which skews towards the classic sort of RPGs, so Baldur's Gate, Planescape Torment, that kind of thing. We're currently doing a blind playthrough of Pillars of Eternity 2, the sequel to the 2015 smash hit, which I've already also completed 100% and done a playthrough. And I do all the dialogue, I explain my character's choices and my rationale. I don't role play him, but I give you an insight into playing him consistently. I'll read the quest text, I'll do the lore. So if you're very much about the epic tale, the story, the narrative, then you're in the right place for that kind of thing. If you want to know more about what I do and when I put it, the schedule is here. You can use the schedule command whenever I'm live. I also have a graphic schedule pinned on my Twitter and in my Discord and all that kind of stuff. If you have to head off very shortly, I totally understand. Appreciate that when a streamer has finished their show, you might jump in a raid with them and to support them in the raid as they come on over and then have to head off. Good on you for jumping on in Venom Rowe's raid. We always appreciate it when people stick around for our outro in our raid. But if you do have time to stick around, it's a pleasure to have you here. Look forward to getting to know you. I so enjoyed so much your vibe. I had to show people the channel. Thank you, man. Yes, I'm generally and in style. I'm quite energetic, extroverted, fast talking. Here I measure myself because it's about the narrative and the delivery and the story. But I was at my absolute peak yesterday, 14 and a half hours with barely a break to pee. So I did all my incentives. We were doing a subathon, cheerathon, all kinds of different games. It was my first ever go at Twitch things. We're having tremendous fun. And that's really, really kind of you. That was really, really kind of you to think that highly of me and bring your folks over later. So I hope you enjoyed the show. It's lovely to have you here. Settle in, take care of yourselves. And like I say, looking forward to getting to know you. Good evening, Citizen Evil Jess. Welcome. Okay, let me just bring things back up here. Bring the scene, the scene back. And darkens. Are we going hunting? There's a hunt in the chat. Okay. With that done, we've got a major dialogue bit going on, so no more sound effects for the time being, if you can help it. If you type BBO, but we've got a hunt in the chat. And yes, I did survive. You can take part in the hunting some monsters in the Badlands south of Cravenstown. And yes, we have a full running town theme here. We have, if I refer to citizens, those are subscribers, followers, residents. We have town flag, loyalty badges, the full Discord, the full Cravenstown Discord. If you're enjoying it here and you want to take up your full residency, here is a link for that. And of course there is links in my channel panels below as well. We have parts of town rather than channels and districts rather than categories, and all the channels are slightly themed. They're obvious what they are, but with a town overlay to them. So we're doing the main quest. I've done a bunch of faffing around and side questing and all kinds of stuff for about 250 hours in this blind playthrough every Sunday for ages now, and we're now in this main quest bit, and I've got this hugely important dialogue discussion with this reincarnated god who's currently on the screen right now. So this is the final bit, this conversation we've had. Noah there. Let me just bring up some of the conversation history. When I reach that place, I'll smash the machines. Where's that leave us? You're ending the rule of the gods? Noah there. It is not for me to decide if the gods should remain in power. That will be for your kind, for mortals to decide. Option 1. What? Option 2. That's insane. I hope Magran explodes 2 volcanoes on you for good measure. 3. I guess that's one way to get a response. 4. Say nothing. What? Letting mortals decide? To be honest, I'm not going to be that outraged or insane about it. He's already explained why his reasoning are, and it does have a degree of internal logic. 2, that's insane. I hope Magran... No, I don't like Magran, and we've already got 1 volcano literally about to explode on us. And 3, that's one way to get a response, or say nothing. So one of those rare occasions my character gets to be a little bit sarcastic. A little bit sarcastic. Oh, cute nightmare girl, walking away with all the profit from a fight against a Stonecrusher Phoenix. Congratulations. Because going hunting is not covered by the KHS, the Krayven Sound Health Service. The rest of us had to spend the money we made on trophies and parts, getting cybernetics or limbs regrowing with stem cell treatment. But cute nightmare girl walked away untouched. Well done, well done. I think I'm gonna have to go for this. This is out of these not very good options. Either say nothing, or I guess that's one way to get a response. I don't often get to be Rye, my character, so we'll do that.
I'm surprised Magran is reacting this way.
Really?
I would have thought she would appreciate a trial of this magnitude. One that tests us all.
That's a fair point. Magran is a goddess of like trials and difficulty as well as her other things.
Both gods and mortals alike rely on the wheel. We depend on it for the souls that give us power. Mortals depend on it for the lives of future generations. Breaking it will force all of us to face the truth.
The thing is, right, so the gods get power, but the whole mortals depend on it for the lives of future generations. So he's potentially going to wipe out all future generations by breaking the wheel. Or, like, completely mess up the entire soul cycle that exists. At least from what he's explained. This might become troublesome.
We will fail together or move forward together. Either ending is preferable to the cycle we still find ourselves in.
I was with him right until then. This whole we failed together. If you want to destroy the rule of the gods, these manufactured fake gods that you and the rest of your pantheon are, and it's the time of mortals and there's going to be a new covenant, then fine. That's fine. But now, apparently, this has escalated that destroying the machinery of the gods, the Engwither machines that sustain the gods, will also will fail together, will destroy mortals and the whole reincarnation cycle. I don't know if that's entirely preferable to the cycle we're currently in. I don't mind this cycle. End dialogue. Although I have no idea how we're going to stop an indestructible statue of living Adra with the power of a god. We really need to get out of here before this volcano explodes on us.
Don't wait! Before it's too late, you gotta take the souls I harvested for you.
The priestess thrusts her light pulsing lantern outward, as if waiting for Eothas to take it from her.
Light pulsing lantern's probably what he calls his penis. So another dutiful thing? Okay.
They are not for me to take. Shodi, you are their guardian now. You are their protector. You have taken responsibility for them, and only you can decide their fate.
She's been trying to collect so many, and she's right in front of her god. And he's like, nah, you're alright, they're your problem. Cheers, mate. Cheers. His logic, it was more, his logic is sound to a point, but the whole things he missed out saying, he waited to right to the end to go, yeah, by the way, gods and mortals might fail together if I break all the Engwither machinery. It's like, wait, sorry, what was that about the whole reincarnation cycle being destroyed? Future generations not existing? Yeah. I was at least understanding, I was at least kind of seeing your side of things until you mentioned that slightly important little fact there, mate. Alright. Okay.
Once again, the gods have put you in a precarious position, Watcher. Considering all the troubles I have put you through, the least I can do is protect you from the wrath Magran has intended for me.
Huh. Option 1, much appreciated. Something of a catchphrase of mine. Option 2, this doesn't make us even, you know. That's kind of fitting, considering he almost killed me, took a part of my soul, killed hundreds of my retainers and people around my castle, and has made my life a bloody misery. 3, I didn't ask for your help and I don't want it. No, the volcano will fall down on us and kill us. 4, roll eyes. Oh, praise Eothas, what an amazing gesture. reason number 685 why I want to do another playthrough of some game in future where I play a jerk, because sometimes you just get the best responses if you're an asshole. I love this. The least I can do is protect you. Oh, praise Eothas, what an amazing gesture. I have to admit, in this situation I might be the same, Darkens, but I'm trying to keep my character consistent. Much appreciated. I have to admit, this doesn't make us even. I did say that with the evolution of my character from the first game to the second game and what he's been through, this doesn't make us even, honestly. Thank you for not getting me killed, but yeah, I think that's the least you can do, and it doesn't make us even for what you've done.
Perhaps I will have another opportunity to make amends. Until then, this will have to do.
Damn
Brace
right, you got to do
yourself,
more.
Watcher.
You're damn right you better have another opportunity to make amends. Brace yourself.
Guys and gals, we are literally being touched by the hand of God right now.
Despite herself, Shodi squeals. Trembling, she sways on her feet as if she might faint.
Jyoti is creaming her keks. This is like what she's this is like what she's prayed and everything for. And of course, here you go. Look, piety. Pallagina does not like that. That's probably going to be another -3 of how much she dislikes Shoti. Shoti is seriously religiously moist at the moment.
You better be sure of what you're doing, Eothas. You better be making things right. Because either way, we're the ones paying the cost.
That's quite true.
All that I have done for your sake. If we do not meet again, Adair, please take care of the Watcher.
He has done. Adair's an awesome guy. Everyone's a little bit gay for Adair. Oh.
Eothas's great hand floats away from the luminous Audra pillar. As it pulls back, for a brief moment you see a golden tether flash into existence between the pillar and the great Titan's back. When the Audra fingers gently cradle you, there is first a sensation of warmth, but it is followed by a harsh splitting of consciousness. Your awareness vacillates erratically between the physical world and the spiritual dimension of Eothas's body.
He's already got a chunk of my soul in his body, the jackass.
Your soul glides amid the many trapped with Eothas. As your brilliant form passes by them, they call and reach out for help. Below Eothas's body, the volcano erupts. Molten rock rushes over the great Audra body, but does not slow its movement. Rathun rush to higher ground, but cannot outpace the lava, which overwhelms and consumes them as it rises.
Well, that's the Rathun all dead. We had no dragon to help us, no high priestess. All the Rathun have just got melted, and Eothas was completely untouched by the lava in Magran's volcano. Brilliant.
Your attention returns to the heart of Eothas's body. Deep within the whirling masses of souls, you again sense your own presence, the fragment that was taken from you. This time, you reach out to it as it reaches out to you. You meet somewhere in the great mass of Audra, the rest of the souls fading at the edge of your awareness.
No, I had a diplomatic solution, Decadency, and she flew away.
We are together again. Are you ready to be together again?
That's the other part of my soul. Option 2, why wouldn't I be? Option 3, say nothing. Option 1, yes, it's about time. Definitely option 1.
Are you certain? Since we've parted, you've become someone else, and I have become myself.
No, you haven't. You're not a self. You're half of me. You've been floating around in here. Bring your just oh, for goodness sake. You're not a self. I'm having a split personality conversation with the other half of my soul. Brilliant. Get your ass back in me. Exactly, Evil Jess.
When we join, we won't be ourselves anymore.
What? Oh god, there's always a catch.
Your senses yank back to your body, still in Eothas's hand. There is light, sunlight. He has emerged from Ashen Maw, the rim of the volcano and the great keep of the Rathun collapsing behind him. The Audra is barely visible through the thick lava covering his body. and still, he moves.
If we ever have to fight this guy, just FYI, a goddess's sacred volcano hasn't even slowed him down. That huge keep we were running around in the environment, that's him moving past it, pushing it out the way like a Saturday morning baddie in a Power Rangers show. And is like, yeah, this is going to go swimmingly.
The ocean is gone, water sucked away, leaving only the bare seabed glistening in an ominous silence. You summon the strength to turn your head. Through the cracks in the great god's fingers, you see a wall of water. Taller than Nekataka, taller than Eothas, as tall as the moon. It comes with the rumbling of a terrible stampede.
Oh yeah, you might have caused a sort of earthquake reaction, and here's the tsunami coming in now.
The wave slams into Eothas. His hand closes, protecting you from the devastation. Somewhere in your mind, you hear Andra screaming.
Goddess of oceans, forgotten things, loss, relentlessness and mourning. As that's his Andra, by the way. Said to have once fallen in love with the moon, to have tried to draw it near with catastrophic consequences. People bring tokens to her temples of things they wish to forget, and her clergy sees the tokens cast into the sea. So Magran with her volcano and Andra with her tidal waves have tried to wipe him out, and he's just gone like, nope. A lot of the rest of the Pantheon are very, very upset.
You are back inside him. Back with yourself.
They keep making every interaction with Eothas overtly sexual.
Are you still the same Watcher who returned the lost souls of the Deerwood to their intended bodies? A light shines within the soul as it observes you. Waiting. I am.
That I am. Now you see this little symbol with a 1 inside of it. This is a result of your choices that you made in Pillars of Eternity. A very cool detail about this game and why it's worth playing the first Pillars game is that at the end of Pillars 1, if you get the final point and you save at the final point of the whole game, you get a special game completed save, and you can load that game completed save into Pillars 2 when you're creating your character, and it means that you'll get all these additional dialogue references and interactions and things based on choices you made in the first game. So like the history of stuff you've done in the first game, if you want to actually really carry on the story, it is great. It's so cool. I'll catch up on the chat in a second. I'm just going to get through this. This is a major transitory point. Are you still the same Watcher who returned the lost souls of the deer with their intended bodies? I am. Option 1, I am, and I'll do everything I can to save these poor souls before I'm done. Option 2, yes. Option 3, no. Option 1 is in character, because it's not saying I will save these souls, I'll do everything I can. So if I can't do anything, I won't, but much like I did with the Deerwood, yes, I'll do everything I can to save these poor souls before I'm done, because this is essentially his battery power that's keeping the statue moving. For all his internal logic, these people don't deserve to be here. Whatever saving them is, or what's best for them, whatever's in my power, and if it's beyond my power, I can't do anything, but I can at least promise to do everything I can. I am, and I will do everything I can to save these poor souls before I'm done.
Good. Then this should be easy.
And that's kind of cool, because this half of your soul has been in here since the beginning of the game, so it's kind of my character, essentially what my character would be like in the first game. In the first one, like I said, in the first game, the character is much more straight-laced and directly good and honest and benevolent. He still generally is, but like I said, he's more pragmatic and nuanced now. So I like the fact that the reference was like to the good work I did. So good, then this should be easy.
Feel cool air, seawater. The back of your mind pulls your attention back to your body. Eothas stands amid the now calm waves. Kraken futilely clinging to his limbs as he gingerly sets down your ship with one hand.
Huh.
He carefully opens his other, setting your body on the deck. As your head comes to rest, your vision rocks forward, pulled back into the Audra, back to your soul. Some of us is lost to him. Fragments and the empty spaces between them. They will always be a part of him. But we are still us. And it's time for us to go. Together.
That sucks. He's nicked a few of my memories and some of the storage and organisation of my soul, but okay, right, together.
The soul rushes toward you, flying into you with ferocious speed. You are thrust back through the Audra, out of the palm of Eothas' hand, back into your body. You can feel the sensation of your skin, the warmth of the Audra, but you are not fully in control. The other soul struggles to reach the surface of the body's consciousness, but you pull it down. Entangled, you float in a dark, boundless expanse. The more you fight each other, the closer you become, until somehow, impossibly, every piece of you is touching every piece of them. Through the distant window of your eyes, you see Eothas push slowly against your ship. Though his touch is light, it is still the touch of a god. The ship lurches, rapidly tearing across the water southward. His hand pulls away from your ship's wake, his body straightening, towering overhead. The volcanic rock, now cooled and gently steaming, sloughs from his body as he moves. The Audra beneath is still immaculate, unmarred. He watches you depart, and you hear a voice in your mind as you sink deeper into the blackness of sleep.
So yeah, the lava, he's absolutely indestructible. I mean, if a magical volcano doesn't do anything to him, followed by a tidal wave and an attack by krakens. That's what I had to be. I saw that Pioneer, and that was what I was chuckling at. That's a very, very good one. And Loam says, it reminds me of a sermon I heard. Oh man, Lone Wolf. Yeah, the accidental sort of sexual overtures of certain philosophies and stances. Oh, that reminds me of Fallout. Yes, I saw that earlier as well, Darkens, in New Vegas when you talk to your brain in the Old World Blues DLC. It's a less sarcastic and more poignant version of that. Live as a lemon, and I want my soul back. All right.
Tell them what you have witnessed, Watcher. Tell them what is coming.
I'll be the judge of whether I should do that, mate.
The windows of your eyes retreat into the distance. The fragment of your soul is so close to you in the darkness that you can't tell if its thoughts are separate from your own.
They shouldn't be. The better we can mesh, the better, you know, for avoiding split personality syndrome.
Eothas is going to Ukaizo?
Eothas is going to Ukaizo.
He's going to stop the wheel?
He's going to stop the wheel.
Eothas is going to Ukaizo. Eothas is going to Ukaizo. The words repeat in your mind until they become an incessant, meaningless mantra. Involuntary meditation in the emptiness of your unconscious. When the words finally dissolve and become part of the darkness, you see a pinpoint of light. You no longer sense the other soul. No longer sense the person you were before Eothas touched you. You swim toward the light.
All is touching inside you, one with you, touching every part of you. Oh. All right, so I seem to have fully remeshed with myself.
As you come closer, the light becomes two blurry spots of radiance. You settle in behind your eyes and feel your lips already moving, mumbling. Around your body you sense familiar scents and sounds, voices raised in shock and alarm. You take control of your mouth, opening it wide and drawing a great breath.
Achievement unlocked, explosive confrontation. I've got 58 blessings in total so far. Last I checked, blessings for if you replay the game again. All right, holy crap. Hodor indeed. Yeah, there's a little bit of a Hodor, like, Hodor. And see you dying. Good to see you dying. Hypno instead of ASMR on Twitch. Little bit. All right, we're actually back in it. Wow, holy hell. There's the main story. That's what happens with when we actually follow the main quest. That was a lot of shit going on. A pounding headache drags you most of the way back to your senses. Oh, goody. Your vision blurs, and an acrid taste fills your parched mouth. The details of the room slowly come into focus. The sounds of an ongoing debate, a distant echo.
Are we simply going to wait? What if he never wakes up?
Right there, mate.
Are those frilled collars stuffed in your ears? If the Watcher's mumblings are right, then Eothas is marching on Ukaizo. We have to move.
In the brief silence, you hear Hansen Nui Karu's boots scrape against tile as she paces. She's like the admiral, and that's her. Alright, so these are the representatives of the two major colonial powers in the region. We got the Prince Aroihi there, probably Queen Anakaza on the throne.
He's seizing power from the very gods who betrayed him, destroying the wheel to make sure they never come back.
And also us. She shakes her head and chuckles with grim appreciation.
It's a coup, and we have to muster the strength to stop it.
The unraveling of Kohopa from Tangaloa is our greatest test from the gods, I say. We must live to deserve the world they make for us.
So she's Queen Anakaza's referencing the Huana's particular interpretation of the gods. So Kohopa is Barath, and also, yeah, so basically representing Barath as two separate gods. Twin eel god represents the cyclic connection between the overworld and the underworld. So yeah, the cycle of death and life. So in Huana folklore, Kohopa and Tangaloa were born before time existed, and each had an insatiable appetite. They began to devour all living things, and with each thing they devoured, they became larger. But when there were no living things left to eat, the two eels were so enormous as to encompass all of existence. They began to devour one another. Thus, all beings are perpetually passing through the digestive tracts of the two eels. When one reaches the end, it passes through the mouth of the next eel, the gateway to or from the underworld. And in the next stage of existence begins. So basically, your eel poop is what you are. The nation of time is merely one's perception of the digestive process. So yeah, Barath, basically. Onikaza rests her chin on her fists and considers. It's a long way to say life shed. And we're back. The assembled leaders turn their attention away from each other in a prolonged and thoughtful silence. At last, you feel fully present and steady on your feet. The attention of the room abruptly shifts to you, filling the void with expectant whispers. Option 1, I'm fine, not that anyone asked. 2, why is everyone here? I would say that, but I don't know if anyone asked or not. 3, my head. 4, say nothing. I don't want to give away what I don't know, like why is everyone here? I don't want to whine. I'm just going to say nothing. I want to see what they say.
Well, there is some life in him still, but I do not know how his senses fare.
Castel snaps his fingers a few times in front of your eyes. Yeah, you should stop that, mate. 5, where are my pants and why am I sticky? Well, that's nothing related to what happened just here. That's an ongoing problem, Jess.
You know, every time you come back from the dead, it's a little less exciting. You gotta space it out more.
Cheers, Adair.
Join our talks, I say. Rational discussion will gust away the ominous smoke rising from Ashen Maw.
Oh, yeah, I don't know anything about that volcano that just exploded when I happened to be there. Onikaza gestures to you with an open palm.
The dead fire is no stranger to cataclysm. We can survive by cleaving to a shared purpose, a greater good, Akira.
Oh, Queen Onikaza is a Tau. She looks to each of the envoys in turn.
For what else did the gods place us here? We who have ships and resources enough to make a difference.
The gods didn't place us here, they were manufactured. Castel glances around the room at the gathered parties, his brows climbing.
What we need is brass. Roatai has ships and cannons aplenty, but the only way I'm sending them is if...
She breaks off at the boom of a door slamming open. Commotion echoes from the entrance hall as everyone turns toward the noise. Her hand strays to her gun. The sound of approaching footsteps grows in volume as a courier scrambles into the throne room, panting and glistening with sweat. His mouth opens and closes like a fish, gasping desperately for breath.
Ships have formed the blockade around Queen's Birth. Their commander demands parley with Serpent's Crown.
That's a palace spear warden, and Queen's Birth is the main port to Nekataka. And Serpent's Crown is the top district where we are right now.
What? But what about our ships? I must get a message through to the captains.
For what do our enemies paint a target on their hull? This is a stirring bid for my attention.
Onikaza narrows her gaze past the open door.
Send word to my water shapers to drain the sea around the flagship. I would parley on better terms than this.
Yes, the Huana are sort of, well, if you've ever seen The Last Airbender, they, for want of a better word, they are essentially very capable waterbenders. Onikaza begins to rise, but the courier speaks up ahead of her. Ooh, risky.
My queen! They fly the colors of pirates! The Principi are...
Ah, the other major faction, the Principi Sen Patroni, the Pirate Council.
Well, what have we here?
Aldis, oh jog on. This lunatic, bloodthirsty anarchist. A confident voice booms from the open door. Ah, shit. Well, diplomacy just failed here, now that she's turned up. The motley sailors who don't hold the Huana gods... the motley sailors who don't hold the Huana gods at bay with drawn weapons take in some of the more opulent decorations with avid interest. One pirate separates out from the fold, sauntering boldly forwards. Yes, I was thinking exactly that, Decadency.
Forgive me, lovesome, but it looks like you're having a party. A rather fine one to which you didn't invite me.
I didn't really have much say in the matter there, mate. She winks, Sulanet glinting in the light as she cocks her pistol high above her head.
You painted vagrants are a plague on my tribes. Why should I not hang you from the walls of my garden?
Onikaza grips the handrest of her throne as if ready to vault up and attack.
You should be asking yourself how they got in here in the first place.
She glowers in the direction of the throne.
Oh, I do love when they squabble. But I'm here for neither pleasantries nor entertainment. We've bigger fish to fry. Or should I say gods?
A determined-looking guard inches closer to Aldis from the edge of the court. Without looking, the Principi captain swivels her pistol to aim straight at his chest. She is kind of a badass, even if she's a complete psycho.
Now everyone just calm down. I promise we won't fire on you at this time, unless firstly provoked. That is, until once we've safely absconded from the city back to the high seas.
She grins magnanimously.
Then all bets are off again, aye?
Yes, well, if you have a point, pirate, I suggest you reach it quickly.
She's another one sort of well written. She's bad and she's kind of pretty terrible, but she's got a certain charisma to her. I'll give her that.
We're supposed to take a bunch of pirates at their word?
She crosses her arms, the wooden hand groaning.
Right you are. However,
the narrow-eyed look she settles on the room is more than a little bloodthirsty.
I'm here because I've got questions, ones that can't wait. And the lovesome watcher's the only one likely to answer them nicely.
Option 1. If we want to reach Ukaizo, we'll need every ship at our disposal. 2. All of us must plan for the inevitable. Even if we cooperate, Eothas wins. 3. With friends like these, our cause is doomed already. Or 4. Listen. None of those are especially good or in character. This is giving away that Ukaizo is where we need to go. To all of them without finding out more. This is just completely defeatist, even if we cooperate, Eothas wins, and this is just sarcastic. So let's see what else they got to say. Let's listen.
Perkamplanka, this is nonsense. I have no intention of letting Ukaizo fall into the hands of plunderers and thieves.
Ukaizo? What's the lost city of gold got to do with a god on a rampage?
Idiots. Idiot. See, that's why I stood and listened. Director Castell. Using the barrel of her gun, she tips her hat back curiously. Perkamplanka. 1. Eothas is going there to break the reincarnation cycle. 2. Eothas is going to shatter life and death while the rest of you bicker over land rights. 3. No more second or third chances. This might be the last life we ever live. Eothas is going to break the reincarnation cycle is good, but Eothas is going to shatter life and death while the rest of you bicker over land rights. I kind of like this one because they are... I'm not completely anti every faction. I'm not going to do the whole go it alone thing. But that seems to be their primary focus and it's not mine. Or this might be the last life we ever live, but these guys are getting on my nerves a bit. Eothas is going to shatter life and death while the rest of you bicker over land rights.
Well, fuck, if that doesn't put things into perspective.
And yeah, that also goes down well with her.
But what's that even mean in the long run? Folks who die won't be coming back again.
Option 1, their souls will be trapped in the in-between. 2, maybe not at first, but eventually Eora will be starved of life. 3, you can't just arrive late and expect me to explain everything. 4, it's possible, I don't know, this isn't exactly common. I actually don't know. Definitely don't, they didn't say anything about them being trapped in the in-between. 2 seems maybe not at first, but eventually Eora will be starved of life. This is valid, but no need to piss her off. Whereas, honestly, folks who die won't be coming back again. Well, their souls won't. People don't come back anyway, but souls with the memories of past lives currently come back in the current mythos of the world, which is called Eora. But the way he said it, it seemed initially like he was just going to destroy the gods, and then that we might not be coming back either. So it's honestly not clear. So 4, with the other options not being that great and nothing really to lose here, it's possible. I don't know. This isn't exactly common.
This is all dark and foreboding sounding. But what's it mean for my soul?
Nothing good.
I mean, I like the idea of pirating throughout the Great Beyond as much as the next gal. But if, say, I got no awareness after I die, does it even matter what happens?
That's a point, because yeah, souls really do have awareness. Hell, a watcher can pick up on them.
Ak, of course you have no interest past that of your eyes and your stomach. Let us speak now of what can be done. Must be done. Watcher, you know best of all of us what our options are.
Option 1, our only hope is to reason with him. 2, every cannon in Eora couldn't slow him down. 3, more answers could become apparent when we land on Okaizo. Well, I don't want to necessarily say that we're all going to land there or what happens. Every cannon in Eora couldn't slow him down, true, but that would sort of imply that the best solution was thinking of was violence, cannon fire, and stopping him. I think number 1, our only hope is to reason with him. Literally. To get something further and get a different option. There's no point saying nothing. This gives too much away, and this takes a sort of wrong outlook. So our only hope is to reason with him.
If he's heading to Okaizo, then the time for speeches is over.
Of course you'd say that, you freak.
We have to act quickly. Defending Okaizo is the highest priority.
A pensive, focused look sharpens the lines of her face. She scratches her cheek with the fingers of her wooden hand.
Our ships are fast and well-equipped. We could sail to the edge of Andra's mortar. See if Eothas' passage opens a way through the storms.
She narrows her eyes, watching the others.
Of course, finding Okaizo once we're through is another matter.
Option 1. I can sense Eothas in Andra's mortar. My soul calls out from inside him. Well, it doesn't actually anymore, although there's still a kind of tiny handful of fragments, but that's technically a fib. Yeah, exactly. After not only just Magran, but after Magran's entire volcano, followed by a tidal wave, didn't stop him. An enchanted in tidal wave, but hang on, a little bit of gunfire. Not only didn't stop him, that didn't even damage him. Even the hardening lava just fell off of him, and it even said left the living Adra immaculate and unscarred. So it's like, right, the cannon fire just go clang and just straight off of him. All right, let's see. So my soul calls out from inside him. I don't know if that's actually even true anymore, but it's a nice bluff option. Option 2, if you can get me through Andra's mortar, I can take you to Okaizo. 3, you want to find Okaizo with Eothas on his way. I'm an Okaizo compass. Or 4, good luck finding him without me. I just happen to know his bearing. So, right, we're going to be giving away of getting there, but it's just basically that you'll need me to do that. Councillor Lila, good evening to you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hello. I can sense Eothas and Andra's mortar. I don't think that's true. If you can get me through Andres Mortar, I can take you to Eothas. You want to find him? Good luck. I think option 2. The other 2 are just sort of sarcastic or a bit silly. I'm an Eothas compass is silly. Good luck finding him without me. He's not in character. If you can get me through, I can take you to Eothas.
That's so. You just might be able to save us.
Who says I'm going to work with you? You guys are assholes. She scratches her chin, an eager glimmer in her eyes.
We speak of collectively sailing for Andres Mortar, but this crown will not support any plan that involves a single outsider ship landing on the shores of Eothas.
Oh, here we go. The factions are putting down ultimatums. A hush falls across the room as Onakaza makes her proclamation. Doing very well, thank you, lovely. And how are you? How are you feeling? How's the ear, by the way?
It is for this moment that the gods test me. Anyone who seeks to cross Andres Mortar will learn that the gates of Eothas are the end of compromise with the Huana.
Option 1. We're not here to debate over territory. Our souls are in jeopardy. 2. Can everyone agree to an armistice while we work through this crisis? 3. Arguing like this is going to get us all killed or worse. Or 4. Listen. Well, I'm not gonna disagree necessarily, because I'm kind of all the factions. None of them are especially nice, but the Huana are amongst the more sympathetic groups. The gates of Eothas, the end of compromise. Like, I wouldn't mind taking the can we agree to an armistice, a diplomatic approach while we work through this. Not even picking sides, but can everyone agree to an armistice while we just get through this?
I don't mean to let Eothas end us while we bicker. But the fate of Eothas is not exclusively a Huana concern.
Well, good. Ears fine. Good. I'm glad to hear it's better. Pops more than other when yawning, but no pain. So I guess that's how it is now. Hopefully that'll pass with time. Maybe that's just a lingering bits of the infection. No problem. I was too much first-hand knowledge when I was young of bad ear infection and earache. So I'm glad you're on the mend, and hopefully that popping is just a little bit of residual recovery. Glad you're doing a lot better. It's lovely to see you back.
I think I'm getting the gist of it now.
She rubs the barrel of her gun under her jaw thoughtfully. It'd be funny if that went off and blew her face open. Then she crooks you a cunning grin. It's quite interesting that she's here rather than the older pirate captain. Maybe that's a result of the choices we made in the Crookspur Island with the whole illegal slave trade issue.
While these witless princocks go at each other's throats, we Principi will cut through the storms and plunder the city of gold.
Wow, you're really endearing yourself to me about what you'll do for the greater good. I mean, she's a through and through pirate, but yeah, not helping you anymore.
Whatever Eothas is seeking in those ruins, we'll find it, and then we'll sell it to the highest bidder. That, or me and mine will have front row seats to the end of the world.
She's a lunatic. Money or death, literally death or glory, and sod everything else. I mean, that's about as two-dimensional. She's really interesting, but that's, in terms of motivation, she's about as two-dimensional as an Obsidian character gets. It's quite refreshing in a way, but of course it had to be evil. She is, exactly. At least she's consistent, Thrillhouse, and good evening to you.
If the Huana cannot take back our beginning, then our end fast approaches. The gods will judge us by our devotion to Eothas.
Yes, because Eothas is the ancient city of the Huana. It was the pact they had between them and Ondra, the water goddess. And in fact, we went to an echo, a sort of, a memory of Eothas and an ancient king of Eothas when we did the Beast of Winter DLC. So yeah, rediscovering this is hugely culturally and practically important for them. The other two, and everyone else seems to want to plunder it for some reason. Well, probably because it's loaded with riches and ancient technology.
Are you going to guard it as closely as you've guarded your palace today?
She shoots a meaningful stare at the pirates. Well, Thrillhouse, welcome to Story Sunday. This is a blind playthrough of Pillars of Eternity 2, so of course all the usual etiquette of a blind playthrough applies. I've done all of Pillars 1. I'm trying to do 100% and clear out everything I can come across and discover whilst going through it, and I also focus on a very sort of lore-heavy, dialogue-heavy. I deliver the show as a story, as a sort of narrative, so I go through the lore, I read out the dialogue options, I explain my character's motivations, etc., etc. etc. So that's what we're doing right now. That's a typical story Sunday here in Krayven's Town. And how are you? Welcome on in. How's your weekend going? What's happening with your good self?
Ukaizo was yours once, and you lost it. Meanwhile, the storms that cover Ondra's mortar plague Rauatai too.
Interesting. Yeah, and this is the powerful naval kingdom of Rauatai, which is, so you got these coastal Almor, and then the Huana, the island Almor. They're two subspecies of two subraces of the same race. And yeah, they expanded aggressively to Deadfire Archipelago, but originally the Rauatai kingdom and the Huana all came from the Deadfire. So where they are now is actually the original homeland of these coastal Almor, who have now come back as a colonial power. That's so yeah. Here we are. They came to the Deadfire Archipelago to secure natural resources that are scarce in their native storm-torn land, and we now have the cause of the storm. It is this Ondra's mortar. Even says, legends say that Rauataians came to their lands from the Deadfire Archipelago in the wake of a terrible cataclysm, Ondra's mortar, and the drowning of Ukaizo. So yeah, she has a rationale. They also have a reason, a somewhat sympathetic reason to want to go there too, although it's probably countered by just how exploitative they are.
We will help the Watchers stop Eothas, but we will not leave our country's future in soft hands. We hope the Watcher agrees.
She nods to you. Just quarantined in LA. Oh, hang in there, man. It's they're still fairly unprecedented times. I hope you and yours and your family and friends are all managing to stay safe. That's cool. I actually did. So I did a full blind playthrough on Sunday evenings of all of Pillars 1. I think I put about 200 hours into doing it, because it always takes longer to stream everything and talk and do all the dialogue. But I loaded that game save at the end into this one. So it's continuing the story. So I'm carrying on with my same Fire Godlike Monk, who's originally from the Deadfire, and so on and so forth. So it's turned into this almost epic 500-hour story that I've been doing every Sunday on Twitch for like 2 years now. So that's cool. Yeah, right. This point seems to be quite a major turning point, whatever's going to happen.
Watcher, there are two kinds of people in the Deadfire. Those who have called it home since time immemorial, and opportunists.
Onikaza glares at the assembled dignitaries. So the head of the new head of the pirates, apparently, the Valiant Trading Company Director Castel, and the Royal Deadfire Company Hansanui Kara.
With Ukaizo under our control, the Huana would restore order as it has not been seen since the days of our ancestors.
She nods slowly, holding your gaze all the while.
Order. And the only question is whether it will be the order of ignorance and tradition, or else of conquest.
This Valiant Trading Company doesn't have much of a leg to stand on, given that they're just trying to plunder all the living Adra they can get their hands on.
The secrets to be found in Ukaizo could elevate us all beyond the telling. I will not relinquish that dream so easily.
With that, Castel turns to stride away, his shoulders set as a rigid line. Now, if I remember about him, although he's the representative of the Valiant Trading Company, he's quite academic. He's not just interested in strip mining everything, he's also kind of interested in animancy and technology and like what it could potentially unlock and so on and so forth. So he's not fully exploitative, but they do still exploit stuff, and they did seem to be on the side of pro illegal slave trading. I'm not all that keen on them, which is tricky because Pallagina is the companion who is aligned with that faction. Without so much as a final farewell, Aldous tips her head to her armed crew, and the pirates withdraw as swiftly as they arrived.
Watcher, I say the time to play at freelancing is at an end. Any of us could get you to Ukaizo, but only one of us will stand by your side.
Studying you carefully, Onikaza nods and gestures for her attendants to clear the room.
Let's speak, Watcher, while we have the chance.
New quest, the coming storm. Forge alliances or repair for your ship. Right, after all that, because we've been in dialogue since I walked up to Eothas. So I am dropping a save right here. So what seems to be happening now is that we're getting towards the final points of the main story, or the latter part. Obviously, I don't know what's coming, and the reason I'm narrating this is rhetorical. If you do know what's coming, or what might potentially be the case, obviously don't give it away for myself and everyone else who's trying to enjoy the story blind, as well as I'm saying things out loud as a streamer to deliver the show. But as I can hypothesize, there are several major factions: the Principi, the Pirate Council, the two colonial powers, the Royal Deadfire Company, the Valiant Trading Company, the Huana, the native islanders, who are originally the Ukaizo holders, and also when the Rawatai and the Huana were one people. And knowing Obsidian, there's probably going to be an option to go it alone. So there's potentially like 5 major ways that we can do it. And picking one will rule us out of the others. Now, we've also got at least one companion associated with each faction, and then a bunch of freelancers. So Seraphen is pro the Principi, but he doesn't seem to be so pro them due to his companion quest, since the Principi turned out to be still doing illegal slave trading, even though the Principi are supposed to be totally anti-slavery. Maya, our hunter, is pro Rawatai, the Royal Deadfire Company. Pallagina, not only our paladin, but one of my main characters from the first game, and in my A team of this game, is definitely pro Valiant Trading Company. And the new guy, Takehu. Yeah, Takehu is the Huana character. He's the chosen of Angati, the water shaper. I think we have a total of 7 major companions and a bunch of sidekicks. But the 7 major companions, there's at least one. Yeah, there's one with each of the 4 major factions, and then about another 2 or 3 who don't have a horse in the race, really. To hell with all your factions, I go it alone. Potentially right. So I left a little bit for the Harbinger's Watch if I wanted to do that a different way. Signath Maw, that's if I wanted to do a different outcome of that situation in Sayuka Island. Deadlight Donjon, I don't remember. We'll just... Right, I'm going to have to do a double here. I'm going to save here above Deadlight Donjon and then do a second save. So we did the Jagged Keep autosave and another Ashen Bridge. So we've got autosave Kahanga Palace. So there's going to be 2 for Kahanga Palace, one of which I'll keep right here because we've clearly got multiple major paths that are going to have huge effects on the endings, possibly affecting our party makeup, our characters. I honestly don't know, but yeah. I think this save was possibly the choice I did with the Lava Dragon, but once again, I've had 3 encounters with dragons in this game, and only one of them has actually been a fight, which is a shame, because beating up dragons is a hobby of mine. In the first game, we beat up every dragon, all 5 of them we came across. We've now met 8 dragons and only killed 6 of them. We're slacking. We're really slacking, but we'll just have to live with that choice. All right. It seems everyone's got a major burn injury. Oh, Magran. Oh no, we got Magran's Blessing. +2 burn armor rating. Strong for 2 rounds when critically hit with fire attacks. We've still got that going on. Now, if I check in here, we should have 2. Yeah, 2 in Kahanga Palace and autosave. So we'll drop a quick save here as well. And Prince Arawihi, what have you got to say?
I say it is not every day that a ship pulls into port from Magran's teeth. You are not too singed, I hope.
Arawihi looks you up and down, clearly impressed. Why don't you just make a new file? Because I forgot that I could do that, Decadency, that's why. Oops. Honestly, also, I don't like having too many to keep track of. I can't remember which one's which or where. I like to keep my menu, my choice of files quite sparse, as few as I need without overwriting the same one too many times. I don't want to put all my eggs in one basket, but I also don't want too many baskets. It's just a little organization thing. But yes, primarily because I didn't think of that. So Aroi, he looks you up and down, clearly impressed.
Our enemies scramble for Kaizo, dropping all pretense of strategy in their panic and haste.
Sighing, Aroi, he gestures for you to speak freely. He doesn't seem to have any new options, otherwise he'd have some in here. This is still great. I have questions about you and Juana.
Both topics I know well.
Alright, he said come over and speak to him. He's got nothing new to say. All right, well, let's have a look. Let's have a look at this new... So all the dignitaries have left. Even Onakaza has left. Let's have a look at this new quest. Nekatar Serpent Sound, The Coming Storm. All right. Eothas has crossed beyond Magran's teeth and into Ondra's mortar. He makes for the lost island of Ukaizo. Only a capable ship could survive the journey through Ondra's mortar. Mine blatantly could. One of the great powers vying for dominance over the Deadfire might assist you in this goal. If all else fails, outfitting the ship independently would be better preparation than none at all. So we've got an option to forge alliances or prepare your ship for a hard voyage. So we're clearly going to have to go through that massive storm. No doubt the local powers will want to put me to work in support of their cause to reach Ukaizo. Committing to any of them is sure to anger the others in the end. I could also go it alone, but Cadnua's Pride, my main ship, I won't survive the journey without significant upgrades. I need the very best hull and sails available in Deadfire. I think I already have the sails, but the hull, I would need like a Blackwood hull, which I'm saving for anyway. I can find a Valian Trading Company headquarters in Queen's Birth. The headquarters of the Huana are at the Kahunga Palace in Serpent's Crown. And here we go. I have acquired dragon wing sails. Their unmatched toughness will withstand the fierce winds of Ondra's mortar better than any other in a Deadfire. All right, so I've already got the best sails, but the Blackwood hull is clearly the best hull. I've got the second best hull. Damn it. The Royal Deadfire Company's headquarters in the Imperial Command at the Brass Citadel and the Principi Sen Patrina organise their forces at Balefire Beacon on the island of Dunnage. Alrighty. You know what? I might make a couple more. So we've got the autosave, but we're going to have a save for each. So independently, and then one for each of the 4 factions. So I'm just going to drop a few more in here. Kahunga Palace, going to quickly overwrite those 2. This one, so it's all in the same place. Now we've done that pointless little bit of dialogue with Prince Aroihi, and then 2 more. Alright, so one for each. Quick save there. But before we do that, I'm going to see if a couple more quests have potentially opened up, because I'm assuming we've moved the main story forwards significantly.
Yeah.
Might also have a quick chat with her.
Hooey! About time we took a breather. My feet are blistered something fierce.
Because, yeah, as you talk to folks, things get updated as you go along. She just literally met her god. Hands braced on her knees for support, she leans forward and sucks in a breath of fresh air. Her eyes never leave your face. A rosy flush slowly brightens her cheeks, and she beams you a wide, brash grin.
Tell me what's on your mind.
How are you feeling? Have you suffered any recent nightmares?
Not a one. Thanks to you, I'm sleeping like a babe. No, better even.
Well, you're sleeping with me, so yeah.
I never knew nothingness could feel so warm and so nice. No need to fiddle-foot around. I'm listening.
Not going to break up for now, that's all.
It's time I got about searching for lost souls.
Okay, let's see about Pallagina as well.
Yes.
Continue.
You only have to ask.
What's your opinion on what's happening with Eothas? What a babe. I know. She's tasty. She lets out a wry laugh, her golden eyes twinkling.
I have to give Eothas credit. He is the only one of his kind to see how corrupt and self-serving the gods are.
This is one of the reasons I like Pallagina. As a fellow godlike who doesn't like the gods very much, I'm kind of on board with her. I've got a lot of empathy.
Even better, his plan, mad as it is, must be sending the rest of his kind into a fit.
Hope she sticks around.
Their days are numbered, and there is nothing they can do to stop what is coming.
Anti-religious Jyoti. Oh, finally she said something to piss Jyoti off. Jyoti scowls and shakes her head. Option 1, they'll finally get their due, all of them. 2, aren't you concerned about Eothas stopping the wheel? 3, hold on, I don't want the gods to be destroyed. 4, and you're happy about this? What's wrong with you? 5, say nothing. Have to admit, aren't you concerned about Eothas stopping the wheel, about mortal stuff?
Not at all. Animancers will fix what the gods have perverted, and the republics will lead the way.
That's a big assumption. She's a big believer in animancy, and she's extreme Valiant Republic's patriot. You know what? Although she was always a hard woman, she was pragmatic in the first game. Although I can relate to her character, she has become a lot more patriotic and a lot less likable compared to how she was in the first game, which is a shame because she's one of my favorite characters, but it's kind of cool. The writing shows her evolution. She's really evolved as a character in between the first and the second games, but she's evolved in a way that's she's putting me off her a bit.
With any luck, in a few generations, the names of the gods will be forgotten entirely.
Oh dear! A sound of frustration breaks from the back of Jyoti's throat. Okay, they don't really like each other at all. Let's see what Adair's got to say.
I would like to speak with you, if you have a moment.
Oh dear, she's probably about to talk about leaving. No, damn. Perhaps I shouldn't have spoken to her. I might have to reload it, because if it's her or Jyoti, she's probably going to bring up that she hates Jyoti. A calm smile sits on Pallagina's face. Within the dark pupils of her golden eyes, you can see whispers of blue flame dancing.
I appreciate your help with Giacomo.
Oh, I was wrong.
Without you, I could not have saved him. And it has made me think about the future of animancy, especially in the republics. I know that my love of country may seem strange to you. At times, it even seems strange to me.
Okay, I genuinely think the video game heard me. I'm now concerned Pallagina heard me going, oh, her character's changed, I'm not sure I like her so much, and now she's literally gone, yeah, this might seem weird. That's freaky. That is genuinely... What are the odds? I'm playing this blind. I didn't know that was happening. I'm not that good of an actor. She's gone too patriotic. She's less rational. Well, you know, this might seem... The fuck? Lila, right. They are literally listening. I am a good and loyal citizen of the crown. If anyone's affecting my game... Jesus Christ. That's kind of scary. Okay, although my love of country might seem strange to you, at times even seems strange to me. Have to admit, my character's a native of here. He's born in a Deadfire, but he moved and settled down in the Deerwood. And his original profession was explorer. So, yes, my character doesn't really relate to patriotism. It does seem strange. Even if it doesn't seem strange at all. I believe the Valiant Republic is going to lead us into the future. No. 3, it does seem a little strange. Option 2, even if I don't share your beliefs, I understand you. Yeah, no, that's true. I can get where she's coming from. I understand her rationale. I just don't like very much what it's made her into since the first game. So option 2. She smiles modestly and nods.
The Republics are the only love I have ever known. I would give all that I have to them, to our people, to our future.
Option 1, that makes sense. You've dedicated your life to them. 2, the only love. Have you never been in love with someone? 3, a country is only as good as its leaders and people. You shouldn't put faith in something so fragile. That's, well, all of these are fair answers, because, I mean, that would be more in line with my own character's own beliefs. But here it just says that makes sense. Like, her rationale that it's the only love she's ever known, it makes sense considering how much she's dedicated her life to them. So that's a kind of self-contained point. But I am curious about this. You've never been in love with someone. She tilts her feathered head to one side, thinking.
If love means to feel the way I do about my country, no. What I feel is about more than one person. More than the Dukes.
She sounds like a true patriot. She probably believes in the idea of the Valiant Republics.
There is a spirit between us, all of my people, that transcends individual citizens and leaders. It binds us together and carries us forward.
This seems potentially true, because even the Principi Sempertroni are originally descendants of Old Valia, and they still want to re-establish a new republic. They seem to be very dedicated to the concept of Valia.
It is what drives us to create. To learn, to push the boundaries of what we know about Eora, about the in-between, about the beyond itself.
And yeah, all of them seem to have quite a strong academic curiosity and drive.
It is a spirit that lives in the heart of every Valian. And it is what gives me the strength to believe that Eora will see a better future.
Option 1, I understand, I feel it too. Something that binds people together. The whole, let me just see this in the context of everything. There's a spirit between all of us, all my people that transcends individual citizens and it binds us together. It's what drives us to learn. I don't feel that. I don't share your enthusiasm. I'm curious why you're telling me this. Adamancy is the future. She's properly hardcore, it seems. She really is, Lila, yeah. So why are you telling me this, though?
Because, Watcher, you walk among the greatest powers of Eora and the beyond.
And?
The time may come when your hand would choose the fate of the people of the Deadfire.
Pretty much upon us right now. Welcome to the conversation.
When that time comes, I hope, I believe, you will see the future as I do.
I expect Maya's probably got something similar if we talk to her in the future. From the depths of Pallagina's eyes, you see a brilliant blue flame shining. Yeah, because she's got magic paladin flame power, so just, even the patriotism's making that spark.
Until then, Gores.
Go with literal contraction of go with the gods. I mean, say farewell. Okay, cool.
Something I can do? What's on your mind?
Nope, okay, he hasn't got anything new.
Aye.
What about Aloth?
You look like you have something on your mind.
Nope, yeah, okay, those two don't have too much to say. I wouldn't mind hunting some side quests and some combat. We've by the way, folks, if you're newer, this has been one of the most sort of story heavy, and not just story heavy, but actual narrative, major main plot narrative front-loaded components we've had in months in here, all in one session. It's been solid. It's been really solid. So we have what? Only a few quests open. Obviously the Coming Storm. This skipping ahead thing says Flawn will send a message when her team is ready to try again should I wish to participate. However, she suggests I send back to the VTC for more work. I don't want to accidentally talk to the people at the VTC and trigger joining them. And this is the only companion quest I've left because it seemed to involve doing something debatable. So I'm deciding I might keep a separate save for Maya's companion quest. I've done everyone else's companion quest. Just a bit of a discussion with I don't know when you headed off, Lone Wolf, but we just had a discussion with Pallagina about her really wanting me to join up with the Valiant Trading Company. We're at the point where we have to pick a major faction to align with before going to...
But they're still out there!
...a final region.
Will no one help
or
me?
Or going it alone.
Perhaps in a day or two. Prince Aruihi enjoys wild tales.
So I'm thinking to go back on the water and go hunting for a few more little bits and pieces that I left alone. Because certain islands and special locations you can come across... you can go along and come across, and if you do them too early, you can do the quests and whatever in them, but they can potentially have an actual quest associated with them. And if you're not on the actual quest, you don't get the additional options that quest provides you. Once or twice, I've gone somewhere too soon. But now that we're in this next act of the main story, I'm hoping a few new things have opened up. So I'm just feeling like we'll leave the city. There's a couple of locations that I saw, and I was like, I just wouldn't mind giving them a go, seeing what's happened. 10-15 minutes ago, girls wanted to show me what they can do on their bikes. Oh, lovely. No, I haven't. The only DLCs I've done right now, Piney, are you've received an important missive from Captain Ferrante. New quest, Honor Among Thieves. Yeah, this is what I thought. We'll go back onto the world map and some stuff will kick in. But no, I've only done the Beast of Winter, and that's because I stumbled upon it quite accidentally. In actual fact, taking on one of the remaining... There's still a couple more remaining pieces of DLC might be worth doing, given that my party is averaging level 19 and 20. It's the third, Seeker, Slayer, Survivor. I really think then we should perhaps handle a DLC before picking a faction, because I'm getting the impression, obviously don't give it away, but I'm getting the impression that picking a faction and following this main quest bit will take us to sort of the final part of the main game story. That being the case, it actually seems the main plot in this one is a lot shorter than in the first game. In the first game, even the main quest was fairly substantial. Yeah. I definitely wanted to do them. I want to do the mega bosses before we go, but if this going to Akaizo and through Ondra's Mortar is a sort of final bit, or goes to sort of major final act, main story definitely a lot shorter than Pillars 1, yet the overall game is much vaster than Pillars 1. Anyway, let's read this important missive. Hastily penned letter with smudged ink. My dearest watcher, a god with an agenda tends to put things into perspective. Now more than ever, it is imperative we commandeer the floating hangman, if only so that we may chase Eothas to Akaizo. I'm giving him this accent because he's Valian. And the floating hangman is a ghastly and rotting ship that haunts Deadfire, manned by an undead crew. This vessel is rumoured to become the seas and sails veiled with an unnatural fog. So this would be the ship that the Principi wants to go through Ondra's Mortar, because it has a magical effect that stops all storms that go near it, and it calms them all down, that traps ships in place so they can't escape its wrath. Yes, there is a lot more variety. They seem to have, like, the first game was longer and like this, and this one's shorter but much sort of wider. There's a lot more padding. I think in general I slightly prefer the side quests being side quests and a bit more meat in the main story so far, but for the sheer variety and extension of roleplay, this has definitely taken what your classic tabletop roleplay game does what a sequel does to them, which is expand all the additional stuff to give you more options. I've called a meeting of the Consueglo Mezcasitas, the Council of Pirates. Please sail to Dunnage and join us as swiftly as the winds will bring you. Your fortune favour you, Captain Franta. Even though I didn't go with his whole political plan to, like, do support slavery, we've got some new locations. Apparently, a flooded cave. The new quest, the Proving. The steward would like to speak to you. Talk to the steward in the whole of your ship. The steward has informed me that the crew has discovered a piece of cargo buried deep within the hull of Cadnua's Pride. Recommended companion is this sidekick, this Constantine. There's two kinds of companion, by the way, folks. You've got main companions who have all got their own individual quests, and they have a lot of additional dialogue. And then you have a secondary type called a sidekick. They're pre-made and they have additional dialogue, but they don't have their own quests. However, they often have some relation to some DLC. So the steward informed me that a mysterious package, Giggity, has somehow arrived on my ship. I should speak with her to learn more. Right, well, I will swiftly... Oh, there's a whole bunch of new locations. Outcast, Respite. Okay. I'm going to quickly change the party... no, before I do that, I'm going to just bring up the Reputation tab now. See how Jyoti and Pallagina are getting on. No, okay, still -2. Look at that. She got +2 for the dutiful, but every time she brings up religion, it's like -3, -3, -3, -3. Oh, now Jyoti used to like Pallagina a bit. Jyoti had +1, but look at that. As soon as she goes anti-religion, so the thing she cares about most, she really hates is anti-religion, and the thing she really hates is religion. No wonder. Look at that. +2, +2. Their days are numbered instantly, just counteracting the stuff from ages ago in Lifter's Refuge. So now she's neutral, and she fucking hates her. Yeah, I did see quite a bit of DLC for Pillars 2. Yeah, Pillars 1, Lone Wolf, has basically got one major bit of DLC split in 2 parts. The White March Part 1 and Part 2. You can just do Part 1. It's got its own kind of conclusion, but Part 2 is the true conclusion. Whereas in Pillars 2, you've got at least three major distinct DLCs. The Beast of Winter, Seeker, Slayer, Survivor, and Forgotten Sanctum. Yeah, the DLCs kind of... They're sort of personal quests, but they're kind of... they expand a little bit on the sidekicks' lore and backstory, because the sidekicks themselves don't have personal quests, but they've usually got more association with some DLC. But yeah, right about now is the time to do some other things, as it definitely seems... I might just quickly... Who's going to be Constantine? Possibly he can heal a bit. I think we'll dismiss Pallagina for now and bring in Constantine at level 13. And then we will go onto the deck. I'm going to speak with the steward. Now, the steward was a statue with a soul living inside of it who took care of my castle, and she survived the blast. So this is what it's like on the deck of the ship. In actual fact, you can... So you've got companions like Merca and Tekehu. You can come and chat to them here as well.
But I must prepare for my work as Sayuka.
It's quite cool.
Ukaizo. We are actually going to Ukaizo.
This is Takehu. Takehu turns his colourless gaze toward you, unfocused but full of concern. Yes, he's going to have something interesting to say.
The tribes will look to me to bridge our past and our future. A heavy responsibility, I say.
Option 1, you're too quick to cave to pressure. 2, this should empower you, not paralyze you. 3, I'm more interested in catching up on Eothas. 4, how about what you want? I'm curious what his motivations are.
What do I want?
Takehu looks down, repeating the question under his breath.
The praise they showered on Ngati's chosen. Until now, it all seemed an empty gesture. Never a promise that I could fulfill. I was the toast of Neketaka. But all of that is behind me. I must turn away from delights and think of the tribes. Ukaizo will show us the way. The tribes will find themselves again.
I actually really quite like him. He's so arrogant and pompous early on, but he's had some of the most interesting character development. He's got this character, this swagger, but once he starts seeing more outside of his bubble of privilege, like how the Raparu live in the slums of Neketaka, and the reality of who he is and being an Ondra, a water, an Ondra godlike. That's why he's got these tentacles for hair and everything. He's a godlike, he's an Alma godlike of the goddess of the sea, which makes him very, very special amongst the people of the Huana. He touches the spot on his forehead, his gaze unfocused with a momentary sense of awe. Speaking of which, you know, folks, those who've been following since the beginning, that sea dragon that was giving the Water Shapers their power and was living underneath the Water Shapers Guild, she said at some point in the future, you can call on me and I will come and help you. I've never seen any option to actually do that in the menu. So I'm assuming it's a scripted event that you can only do in certain specific locations rather than just, hey, I can summon a water dragon. He's your favorite character outside of Adair. He's pretty cool. His like I say, his character development is making me warm to him more and more.
I would discover what our ancestors forgot. The Covenant is more important than ever.
Yes, thank you. I bought the most expensive one, the Rauatine, the one that's 110,000 copper, and I fitted it out with these dragon head things and really good guns. I've got the redwood hull, the dragon sail ships. The only thing I can do to make it any better than it already is give it the blackwood hull. I discover what our ancestors forgot. The Covenant is more important than ever. The tribes are unified but vulnerable. Ukaizu can make them strong again. 2, learn what you can from Ukaizu, but let... Oh! I get the impression talking to him here, this kind of statement looks like something that might affect his overall decisions and thus his ending in the epilogue during the credits. Because like in the first game, you get these panels of if you completed stuff with certain characters and what you suggested to them to do is what affects their outcome. So, Ukaizu belongs to all people of the Deadfire. You have a duty to serve them. The future of the Huana is in Mataru hands. Have faith in that. Learn what you can from Ukaizu, but let the tribes find their own way. Or the tribes are unified but vulnerable. Ukaizu can make them strong again. That's technically true, and I'm generally, if there's any group I like the most or the most sympathetic towards, it's the Huana, because they are pretty exploited. The Mataru, the highest class of Huana society. The Covenant is more important than ever. You learn what you can from Ukaizu, but let the tribes find their own way. I'm torn between 1 and 2. The Mataru, no, and Ukaizu belongs to all people of the Deadfire. The tribes are unified but vulnerable. Ukaizu, they are still vulnerable. Ukaizu could, but that's a literal statement. But that seems to sort of commit him to a responsibility. But learn what you can, but let the tribes find their own way. I don't know. With these other corporate powers still around, it depends which faction we go with. If we went with the Huana, that might be a safe option, but I'm not sure. Blackrock Sword, folks, greet our guests. Greet our guests. Greet our guests. Welcome, 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 welcome. Blackrock Sword, how you doing? How you doing? How you doing? Pleasure to have you. Pleasure to have you. J1 Kibubu, hello to you. Black Rock and Sword, enjoy the rocks. Frozen Shark, SE, hello. Not just a shark, a frozen shark. Did you do a Captain America into the ice after beating up the Red Skull 50, 60 years ago? And now you're slowly defrosting? Regardless, welcome. Hello, how you doing? Adrian.cherry as well. Hello, 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 hello. Wonderful to have you. Wonderful to have you. Lila, thank you so much. J1 Kibubu, thank you so much for the follow. Residency is granted. Lodging's being prepared. Please ignore the screams. Same to yourself, Adrian.cherry. I'd much prefer .cherry.com. I think all websites should change to .cherry. That's amazing. Folks, waved up welcome for our new residents. We work a 37-hour day here. You'll get used to how I have a psychotic episode. And yes, as the raid command just went through, do feel free to hit that link or refer a raid from the URL for Krayven, twitch.tv/Krayven, and just hit F5 once that's removed. It will count towards the view count right away. More importantly, shout out, thank you Lila for doing a shout out. Mr. Blackrock Sword was last seen entertaining the massive of Dark Souls 3. That is awesome. Well, if you like a little bit of Dark Souls, and one of the newest and the best ones done, you want to catch a bit of Mr. Blackrock Sword, who discovered us recently, then you got that going up your street. Do feel free, Blackrock, to tell us how your stream went and some of the other things you played. I don't think you've ever raided us before, so I'm curious to find out a bit more about what you do. But yeah, folks, if Dark Souls 3 is up your street, you want to catch a little bit of that, then go right ahead. But yeah, tell us a bit more about your stream. I hope you had a really good time. I'm doing well, man. I'm doing well. Adrian.cherry, believe me, as soon as .cherry is going to be approved as a TLD, I'm hopping onto that. Definitely. Ooh, Dark Souls. Dark Souls is on my list for sure, the Dark Souls series. But I'm doing well, man. Yes, folks, those of you who don't know me, hello, my name is Krayven. Welcome to twitch.tv/Krayven. And more importantly, the main show in the entertainment complex, the content multiplex of Cravenstown. So where we put on the main channel as well as the side shows, and there's also the gatehouse to Cravenstown, our lovely Discord community. Very symbiotic relationship between the two, the channel and the community. We are a chat first, community first kind of place. My own content is variety gaming, retro, indie, new games, and occasional bit of retro. I focus very intently, primarily on blind playthroughs of things, and I theme my days sort of akin to doing a bit of a TV show kind of stream. So Mellow Out Monday, Try Out Tuesday, Tactical Thursday, Story Sunday. You are currently watching Story Sunday. I'm doing Pillars of Eternity 2. If you love Baldur's Gate, Planescape Torment, Icewind Dale, especially Planescape Torment, then this game is up your street. I play these kinds of roleplay games on Sundays because we focus on big narratives and epic stories, so it skews that way. And I play them in a manner that favours lore, doing dialogue, not skipping over everything just to sort of do the combat and whip through, but to really enjoy the experience and enjoy the narratives. As that's your kind of thing for roleplay games, you are in the right place on a Sunday. So thank you so much, Lila, for dropping the schedule. And yes, there is our Discord link as well if you want to take up your full residency in Cravenstown, especially our lovely new residents, Adrian.cherry and JV1 Kibubu. I might abbreviate that slightly if that's okay, sir or madam. And the stream was amazing. I had a little comeback after a month of taking a break, and I got so much love. I continued my SL1 run today and killed 2 bosses. That's awesome. Which bosses did you kill? I don't know much about it, but other people who know Dark Souls might, so feel free to say which bosses you killed. And what is an SL1 run? I am curious. Soulsborne games. Oh, I only played the first 2 years. I haven't done a single one. Been here for all of 60 seconds. And can I just see, you see wonderful wowies. Why, thank you. Well, thank you. Well, you saying that, so do you. I do like kind words. I do appreciate that. It's a pleasure to have you all here. Those of you who might need to head off shortly, I totally understand. Really, when a raid comes in, I understand that sometimes you're jumping in on a streamer's raid if you've been watching them to support the streamer in their raid, and then might need to go off and do other things, do stuff with the rest of your day. Good on you for supporting Blackrock. How you just finished his stream and jumping on his raid so we can bring some people over with him. Whenever a streamer does that, we appreciate the folks who can stick around a few more minutes to do that. It's really cool of you. If you do need to head off, no problem. I will be back tomorrow. Don't worry, I'm not finishing, but for those of you who do need to head off, I'll be back tomorrow. I start my streams normally at 7 PM UK time on Massacre Monday. It's not Mellow Out Monday at the moment, it's Massacre Monday. I'm doing Doom Eternal. But those of you who are enjoying yourselves here and want to stick around, to quote Diablo 2, stay a while and listen. Boom, and yes, we've just done a huge big part of the main quest. If you know Pillars 2, it's a blind playthrough. I hope you enjoy it, but yes, the usual etiquette of no spoilers, backseating, blah blah blah. And we've just we've just moved, I think, from Act 2 to Act 3. We've done Magran's Teeth, so I'm actually on some main quest for a change. Done hundreds of hours of side quests. We've just done a big bit, and now I'm contemplating a next bit of DLC to do, and other things like that. So lots going on, lots of fun stuff. And SL1, and welcome back, Penneth. Welcome back, Penneth. And everyone calls me JV, so I will do that. I will do that, JV. Cool. Thanks for letting me know. You just go by Adrian. No problem. No problem. I don't want to dot your cherry, Adrian. Indeed. Glad you enjoyed it. Thank you. Oh, well, BlackRock clearly got some good people in his community, bringing them over and feel at home here. Can we get one more shout out for BlackRock, Sword? He's been a regular here. He's discovered the place quite recently and come back on the regular, and it's really nice bringing your folks over. Lila, if you got a chance, if you can just do another one for him, just so it's there and it's fresh, so some of our community know where to go. They want a little bit more Dark Souls. Wonderful. There we go. There we go. Excellent. Thanks for telling us about your stream. Okay, so here's where we are. Now, I'm having to make a crucial, I think a pretty crucial decision about Takehu, our water shaper druid fellow, because a big advancement in the main story's happened, and it's affecting the decisions and the attitudes and the philosophies and beliefs of all the main companions you have, because it's one of those kinds of games. There's going to be endings for all of them, you know, epilogue in the credits when we're finished, and I care how that goes. No problem, BlackRock. Thank you for bringing your folks over. I really appreciate it. There's nearly 4 million live channels a month and about 50,000 any given time going on, and you picked here. I appreciate that, dude. You've obviously brought over some very nice people. Let's see. Ukaizu can make them strong. Oof. I'm going to have to weigh this up. So I'm thinking option 1 or 2. The tribes are unified but vulnerable. Ukaizu can make them strong again, or learn what you can from Ukaizu, but let the tribes find their own way. These two don't suit him or don't suit my character. And yes, I don't roleplay, but I explain my character's motivation. I play him quite consistently. I try and not just say what I'm doing, but also say why. So you folks have got the full narrative of my roleplay decisions as well as the narrative of the game itself. What do I want to do, and what would my character do? This is putting the responsibility on him, but if we go with a Juana, this might be really what's needed. The tribes find their own way. Whether or not we succeed, they won't be unified, and the colonial powers could still exploit them. If he's going to live up, I kind of like how he's like the main companion in this new game for the whole character arc. I think Ukaizu could make them strong again. We're going to do that.
I will give it thought. There is time enough for that, at least.
He nods, weighing your words with care.
Ukaizu should be the discovery of our lifetime. With the trading companies and the Principe ready to descend on each other, I wish the island had kept its secrets a while longer.
That's a fair point. This is slightly unfortunate timing. He lets out a weary sigh. Oh! The world around you darkens, and once again you feel an insistent tug at your attention. The pull centering from Takehu's soul. Yes, and your main character is a watcher. He can see other people's souls and communicate with them. Yeah, I'm kind of, I suppose, role-playing in the third person? Yes. Yeah, that's a good way to put it, Decadency. Exactly. Surrender to the sensation. Go on, then.
It pains me to see my boy so conflicted. Questions tear at his heart, and the ache reaches me even here.
Sorry, for some reason her voice, Ondra's voice, is a lot quieter than the dialogue normally is in the game. I hope you can still make that out. Ondra props her jaw on her fists and regards you coolly. So yeah, he truly is the chosen of her, because the gods talk to you. The gods, the ones who've been manufactured by the Inquithans. From Software do some very good games.
If you continue to encourage him, his life will grow more complicated. He will be the savior his people want. Someone to drag their past into the present.
Oh, maybe I shouldn't have encouraged him. She shrugs as if the distinction is nothing to her. It's not.
Empires have fallen since I favored the Juana with power and wisdom. How they wield it is their choice. Just see that my boy comes to no harm.
Well, I'll try. I kind of like Takehu. Before you have a chance to react, Ondra claps her hands, and your surroundings assert themselves once more. Your surroundings assert themselves once more.
There is much to consider, and little time to decide our course. I fear that we will see the path before us before we are ready to walk it.
Okay. Yeah, that's the volume the dialogue's normally at. Let's be off. It looks like a storm's coming in as well. By the way, I came onto this deck because we found something in the hold. So yes, our steward wants to talk to us. The steward has informed me that the crew has discovered a piece of cargo buried deep within the hull of Cadnua's Pride. And I put, what's his face, Constantine, the sidekick, in the party. And he's recommended he be here. So let's see what we've got. Yeah, the FromSoft games are all amazing. Sekiro, DS1 and 3, Bloodborne. I still want to do Bloodborne.
Watcher, if you will.
The steward of Cadnua's voice rises soft and evenly from her cracked bust. Hee cracked boobs. Definitely. Sekiro is actually on Steam now. I don't think Bloodborne is. Did Bloodborne remained a PS4 exclusive? That's a real shame because I would play Bloodborne, although I definitely need a full complement of counsellors here because unfortunately with the FromSoft games, I don't think I'm wrong in thinking that regardless of if you're doing a blind playthrough, no spoilers, no backseating, it unfortunately does have a few folks who are very keen on the games. They can't contain themselves and they desperately want to tell you what to do, as if that sort of helping you before you can figure it out for yourself makes it even somehow, does anything but spoil the game. So the steward yes, steward?
Some of the hands discovered an unusual crate in the ship's hold.
Or Lila, what, in a shit show in terms of spoilers and people coming in trying to tell you what to do, or just sort of difficult? An unusual crate in ship's hold. How did that crate get onto my ship unnoticed? What kind of crate? All right. How did the crate get onto my ship unnoticed? I do have questions.
Unfortunately, the ship lacks the defensive fortifications of Cadnua.
That's true.
A crate could have been slipped aboard at any of our ports of call, assuming it wasn't placed among our goods as we took on supplies.
I like her kind of condescending sarcasm. She's got a bit of a tone, and I don't blame her. She used to be an entire chair statue, like in Cadnua, my former castle that got destroyed, and now she's just a bust on a plinth. So I get that she's a little bit riled up. She's a bit rattier than she used to be, but it makes sense. Oh, in terms of people, oh god, yeah. See, that's what puts me off doing it. I love to do the blind throw-throughs. I know so many of you are here for the reaction and how I deliver and do the dialogue, and backseaters and people who come by and spoil and say what's what. Well, have you done this? Or have you got to this far and stuff? They just don't realise that they're not helping. Anyway, I won't go onto that soapbox for now. Well, what kind of crate?
It is roughly a yard to a side and
That's
labelled
big.
beans. The hands who noticed it were tasked by the cook to bring up ingredients for the evening's stew.
I like her new sarcasm, her kind of cynical tone. I've hardly got to talk to her in this game. No beans in the crate then. A wave of affirmation rolls from the steward, the spiritual equivalent of a nod. Oh, that's a shame. Thank you, steward. I'll go see what it is.
The hand left the crate in the hold if you wish to examine it.
The bust falls into silence. Quest updated. Open the strange package found on your ship. Yeah, I definitely want to. Problem is I don't have a PS4, Lila. As I say, is it still a PlayStation exclusive? Is it or is it actually out on Steam now? I don't think I've seen it at all. Is that the secret crate? That looks like it. Ah, Constantine, while you're here.
Let's get a move on.
Okay then. Yeah, if you feel like it, that would be great. Thank you. So these are, you got your crew, I've got my sidekicks, I've got more of my main companions like Jyoti.
Give me a reel.
Oh, here we go. What's this? The scent of food, salt, spices, and drink mixed with the stale odour of old grass. The musty stink of rats and ever-present fragrance of the sea. That's quite the musk. Cadnua's Pride rocks gently, and you hear faint whispers, likely the quiet brushing of the winds against the sails. I'll be lurking for a bit and grab some food to eat while watching. Thank you so much, Black Rock Sword. I appreciate the lurk. It's a lovely way to support. It doesn't cost a thing. Can't really explore the lore properly without reading the wiki, I suppose. But yeah, I have to. That's one thing I like to do, Decadency. I mean, I like to, if I've really enjoyed something, read the wiki after the fact. And folks too often go, oh, well, it's not in the game. You have to read the wiki. It's like, well, thanks for not giving me the option by telling me what happens in the wiki, kind of thing. It is. Oh, that's a real shame because I don't have a capture card, and I do have a PS4, but it's a test kit for doing development builds. That's for part of my company and main job. rather than I haven't got a way to make it work for just regular consumer games. And I don't have the money kicking around to go and get another just consumer PS4. Mind you, for Bloodborne I would be tempted. Anyway, Cadnua's pride rocks gently, and thanks for checking, mate. And you hear faint whispers, likely the quiet brushing of the winds against the sails. Okay. Oh wow, that does look rather curious. It's a very, very ornate suitcase. Not far in, you find the crate in question. Its sides split by crowbars, the dry grass used as packing material spilled across the floor. Within stands an intricately crafted chest of some dark tropical wood. A polished visage peers up at you, a triumvirate of wild animal faces carved in the swirling Juana style. The front of the chest bears an iron latch affixed to a complex iron mechanism that runs to the top 4 corners of the chest. You see no bolts or keyholes. Well, this is a solo check. I don't have the mechanics skill or the religion skill. That's a shame, because when you're on deck, you don't have your party with you. They're all doing their own thing. Examine the carvings. I'm probably going to fail this. Watcher only check. Religion 3. Failure. The 3 animals seem to be a spider, a stelgar, and a boar. You don't know if they have any greater significance. Great. Oh, no, Jyoti notices, though. Jyoti's nose wrinkles at the image. I reckon this might be the Juana hunting god, like Galawain, but not exactly. Yes, because each major group sees certain gods in their own way. Religion 5. Okay, examine the latch. So, Galawain. So we got a success there. Watcher only check. I have no mechanic skill. The arms hold the box together, but you see no locking mechanism. If it's a trap, you don't see any evidence of it. Ah, but Adair... Oh, so we are getting party checks. Yeah, they are still counting, because we're on the ship. Chewing on the nub of his pipe, Adair frowns at the crate. Looks like a whole mess of metalwork, without much in the way of a purpose. Not a trap on it. Alright, well, it's a chest about Galawain, and there's no trap, so let's open it. You turn the latch to the right, and a series of metal arms shift with it. The clasps... Sorry, I'm going to start that again. You turn the latch to the right, and a series of metal arms shift with it. The clasps holding the top of the chest come free, and you easily lift the lid. Oh, cool, Decadency. That makes sense. Yeah, he's one of the better ones. Oh, Shoti, yeah, Shoti and Adair are both from the Deerwoods. They have a kind of farmer / southern US twang drawl. Laying within, cradled by dry grass, is an Amuan head. Ew! The mottled flesh of its neck raggedly cut free from the rest of its body, wherever that may be. Okay, that's horrific. I haven't played D&D in person for so long either, Lila. I kind of miss it. Shoti peers down on the grim cargo. I can't say I was expecting a head. Not even a little. Want me to fetch my lantern? As you peer down at the head, you feel a strange prickling sensation along your skin. Soul energy rises from the crate, throbbing in the air in time with the beating of your heart. It begins to take shape before you. Oh, well, that's a pleasing visage.
Challenge.
Hello there.
You can see me. It's really you, then. The captain of the Defiance.
Oh, that was my first ship. Well, it's not the Defiance, it's the Defiant. Option 1, it's Cadnua's Pride. But yes, I love that, because you can choose your ship name, and then it actually pops up in dialogue. Option 2, who's asking? 3, got the wrong captain. 4, why you're on my ship. It's Cadnua's Pride, but yes.
Oh, this is fantastic. How satisfying it is to know one did not give one's life in vain.
Wait, what? You're going to have to put some context with that there, chum.
I come from the island of Kazuwari, and we need your aid.
Option 1, what kind of aid do you need? Let me help. Option 2, who are you? Option 3, how'd you come to be dead? Option 4, who is this we? And 5, how'd you know who I was? All valid questions. You had a group going before the whole... Oh, shit. I didn't know. Or I did, but you hadn't mentioned it in quite some time. Well, I hope that can pick back up. I hope that can pick back up as soon as we're allowed out again. Let's think. And folks, yeah, how many of us actually do D&D or enjoy some role-play games or got an ongoing campaign that might have been put on hold? Lila does. Anyone else who's here right now got some campaigns? I love hearing about them. Do feel free if you've got the time and feel like typing. And if you're just chilling in the background, no worries at all. Cool. Yeah, tell me about your campaigns, what characters you have, just even a rough summary of your stories. I don't have much experience with D&D, but the couple of campaigns I have done, I can't remember some of the details quite vividly. I love to talk about them. Oh, check at that. Look at that. We got like 3 right off the bat. That's awesome. That's awesome. Feel free if you want to, if it's something that piques your interest. Because I love to hear about layers. I always find them incredibly creative. Well, firstly, who are you?
Me, Muatu, formerly of the island of Kazuwari, presently of the Beyond.
He's quite matter-of-fact about being dead, but yes, this is what souls look like, as opposed to the kind of souls of forgetful bits of energy. Before they go back to the wheel, this is kind of how they are. Metaphysics, and yes, as a watcher, I've specialised him into metaphysics. You're in the in-between, I'm in the here. The beyond as well, beyond the in-between. So there you go, that's a nice little skill check. I know enough about metaphysics to kind of correct where he's at. You're in the in-between. Just to give you a clue what that is, the in-between refers to the shadow world that souls briefly wander after death on their way to the beyond. It has been described as a hazy landscape, empty but for the glow of other souls, Ardra and Watchers. So yes, I'm very easy to see, because I stand out in the in-between, whereas everything else, like other regular living people, are just seen as vague souls, whereas my soul glows like a supernova. This is the space that Watchers peer into, and they observe and speak to lost souls and soul fragments. Even the gods cannot reach it. So yes, the gods live in the beyond, the humans live in the here, and Watchers can look into the in-between, this sort of short-term purgatory.
Oh, well, this is the first time I've ever been dead.
Fair enough.
Did you say something?
Aloth looks up from his book, a brow raised. Option 1, I'm talking to a spirit, I'll explain later. 2, wave him off. 3, ignore him. He knows me well enough. He was from the first game as well. I'm talking to a spirit, I'll explain later.
What a surprise.
Yeah, cheers, sarcastic elven dick. He rolls his eyes and returns to reading. Told you he knew me. Told you he knew me. How did you know who I was?
Besides you being the only non-Adra thing glowing like a campfire for miles?
So you came to rest at me to restore your soul. Mate, this isn't Dark Souls, wrong game.
That will be difficult to explain before you visited the island.
I'm assuming your body's there.
Suffice it to say, someone brought us something from your battle with the Drake off the coast of Mage Island.
That's very near the beginning of the game. A battle with the Drake off the coast of Mage Island. I don't even remember that almost.
We learned a tremendous amount about you and your abilities from it.
Unless they're referring to, no, off the coast of Mage Island, the Drake. Was that one of the bounties we did? They can't be meaning the enormous dragon from the Dead Flow. So how'd you come to be dead?
An unfortunate side effect of encountering a swiftly moving blade at roughly shoulder height. Yes.
I like this guy. This guy is so sarcastically matter-of-fact.
We had to get a messenger to you, but we couldn't let me be seen leaving Kazuwari. An inelegant solution, maybe, but an efficient one.
He seems to be not at all fazed by the whole deadness thing. Why can anyone know that you left? I do talk to the living too, you know. For you're more excitable than most spirits I meet. Well, who is this we?
Well, there's me, obviously.
Thank you, yes, Captain Obvious.
And then there's the caretaker, Humaire. She was the one who killed me and put my head in that box.
Oh, you made it sound like you lost it by accident in combat.
And I suppose the people and souls of the island, as well.
Okay. And why did this Humaire kill you? I didn't get a bunch of those other options have gone away. Why did this Humaire kill you?
We had to get a messenger to you, but we couldn't let me be seen leaving Kazuwari.
Oh, okay, so same
An elegant
thing
solution,
again.
maybe, but an efficient one.
Oh yeah. The thing is, that was just an unnamed Drake. It wasn't a named anything. It was just something like a trivial sort of monster. Well, it wasn't trivial at the time, but a fairly trivial monster before we went into the first dungeon. I'm amazed that that's come back for anything. I think that means that we still talk about, yeah, it's going to happen again. Good, Lila, I'm glad to hear it. And you watched Roll20, cool, and R's channel, and a few others to get my D&D fix. Ah, yes, that will sort you out while it's down. Lilo play a one-handed halting rogue. What's a halfling rogue who is neutral called Andless. What kind of neutral is he? True neutral, lawful neutral, chaotic neutral? And damn, that was like 37 seconds ago, mate. Is it his head in the box? Yes, yes, it is. Rather convenient mythos mechanics to send messages. Yeah, just like, alright, it's just like nice. Well, only specifically to watchers. It's a bit of a redundant way to send a message if you're not if you're trying to reach anyone but a watcher. I have to admit, I kind of want to point this out. I do talk to the living too, you know. I don't very often, as I say, get to be sarcastic.
Of course, of course. But anyone can do that. Well, nearly anyone. Not me, because of, you know.
Yes, the whole decapitation thing.
I came from Kazuari, where the most skillful hunters, the most hardened explorers, the deadliest warriors all gather to earn the favor of Tawamawai.
To what? Tawamawai. That sounds like something like... That sounds like a line from the Ron. Tawamawai. Oh, nice, yeah. Bien. Tawamarai. What does it actually mean? Worshipped primarily by a small subset of animist Alma native to the Deadfire, Tawamawai, he's going to be Galloway. Sometimes called the Faces of the Hunt, has been generally conflated with Galloway by travellers. Yeah, so the Huana have a different representation of the entire major pantheon. Yeah, Ngati is Ondra, Rapara, Tangaloa are Barath, Tawamawai is Galloway, and so on and so forth. Okay.
But Humaire, the island's caretaker, says the essence that sustains the island has sickened. Curdled, she called it.
I have a feeling
the animals, the trees, they all churn with anger and fear.
There's going to be corruption. There's going to be a bunch of corrupted Ampigra and like Dryad people. Why ask me? What can I do about it? This caretaker can't. And another metaphysics check. Have blights formed? Yes, with corrupted soul energy, blights can start to form. Have blights formed?
Yes! Humaire was right. She said you would understand.
Woo! I'm awesome. Chaotic neutral. Your halfling rogue, chaotic neutral, new to D&D, but played a lot of Gloomhaven. Thank you, Avatar. Played a lot of Gloomhaven, which is along the same vein. So I'm learning to think how my character does. Nice one. Welcome back.
We need a watcher. No one else can talk to souls, Humaire said. And souls are our problem.
Seems to be the case.
You're a watcher, right? The watcher. The one who died and lived again. Who speaks to the gods. That's the watcher we need.
Well, option 1, you caught me. Option 2, more like get spoken at by gods. That's very true. And considering that this guy is sort of quite matter-of-fact and sarcastic and enthusiastic, I get to have some jokes with him, and it seems to actually go down fairly well. Don't believe everything you hear. Definitely option 2, more like get spoken at by gods.
I knew it. I knew Humaire wouldn't have lied. You will help, won't you?
Nice one, Penneth. What are you doing? Any campaigns and stuff at the moment? I'll help if I can. What do you need of me? Why in the god's name would I want to help you? 3, you mentioned Tawamawai. That's a great way to remember it. Tawamawai. It's favour. I could use a little divine favour. 4, I have much greater concerns than your island. Nah, I'll just take this one. I'll help if I can. What do you need me to do? I need a distraction from this whole like major faction problem.
Oh, that's fantastic. Thank you.
I was kind of hoping to still get the remaining dialogue options about what was going on, but we've exhausted a good number of them.
Speak to Humaire at Kazuari, Watcher. She'll be able to better explain the situation than I am.
Where is Kazuari?
Kazuari's a huge island west of Hasango. It's pretty hard to miss, what with the high cliffs and waterfalls.
Uh-huh.
There's one thing you should know. The Faces of the Hunt jealously control who enters and leaves the island.
Okay.
But there's a waterfall on the southern side of the island that will allow you to sneak in, so long as you're circumspect.
Good job I asked.
I guess you should also know.
He grimaces, oh dear.
The island's residents might not take too kindly to your presence if you're found. They're, prickly bunch.
Angry, or they might literally be prickly if they're like living trees and stuff.
But I'm sure that won't be a problem for you.
Well, no, I'm level 20. Before you have a chance to respond to the spirit's warning, you notice Constantine hovering nervously behind. Ah, that's why it was worth bringing him into the party with us for this one. Let me just catch up. I never played the online version, and Deccan sees chaotic good dragonborn priest of Tempest, Lord of Battles, who's got unknown energy, which helps people to get rid of pain but makes changes in their minds. That's quite an interesting mechanic. So for the sake of like the priest, also pain relief. So basically your chaotic good dragonborn priest leaks heroin. Or opium, in a nutshell. Decadency. Your priest leaks an aura of magical heroin. That's great. That's like, so it's something that gets rid of pain but makes changes in their minds. You're describing heroin. You call yourself the Harvester of Sorrow. Nice copyright symbol. Copyright Metallica. Love it. The Harvester of Sorrow. I have to admit, that does sound kind of more badass for a dragonborn priest than a leaker of heroin. I've got a prickly bunch of coconuts. Dee. Oh, Lone Wolf, brilliant. We got Tuckamara, and I've got a prickly bunch of coconuts. Excellent. Bants. That's a great banter. So do you need something, Constantine?
No, you know, I just...
He clears his throat nervously.
Thing is, I might know something about that box there. A little more than something.
Uh-huh. I've seen some of the boxes floor plans on eBay. Took me back to my youth. Oh, D&D dungeon layout, like grid tiles, like dungeon maps and stuff. Is that what you mean?
All I'm saying is, maybe you don't want to touch it. Maybe we tie a big rock to it and throw it overboard. Right now.
Uh-huh. I'm going to need a bit more to go on than that. Best answer compared to the other two.
It's a box with a dead man's head in it.
That's actually quite a valid point. So, if you even got, see, that's good writing when it actually predicts one of your answers, but that's my answer as the narrator streamer rather than what my character would do. Option 1, actually there's a spirit in the head too. Option 2, I've seen weirder. 3, fair point. 4, say nothing. There's a box of dead man's head in it. Actually, there's a spirit in the head too.
Great. That's great.
Whatever this is leading to, we've got Constantine's personality and his spirit. It's going to be brilliant. It's going to be hilarious. Nod, roll your eyes. You seem to know a lot about this. Why is that?
Maybe we should talk about it later. You seem to have your hands full.
No, now's a good time.
Hey, hello? I'm still here.
Sorry, spirit guy. I was in the real world for a second.
Are you going to help us? We could really use the help.
Option 1, I'll help however I can. 2, helping people who don't want my help. Sounds like fun. 3, I'm not interested in fixing your problems. I have to admit, helping people who don't want my help sounds like fun. I'm enjoying the level of sarcasm my character doesn't normally get to engage in. He's always being still quite nice and pleasant. Sounds like fun.
They're really not so bad once you get to know them. They're almost nice.
You are going to rot forever and lie as hell.
Well, no, that's a lie.
Told you.
But Hilare's all right.
Okay, oh well, that's good.
Once we've arrived, I can help you find your way into the heart of the island.
Yay.
You know, if you want me to. I wouldn't want to presume.
No, that's fine, thank you.
In the meantime, I'll be here. Well, behind you, really, with the rest of the spirits following you around.
Actually, there's very few, because Jyoti keeps robbing them into her lantern, because, you know, she's in Jyoti. You have gained an item, quest, Muatu's head. Oh, it's a trinket. It grants Muatu's aid. Oh, well, this is pleasant. What does Muatu's aid? Once per rest, the wielder summons Muatu to their side. Muatu's attacks heal the wielder if they are nearby and become more powerful as he empowered by the souls of the crucible. That's cool. This severed head feels about as heavy as a coconut. Yeah, talking a prickly bunch of coconuts. It smells faintly of embalming spices with thyme and lavender standing out in the subtle bucket. In the subtle bucket. Lady of the house speaking. A soul bound to the decaying flesh rests in a dormant state, but the right incentive could usher it back to awareness for a limited span of time. Well, I appreciate they've made it like not smell of rotting head. Alright, end dialogue. Quest updated to proving sail to Kazuari in the Western Deadfire Sea. Contains the severed head of this dude. He wishes to accompany me to the island of Kazuari, where some sort of spiritual crisis is unfolding. Blah, 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 blah. I can approach via a waterfall. Nice distraction. Nice distraction. Yeah, slightly, a bit of a jealous girlfriend kind of thing. Well, kind of. It's more a case of like everything that I'm earning, she's taking from me. But I didn't want to go into too much of a trope of that manner. It's bouquet. I saw a great Drake yes no meme. You know, the one where he's like that sort of thing, but someone had very well, not cheaply, like shit in a bad way, but done a really good photoshopping of Hyacinth Bouquet's head, and there's a picture of a bucket in the above picture and the bouquet in the below picture. It's just genius. It's one of the most British memes I've ever seen. You are now Kratos from God of War 4. That's when he becomes slightly less of an angry dick. I've not actually played any of the God of War games. I saw quite a lot of the last one with a boy. My voice can't go to the bass pitch of Kratos. I'm only a meager baritone. Boy. Alright, well, we've got that quest going on. This is striking me as either the start of a major quest or the beginning of a piece of DLC. Boy. Yeah, the God of War games are supposed to be good. So, Decadency, you suggested the Piney said the Forgotten Sanctum, but also Decadency said that it's Seeker Slayer Survivor is the next piece of DLC. Considering Seeker Slayer Survivor sounds like something to do with Gallowayne, and we've got a companion as a recommended character for the quest, I'm getting the impression that this whole thing is the beginning of Seeker Slayer Survivor. Yeah, the latest was superb. Yes, the latest ones did seem really good. So I'm wondering, I guess I'm asking in that regard, because I'm thinking right about now is a good time to. We've done a bit more of the main quest. I've cleared out all the rest of the island, a lot of the side quests. There's another thing I do need to do in Nekataka. I'm supposed to be able to move. There's a quest that's still open. Not honor. Oh, what is this? Honor among thieves. Speak to Ferrante again. Yeah, skipping ahead in Nekataka. I should probably head back and do something like that, but this Kazuari, a whole new location. Where is it? I said west, subterranean temple. Oh, Tikawara. No, Kazuari. Where are we? Hasongu, Crookspur. I could look on my list of locations. Have I discovered it? No, it's not in the list. It's due west of Hasongo. Let's see if I can find that on the map again. Tikawara. No, Hasongo was further up, wasn't it? Burning Shoals, collapse. Yeah, I've got like Collapsed Coal Mine, Burning Shoals, Flooded Cave I haven't done, Razai Passage, Dislocation, Oria Koiki, Junvik Village I haven't done, the Outcast Respite, Ruins of Amira's Roost, haven't finished the Temple of Tangaloa, Velario's Rest, done Harbinger, Splintered Reef, Hall of the Unseen. Yeah, we did Harbinger's Watch. I haven't done the Splinters this. All these, I know that that's a mega boss. The Four Corners, the Outcast Respite, Sandswept Ruins, the Flooded Cave are 3 of the 4 mega bosses in the game. Where is Hasongo gone? Have I gone like, am I going blind or something? Velario, Fort Deadlight. Ah, there we are. West of Hasongo. Oh, it must be here. Oh, it's this island. It's this one right there. Okay. Ah, that's what this is for. There was nowhere to land on it before. There's absolutely, yeah, Kazuari. I've uncovered it, but there was literally nowhere to land on it. Go on then. Where's me? Here we are. Let's put that on. Oh dear, what's happened now?
You find yourself in cold, suffocating darkness.
Oh goody.
There is a familiar weight in your hand. A lantern.
Uh-huh.
It sputters to life, and the world shifts into focus. A staircase spirals endlessly below you. With nowhere else to go, you start down.
feel like Richard Gere in that movie. I've got nowhere else to go.
A wave of blistering
Oh,
heat
fuck
hits
these
you.
pricks again.
Then a sea salt wind. Divine voices boom and screech. Their words shake the platform beneath you, shake the very air around you. The gods are fighting.
Glad I sat down for that fucking shock. Right, so we got, well, Ondra represented as Zangati, because Ondra doesn't actually have a visual representation except in the Huana. That's Wudica, supreme evil bitch in the first game, but apparent slightly less evil bitch, queen of the gods. We've got Whale, weird eyeball god. Barath, the knight, goddess of the death and the cycle. Goddess Magran, Hylea. Also not shown in this particular image, Rimagand, Abaddon, Galawain, oh god, Eothas, obviously. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, there's like 11 as well, isn't there? A couple of others, they'll come to me when I'm not thinking. Ondra, oh, I know, sorry, boobs. Thankfully we're a mature stream. Thankfully we're a mature stream, so this is fine. Yeah, that fish man. It's a lady. It's a lady.
Lay your blame elsewhere, Wardika. I won't suffer your arguments any longer.
Magran looms large before you, an accusing finger leveled at the melted visage of Wodika. Wodika screws her mouth into a sneer.
You fool! If only we had attacked him when I first proposed it.
Accusations drip bitter as bile from her tongue.
They're a pleasant bunch. Option 1, shut up. 2, I'll just wait until you're done. 3, that doesn't sound like the neutral queen of the gods I know. Yeah, she's supposed to be neutral. She's so not. 4, pat the cover of Wudica's burned book and signal that you'll talk later. Oh, these are some great choices. 5, Eothas could be destroying the wheel right now and you're arguing. 6, what's going on here? Say nothing. If I just scream shut, they're also a capricious bunch. Whale wouldn't care too much, and Hylea would tolerate it, but most of them are just the ones who with the biggest mouths, like Magran and Wudica, are also capricious assholes. So shut up. A bit of silence. I'll just wait until you're done. 3, that doesn't sound like the neutral queen of the gods I know. I'm tempted to say that because she's like evilly McEvil in the first game. Pat the book, and we'll talk later. You're arguing, or what's going on here? I like this. I'll just wait until you're done, or tempted between these two. I do like to skate on thin ice with this lot because at the end of the day they need me. They actually need me for all their bluster and power. But in certain occasions, if you go too far with certain gods, they will destroy you. They will just wipe you out, which is kind of cool that exists. I know Bra's uncomfortable, but if I have to, she has to. That's the rules, darn right. I'll just wait. That one's in keeping with my character. Well, I don't know. I'm enjoying this because these guys just get on my nerves. They're a burden more than anything. I'll just wait until you're done.
If it isn't Bareth's intrepid little minion.
Oh, piss off, you melting hag.
The pallid knight looks down at you, a frown etched deep in her otherwise statue-still features.
I am afraid we are not at our best.
That's it. She's called the Pallid Knight. Yeah, well, he wouldn't be Rimagand if he did. He doesn't want to stop anything ending. So yeah, Rimagand has no horse in this race because he's the god of endings. No cycle, no death, no rebirth, but final death, heat death of the universe. He just gets on with his own thing, so he doesn't really show up here.
The Watchers returned. Perhaps we should hear what he has to say.
Hylea's birds chatter anxiously among themselves.
I keep pronouncing that as Hylea. It's Hylea. Yeah, she's probably the nicest of the pantheon in general.
Wal's many eyes alight on each god in turn.
We make little enough progress on our own.
He's quite cool as a character. Option 1, progress. Are you planning something new? 2, roll your eyes. That's obvious. 3, say nothing. When you make little enough progress. That's actually really true. They're always at each other's throats. That's obvious.
Not for lack of trying.
Feathers rise along the crest of Hylea's head as she stares pointedly at Magran.
Barath is pretty wise. Yeah, all things said, I used to think she was a lot nastier, but she's a bit more with it. She's extremely haughty. He knows a lot of what's going on. To be honest, most of them aren't too bad, but Magran is a complete bint. She sucks. She's nice. He's interesting. She's okay. She's fairly neutral. She's very concerned about Takehu. She's capricious. She's not stupid, but she's not pleasant. She's a very hard-edged character.
We try, but agreement eludes us.
Andra's storm-dark eyes swivel to meet yours.
Yeah, that's true, Piney.
Is there nothing we can do?
Magran glances at the pallid knight from the corner of her eye. After a thoughtful pause, she speaks.
The time has come for us to seize the power we have long left untouched and absorb our scattered children.
If that means the various godlike, that's a problem.
Andra nods, her lure bobbing bright.
Terrible though it would be, perhaps you are right.
No, I'm not okay with that, because that would mean me being absorbed by this fiery cretin. Didn't Magran mention this once before or say nothing? I don't remember her if she did or not. I'll go with it though.
I did, and I was scolded like a child for my terrible audacity.
A curl of steam rises from her nose. The pallid knight looks on, impassive.
Okay, I'm on board with the whole not absorbing the godlike.
Should we be killed in our god forms, we can possess you, our godlike children. Or should we face a force too powerful to stand against, we can absorb your souls, granting us additional strength.
And I get told that's by Barath specifically because I am a fire godlike. So option 1, what? Again, another big capital what. I'm back maybe a beautiful intro and a breakdown of the song, but I have no idea what I should do with the drop. Welcome back, Sourceboss. That sounds awesome. I can't guarantee whatever anyone's necessary replies, or if they have any, will be. But if you want to ask for feedback, you're more than welcome to in the music halls in Krayven Sound. If you want to share something that's a work in progress. So you mean Pallagina, Takehu, and me? I'm gonna have to mention that.
You, Hylea's wayward daughter, Andra's precious son, and thousands of others. Yes, you would all die.
The pallid knight speaks with the chilly temperance possessed only by the god of death.
Yeah, the whole me being your herald, I have like 2 chimes in me already. Rimagand almost tried to give me a third. I got her chime as a fire godlike. She just put one in me anyway because I'm now her herald, and Rimagand tried to force it on me as well when I was in, actually in the Beyond, which you're not supposed to be able to leave, but he made an exception after I beat up his avatar.
But the time for that plan has long passed us by.
Okay, good. Phew. Yeah, no worries. Like I say, we have a couple of people who get involved with making music and whether they say it, but yeah, you're more than welcome to. You're more than welcome to.
Are we to keep nothing for ourselves? Not a single secret retained? Not a solitary mystery?
Yeah, Wild's all about the mysteries.
Magran elbows one of Wild's floating eyes away.
Eothas will lay bare our every secret soon enough. What is 1 or 2 revealed now? But we get ahead of ourselves. First, the Watcher must get to Kaizo, and that will be a trial all its own.
Option 1, good. I could use a challenge. 2, another. Aren't you bored yet? 3, right, because I haven't had one of those lately. 4, what do you mean? All of these are great. Another, aren't you bored yet? I don't like being nice to Magran. She sucks. Good, I could use a challenge. Another, aren't you bored yet? Right, because I haven't had one of those lately. I have to admit, I'm with Magran like Pallagina is with her Hylea. Not a fan of her. Right, 'cause I haven't had one of those lately.
Magran smiles.
Of course she does.
More are yet to come.
Of course she does. We only just spoke recently.
The Guardian of Ukaizo has stood watch over that place for millennia. It will not stand aside, not even for Bareth's herald.
Guardian?
Hylea, who had been lost in quiet, anxious conversation with her birds, breaks in.
It yet lives.
What is this guardian?
Of course. Our progenitors crafted it.
A pair of Hylea's finches come to join Wow's floating eye. They hover just out of Magran's reach and swoop in to poke her when she's not looking.
They're so petty. Right, so the Ingwithans made some terrible guardian when they also made the gods.
And the Watcher will be forced to reckon with it if he wishes to confront Eothas.
The birds at last linger too long, and Magran slaps them away. They burst into a cloud of essence, then reform, and fly in a screeching chorus back to Hylea.
They're such petty bitches. This guardian is but one more thing that'll fall before me, pompous bullshit. 2, Guardian of Okaizo. Yeah, information please.
A creature crafted by the Ingwithans to protect the machinery of reincarnation. It doesn't care much for visitors.
Uh-huh.
Will you divulge our every secret to the Kith, Magran?
Oh, Wild's not enjoying all these secrets being given away.
Magran shrugs.
If it suits me.
She's very matter of fact, I'll give her that much.
Go prepared, Watcher. The Guardian will not stand aside, not even for the Herald of Bareth.
Yeah, you already said that. Option 1, won't Eothas just take care of it? 2, why can't you just get rid of it? 3, so I have to fight the Guardian of Okaizo. Any suggestions? I have to admit, why can't you guys just smite... Mind you, the same people who built it built them, so probably not. But yeah, why can't you just get rid of it?
It is its own creature, Watcher. It does not listen to us.
I didn't ask you to talk to it.
There is another topic we have yet to address.
Oh, okay.
The Pallid Knight holds up one gauntleted hand, and the other gods fall silent.
Tell me, Watcher, where do you stand?
Cool, Source Boss. Hopefully some folks will have some feedback for that for you. It'll be interesting to give it a listen if I get a chance in the next few days. Where do I stand on what?
What do you think of Eothas' scheme to destroy the wheel?
Oh, right. Option 1, it's a long time coming. Kith will finally know what a bunch of frauds you all are. 2, with the gods' guidance, we might survive what Eothas plans. Fuck that. 3, we can no longer count on the gods for guidance. Kith will have to figure this out on our own. 4, this doesn't feel like the act of a caring god to me. 5, Eothas is going to destroy everything. 6, I still don't understand what this all means. What will happen when Eothas destroys the wheel? That, if they could be more clarifying than he was, because he was still vague. All of these are quite strong in one direction, but what will happen when he destroys the wheel? I mean, it will affect you, but what happens to the reincarnation cycle of humans? But will we just stop reincarnating, but will still be new people be born? Or will we have everyone be hollow-born, like in the first game?
The Pallid Knight spreads wide her hands.
Think of the beyond as a reservoir, the in-between as storm clouds, and souls as rain.
Alright, I'm just going to have to work on that metaphor a second in my head. So, the beyond, the realm of the gods, big sort of tub of water. The in-between, which is where they go when the souls are being reborn and when they go when they die. So it's like kind of like the water cycle. The reservoir is this big reservoir of soul energy. The in-between, the sort of in and out gate purgatory, the rain clouds, and the souls sort of, as the raindrops are falling, that's them passing through their lives. Alright, so you've got essentially a cyclical component going on, right?
When a living thing dies, its soul enters the in-between. And when the in-between grows full, it releases souls into the beyond, where they wait to be redistributed to new bodies, new lives.
That kind of involves rain going upwards for me, okay.
The wheel is the process by which souls are moved from the in-between to the beyond, from the rain cloud to the reservoir, and from the reservoir into the living world.
Alright, so the wheel represents the energy of the water cycle in this analogy.
Without the wheel to mediate the transfer and redistribution of souls, the souls of all who die remain in the in-between. And without souls to fill it, the beyond gradually empties, trapping all of the remaining souls in existence in the in-between.
Okay. So if he destroys this machinery, Apparently, what I'm curious then is what happened to souls before the Ingwithans built this machinery. So without the wheel, which is actually a literal bunch of super soul energy machines, everyone gets stuck in purgatory. And then, yeah, so the reservoir gradually empties. So no more clouds. Essentially, the reservoir just evaporates and everyone gets one go through. But the thing is, something had to give birth to the Ingwithans. I mean, they're saying this, but something had to give birth to the Ingwithans to build this machinery and all the races and tribes that existed when they were doing all this to create these gods. So I'm wondering what's the story there. I hope that comes up as an option.
When the beyond is empty and the last creature on Eora dies, that is the end of everything. It is Rimergan's future, the one he wants for us.
Screw that guy, he sucks. Yeah, Rimergan, god of entropy, cold, winter, bad luck, famine, natural disasters. Yeah. How does that affect the gods? Alright, so not only is there no reincarnation, but just slowly all life is removed from the planet. Again, what the hell happened before this wheel and this cycle was built? The Christ. Nobody, literally nobody. Me at 3 AM. Yeah, I'm gonna stay up all night and sleep all day. I saw Sauce, I didn't realise you were that far ahead of us. You're 4.5 hours time zone ahead of us, mate. Get some sleep. Yeah, that's please make sure you get some rest. Appreciate the whole creative process keeping you up late. My sleep pattern's terrible, but damn. How does that affect the gods then?
Soul essence sustains us. We feed off it. Off the little fragments you mortal kith shed like snakeskin as you pass into your next life.
That sounds like you're slowly weakening us and to keep yourselves alive with every recycling thing.
Without sustenance, we starve as any mortal might. We die and leave a great silence behind, an eternal emptiness from which nothing is born.
I prefer to think of it as a very long vacation. Well, why do you waste time arguing then? One nod. Alright, I'm just going to nod.
You see then that we cannot help but argue.
Oh, okay.
The fate of life hangs in the balance, and we are as ever beholden to our natures.
Yeah, they were constructed to be very specifically involved in what they are, so they can't... I kind of get that. They can't help but be what they are.
Tell us, Watcher, where do you stand?
Damn it. Oh, right, so we got some information, but now I've actually got to say what I choose. Indeed, yes, do take care of yourself, Source Boss, please. It's a long time coming. Option 1, long time coming. Kith will finally know what a bunch of frauds. With the gods' guidance. Option 2. 3, we can no longer count on the gods for guidance. To be honest, you can't if you can't stop bickering. 4, this doesn't feel like the act of a caring god to me. 5, Eothas is going to destroy everything. This is kind of true. This doesn't feel like the act of a caring god. He seems to be motivated by pure intentions, but they're his intentions of what he wants. But also 3, we can no longer count on the gods for guidance. Kith will have to figure this out on our own. I never sided with one of them in the first game. I never literally picked one, because in the first game you can pick a god in a similar way that you can pick a faction in this one. But the factions are different. They have an actual physical place in the world. These guys are just... ugh, they're a pain. I don't know. This feels like quite a major decision. Yeah, no worries, Lila. No worries at all. Number 1, number 2, 5 and 6 don't really seem to fit. Watcher, where do you I have to admit, say nothing. I don't really know. I honestly don't know. These seem like the most valid answers that I could choose based on my character, but you can no longer count on the gods for... You could count on them for guidance. They are there. You can ask their advice. You don't have to follow it. So the first half of this sentence isn't really true, but the second half, Kith will have to figure this out on our own, is true. And this doesn't feel like the act of a caring god. It really depends on your perspective. None of these really fit, so I'm going to say nothing.
Let us hope the rest of Kith are not so passive and mindless as you.
Oh, fuck off, you bitch.
Eothas does not have your best interests at heart, and you will need your every wit to survive his scheme.
She's full of bluster because she's scared. If I'm so passive and mindless, why are you all constantly pulling me in here and asking me what to do, or asking me what I'm doing, telling me to do shit.
Eothas loves the mortals more than any of us. He has always been their greatest champion.
True.
He believes Kith will rise to his challenge. I am not so sure, but I look forward to watching them try.
Oh, that's interesting. It's, of course, yes, she's a goddess of trials, so she kind of likes seeing, hopefully, how they'll prevail. Big paragraph. I don't have a big paragraph anywhere, mate. Unless you meant in the Discord, in which case no apologies necessary. Write as much or as little as you want. How did Eothas fool you all? You're the most powerful beings on Eora.
He found our blind spot and exploited it admirably. By the time we even had a hint of what it was he intended, it was already too late to stop him.
Wondering what this blind spot is. You're constant arguing.
If we still had our bodies, we could oppose him.
Wodika balls her bony hands into fists and glares long at Andra.
Oh, that's an interesting one. Because yes, they used to actually have physical representations in the DLC of Pillars 1. There's an enormous skeleton, and it's actually the physical remains of Abaddon. Abaddon got reborn, but they get reborn like this in the Beyond, in the Spectral Realm, but they used to actually stride the world as like physical titans, much like Eothas is doing now. This is that body he's in, that statue, is sort of the first god-sized thing that he could possess, so he's actually got his full power on Eora. Whereas, yeah, they all used to have that, apparently.
Do not lay your blame on me. We set them aside after I killed Abaddon, it is true, but you did not fight the decision then.
She turns her back on Wodika then, and looks instead to the Pallid Knight.
Yeah, so Andra, well, as Andra, she's in the first game, in a very different representation to this, the main antagonist of the White March Part 1 and 2. So she didn't kill Abaddon, really. He could still appear here, but yeah, his physical remains are in the big temple in that DLC. Well, they surround the big temple because it's a colossal titanic body of a god. But it shows how he died of stopping the moon. Andra fell in love with the moon and drags it towards, and Abaddon freaking stops it. It's quite impressive.
What if Eothas is right and Kith succeed in rebuilding the wheel? What then?
I didn't go through. Oh, okay. Oh, now I see. And yeah, no worries. I just with something like that, if it comes up, I'm in the middle of something, I'll usually take a bit longer to get to it because this is nice and steady. I can read it right away. Gonna get some sleep. Have a great rest of your day and night. You beautiful, 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 beautiful human being, and everyone in the chat as well. Oh, thank you. You all amazing and beautiful people. Have a great rest of your day. You beautiful. Oh, right. It came through a couple of times. Rest of your day or night. Source Boss, take care of yourself. Try and check out some of your music stuff. Thank you for sharing with it. And yes, please do get a good night's rest because it's getting very late for you. We'll see you soon. Might catch you tomorrow or throughout the week. The schedule will be posted in stream info terminals and on Twitter tomorrow daytime, sometime, my time. So probably late afternoon for yourself. Have a good one. Rest well. If Eothas is right and Kith succeed in rebuilding the wheel. That was a part of Eothas' gamble he didn't make clear. He's going to destroy the wheel and the machinery that sustains the gods, but it wasn't made clear that the wheel could be rebuilt. Because Berath here has made the case that, like, yeah, if it gets destroyed, everything will just eventually die, which doesn't make sense with the fact, as I said, that there were people before the gods existed. Hell, there's an ancient race of Engwithans created these guys, which makes the whole wheel thing seem not 100% necessary, and now apparently we can rebuild the wheel. So what if Eothas is right and Kith rebuilding the wheel? What then? Option 1, we'll learn and grow as Eothas intends. 2, we'll remake our world without you in it. 3, don't worry, there'll always be a place for the gods in Eora. 4, I don't know, but aren't you curious to find out? Eothas wanted to go back to their original intention, like you can choose to believe them or not. So there might always be a place for them for the people who choose. Well, this is in the context of if Eothas is right. No worries, my pleasure, Source Boss. Thank you for being here. If this is in the context of if Eothas is right. So if Eothas is right and Kith succeed in rebuilding the wheel, then we will learn and grow. What then? Because it's not like, will they rebuild the wheel? If they rebuild the wheel, that will happen. I can't guarantee that we'll remake the world without them, or that there'll always be a place for them. This is a straight answer. I don't know, but aren't you curious? I know they're not. But if in the context of this outcome, there's really no other answer but option 1. And option 1 makes sense in my character. He is fundamentally more optimistic about the outcome of the world.
Wal's many eyes bounce and blink in quiet delight.
That would be quite amusing indeed.
Yeah, she wouldn't mind too much.
And what if they fail?
Oh, well, that's a different question.
Then they die. And so do we.
Ah, so that's the ultimate test. He's going to try and destroy the wheel, and either we remake it and everyone lives, or we fail and everyone dies. But regardless, it's sort of building a whole new covenant. Now it's finally falling into place. Each time I've talked to one of these sides, they've given you a bit more and a bit more until you eventually construct the whole in 10. Or at least I did. Maybe it was obvious to everybody else.
We have to help them.
Hylea's voice rises, near to panic.
Hello, Mephistopheles. Citizen Mephistopheles. Good to see you. How you doing?
Wodika drives her fist into her hand.
Help them? We should finally bring them to heel.
There's a reason I hate her.
The Pallid Knight raises a hand and stares at Wodika until she falls silent.
She's no longer the queen of the gods, haha.
Watcher, Eothas yet values your counsel.
Yeah, Hylea's the nicest. She cares. She brutalizes them. Rimogan wants them all dead. She enjoys the trials. He or she enjoys the secrets. She enjoys the forgotten kind of things. She's very much a law unto herself, Andra. Abaddon and Galloway really need to pipe up and have more of a say of this.
The Pallid Knight's eyes bore into yours.
An impassioned plea from the Hound of Eothas may still temper his actions. Confront him at Ukaizo.
Hounder of Eothas. Option 1, I'll try. Option 2, I'll make him heed my words. Option 3, he's not going to listen to me. I'm just a kith. 4, I don't owe you anything anymore. 5, I can't defy Eothas' will. Say nothing. Well, I'll try. I'll make him hear my words. I will try. I'll have that discussion with him, and whatever outcome I feel is right, I will try and make him take it on. So I guess that's a simple one. I'll try.
The future of Kith and the gods rests on your shoulders, Watcher. So I hope that you do.
The Pallid Knight's stern countenance softens.
Time moves swiftly away from us now.
The Pallid Knight spreads her hands before her.
Go, Watcher. Do what you must.
The edges of your vision begin to dim. Like a sun setting, twilight encroaches on your mind.
Wait, what happens if I fail to convince Eothas of anything? Well, obviously he's going to destroy everything, so I don't need to say anything further.
The Pallid Knight conjures a blinding white light in her palm that swiftly grows to engulf the room. Then, the crack of thunder rends the air, and you feel the floor drop out beneath you.
They can never just let me safely walk back to the regular realm of the living.
You come to flat on your back, staring at an all too familiar ceiling. Alone, once again.
Every time, it's not like, okay, thank you for coming to the Beyond. We'll just safely, comfortably put you back in your body. No, they got to do something grand and ridiculous. All right, as we were. I do like how mostly everything is voiced. All the main story stuff. Every bit of spoken dialogue is fully voice acted, and all the main story things are yeah. Oh yeah, we only got this far. You know what? Before we even go to this island and start this big bit of DLC, we've done that Vampire's Crypts. I want to see what level my mechanics is at. Because there's a temple I wouldn't mind finishing. Let me just bring up the characters here. Summary, Adair. His current mechanic skill is 13. And I think we have some putty, Thief's Putty or something. Let's see. Should be... No, that's Coral Snuff. Where's the Thief's Putty? I know I had some. Where's it gone? +2 mechanics, so I can get his mechanics to 15. Basically, there's a thing I started doing. So, all right, we've got that over there, but that's involving starting a big bit of DLC. Looking at the time, I'd rather start the Seeker Slayer Survivor for the beginning of next Sunday. So we've got the Temple of Tangaloa, which is just like a sort of little one-off spot down here. So we'll whip over there, see if we can finish that one up. All right, it's been great hanging... Oh, Hansanui Karu, every time. It's been great hanging out. I need some sleep. Gonna go shopping early tomorrow, get some important things for my new place. Take care. Blackrock Sword, thank you. Take care as well. Thanks again for the raid. We'll see you soon. I'm on again tomorrow with Doom Eternal and some more Hollow Knight on Tuesday. Have a good time. Good luck with getting stuff for your new place. I hope you continue to enjoy your streams through this week. And thank you for bringing your community over. And indeed, as Lila says, indeed, very well said, Councillor. We'll read this quickly. Hansanui Karu's missive. Krayven, I hope you've recovered from your ordeal at Magran's teeth. Come and see me at Imperial Command in the Brass Citadel when you return to Neketaka. The way to Akaizu lies opens before us, but I require your help with the final matter. In glory, Hansanui Karu. Okay. Every last one of them's going to want me to sort of do a thing for them at the expense of everybody else. The sea seems fair, but something shifts on the horizon, man. All these encounters. I just want to get into a bit of a scrap. There's people here who just think this entire game is lore and dialogue. There's combat and exploration as well. Here's the point. I'm not wild about the narrative options. If you're playing a character that's supportive of Eothas' plan, what's your motivation for even pursuing? That's a very good point. That's a very good point. I guess to talk to him and go and there's probably an option to say go ahead or something. But yeah, Piney, that is a valid thing to bring up. What now? Come on. The Deadfire Sea is calm, and Cadnua's pride cuts smoothly across its surface, gulls trailing in the craft's wake. At the wheel, Lendrith, our master helmsman, whistles quietly to himself. Luca, my bosun, and my cannoneer stand near the starboard rail, quietly discussing the safest course to your destination. The Cadnua's pride creaks as it crosses the waves. This is a kind of thing I haven't had to happen before. Approach the rail, whistle along with Lendrith. Anything I need to know about Eldengrim? Enjoy the fine weather. Well, this is a different kind of thing. I'll whistle along with Lendrith. +5 morale. Lendrith grins, whistles a bit more loudly, and picks up the pace of the tune. Morale gain 5. The breeze tugs at your clothes as the salt-laced air shifts. A long grey line stretches across the horizon. It seems to shimmer like the air on a hot day. Luca's nose wrinkles as the sailor stares into the distance. No storm that. Too low and growing fast. A quiet rumble across the sea as the line grows. A massive swell of water barreling towards Cadnua's pride. Oh, fuck sticks. That's a huge wave. Something big landed and made a tidal wave. Everyone get below decks and batten the hatches. We're lying a hull. The most passive tactic against a storm, except it's not a storm. It's a water swell. Protects the crew at a mast but leaves the ship drifting at the mercy of the sea. The ship may roll in particularly rough seas. That'll probably happen. Helmsman, bring us about. I think we're big enough to go straight over that wave, or keep at an angle to that big bastard. Don't let it roll us. I say bring us about. I think we're big enough to go straight over that wave. We might be. This is the biggest ship you can get, to my knowledge, that you can just buy that isn't a special ship, like the floating hangman. Yeah, go on it. Fortune favours the brave, and we have a master helmsman. Nailed it. Lendrith points the bowsprit directly into the wave. The deck rises before you, water rushing past either side as the ship ascends. You experience a moment of weightlessness before Cadnua's pride pitches forward and plunges down the far side of the wave. Well, it wouldn't be doing this kind of Japanese painting thing. A wave like that would just be a big roll. It wouldn't be cresting like that until it was getting close to a shore. Silly physics. They went for art over physics. The helmsman howls. You're not sure whether in excitement or terror. Helmsman's skill required 3 or above, and we've got 4. Lendrith gained sailor point experience 2. He doesn't need it. The swell moves past, leaving the sea heaving in its wake. As Cadnua's pride steadies, you regain your feet and take stock of the damage. Lendrith clings to the wheel like it might try to fly away. What in the good God's name was that? Eld Ingrim frowns out across the calming sea. Came from southeastern Deadfire, Captain. Round Tikawara, if I had to guess, or the Black Isles. Maybe there's an eruption or a quake or something. Southeastern Deadfire, around Tikawara. Okay, I'm trying to make a mental note of that one. Yes, I did, yeah, thank you, Lai. That's a good point. I probably need to bring Pallagina back in. Cadnua's Pride sails on. Interesting. Oh. Yeah, I'll swap him back out for now, temporarily. Although, to be honest, with what we're about to do, apart from him, we've got a bunch of level 20 people. So I wouldn't mind leveling up a few others. She's level 19. Because wherever we're going, we're already high enough level for it, yeah. Aloth and Jyoti is pointless because they're already level 20. I might keep Constantine in anyway because he can heal and I want to level him up some more. Pallagina to get her to level 20. And she can heal as well and he can heal a bit, so somebody else. Damage, so he's level 17. Where's Seraphen at? Level 18. Might bring in Takehu if we can. Get him a bit tougher. Because he's going to matter a lot in sort of the final Ukaizu bit. Let's have a quick look in the old inventory. Oh, yeah, he needs some better gear. Jesus. Got superb leather armor, cloak of the Theocrat, and a minor ring. Do we have any better? A Swift Hunter's Garb. Cabalist Gambeson. This is just light armor and it's superb. Heavy armor, that's going to slow him down too much. Exceptional, exceptional. Heavy, legendary. I really need to give that to somebody. 2+ armor rating against spells, chance to reflect spells. -5 initiative, 10% of incoming crits converted to hits. +2 armor rating. Having him as a chanter being really fast is quite good. Swift Hunter's Garb. Any other thing it does is quite cool. Cabalist Gambeson. Retaliatory runes. Yeah, I think for the speed. Oh, sexy. Look at that. That looks a lot like my character's gear. Look at us, these tribal bad boys. What's he got? Wahapo. That's not a great weapon. We've got some better shit than that. What's his specialization? Two-handed, +15 damage of two-handed weapons. Okay. And he's got arquebus, battle axe, mace, warhammer, unarmed, and poleaxe. Battle axe, warhammer. Okay. Noise armor. What a guy, indeed. What a chap. Aldrus blade of Captain Crow, one exceptional saber. And we've got this, the Willbreaker, a superb Morning Star. 13 to 19. And that's not finished being enchanted, but it's got some seriously nice oppressive fear. Oh, this is a thing that they use to beat up slaves. I don't know if I should use that. Relentless, -3 will on target for 5 rounds of coring a hit. Now, I don't generally put him into range. Glacier Bane, which is a one-handed warhammer. Two-handed greatsword, 26 to 35. 24 to 37. Exceptional sword. One-handed spear. The Whispers of the Endless Paths. Wow, it does very little damage. I think we're going to have to be this one, the Willbreaker. I might put a range thing in his other one, this exceptional hunting bow. And some other bits and bobs for him. Okay, so he's got that. Something around his neck. What's this? A trinket. Yeah, he can carry this for now because it's for his sort of quest. The Stalking Cloak. No, that's a rogue cloak. Resistance and Dexterity Afflictions. Helm of the Falcon. -10 initiative with two-handed melee weapons. That's good. 50% of incoming hits converted to grazes. Again, protects him as a caster. That might work quite well. Oh man, he literally looks like a short version of one of the Hawkmen. The Hawkmen from Flash Gordon. Yeah, the Hawkmen from Flash Gordon. He looks like a mini one of those. That's awesome. Mephistopheles, thank you so much for the lurk. Thank you kindly. Thank you kindly. What else around his neck? Intellect, I don't know what his stats are. What's his main abilities? Constitution, a lot. Dexterity, -2. Oh yeah, he's a dwarf. He gets -1. Might and Constitution for him. Okay, I wouldn't have guessed that. Constitution and Intellect, baubles of the fin. Cypher's Shackles. +1 Constitution and Resistance to Dexterity Afflictions. Yeah, go on then. Area of Effect, he does have some spells. What's this? Ring of Minor Deflection, that's complete garbage. What have we got here? Killer's Gloves, 10% crit damage with weapons. Bounding Boots for leap. Or Boots of Stealth. Yeah, we'll take the Bounding Boots. Gauntlets of Reliability. Again, more weapon damage, but I want him doing his cool things. Those might still be useful, though. Armor rating against spells. What's Martyr's Memories? Once per rest. Nah, that's kind of crap. Crit damage with weapons. Oh, crit damage with weapons. Misses converted to grazes is tempting, but Gauntlets of Discipline related 25% misses converted to grazes. Oh yeah, those are better. What's he currently got? Cloak of the Theocrat, Stalking Cloak, Storm Turner Cloak. That does seem better. What have we got down here? Cloak of Protection. Anything that can go around his waist at all. I don't think we've got any more spare belts unless we've got like a girdle of Eotan Constitution or something. Mini Hawkman. Yes, he's literally a mini Hawkman. Dive! Yeah, go on then. We'll have that one. And Ring of Minor Protection, sure. Anything for his waist. Don't seem to have anything, but he's better off than he was. Items for him to carry. Potion of moderate healing is kind of shit. Just give him the couple of these. And oh, he has Arcana. That's useful. Fan of Flames. Why not? No uses left on that thing. Concussion bombs. Ripple Sponge. Perception, Resolve, Intellect. No, it seems like the other kind of drugs are what he's after. Physical. Might, Dexterity, and Constitution. That's actually good for him. And Athletics and Survival. Scorching Venom. Razor Guild Dust. Unstable Soul Essence, that's a healing doodad. Compassionate Soul Essence. 9 Arcana for that thing, no. White Leaf. I think that's fine. What's he currently rocking? Takeo. I think I keep him as the companion fairly well equipped anyway. Yeah, more or less, except for the trinkets. Yeah, that's he's got a Stormcleaner cloak. Okay, he's fine. He's fine with what he's got. He's pretty powerful. He's sorted. Okay, good. Ingwith and Digsite. Yes, Temple of Tangaloa ruins down here. Hopefully there won't be any more gods and goddesses and goodness knows what coming by. Ivan Castro. Hello, hello, hello. He's also proficient in massage. He is. Constantine is a masseuse. Ivan, how are you, mate? Good to see you. Yeah, so I discovered this island and I called it Silence of the Lambs after some of the I discovered this group of pirates who had turned cannibal. So I did this bit off stream. While I was uncovering the map, I explored a bit. This very short little temple, at least I thought it was, and inside is this mini quest. There was a small outcropping, like a temporary battle, where you could come across the spirits of some very upset travelers, pirates, and then it turns out they were upset because they've been killed and eaten by their people because they were stranded here. Look to see what this place is like. You return to the ruins and hurry inside, this time taking care to avoid the gruesome drawings scrawled across the stone. Was it on a stream? Oh, I forgot. I thought I'd done this separately. So I'm just gonna rearrange a few things here. Put her front and center, him at the back. Oh, we can level up Constantine a bit. Excellent. Yeah, as a sleight of hand specialist, we'll have maybe some athletics as well. Maybe some mechanics, actually, just to give the party a bit more of a buff. And we've already got a survival specialist. What are we currently missing? Religion, diplomacy. No, that's generally fine. Insight, it's okay. 11. All right, I'll just pick his own thing. History. Actually, no, screw that. Let's make him a bit of a jack of all, shall we? Bit of religion. Okay, oh, he's unlocked a new power level? Or maybe not. Mercy and kindness followed. Yeah, so the passive abilities are the chants he puts together, and any active ones is what you spend your charm points on. I kind of like chanters more in this game than the previous one. The Brideman slew 34, they crossed half the hall. All his abilities got cool song names. Empowers with the strong and steadfast. Suggestions are very welcome here, Decency. Oh, you named it for creds. I'm sorry, I thought I came up with it. It must have been a different one I came across and chose. Yeah, Silence of the Lambs. Like, oh, fair play. Sorry, I got my wires completely crossed there. I thought it was something else. I'm totally open to suggestions on what you think for Chanter's Decadency, because I don't know and I want to sort of get some bit more done in here, as we've had nothing but dialogue all stream and story and plot, which is all well and good, but the Chanter summons a collection of ancient weapons to attack their foes. I'm very much treating him as a summoner, like having lots of things he can summon and kind of bring up, sort of like a Diablo 2 warlock. Unleash an effect that deals raw damage to foes in an area. Those near death can explode, dealing corrode damage to ancient enemies. Level up the Paralyze. Which one's that? It's power level 4. Charm. Prisoner's turn there. Oh, here. And fear follow them into the foothills. So, at the sound of his voice, the killers froze stiff, and fear follow them into the foothills. When a paralyzation ends, the foes become frightened. That does seem pretty good, actually. Yeah, go on then. That'll do. He's going to have a few of these. AoE cone, foe only paralyze. Okay, that's completely overpowered. I'm with you there. Jolly good. Take a bit more mechanics to buff Adair a little bit if he's near enough. Oh no, that's only going to be in dialogue. It'll be on Adair's stats alone otherwise. That was a mistake. Let's do some more sleight of hand. And make him a history nerd. More suggestions are welcome. More suggestions are welcome. Summon 2 Will-o'-the-Wisps. 2 bouncing beams of pure light that restore health and grant immunity to resolve afflictions. Health and immunity to resolve afflictions to allies they touch. We've got some cool passives as well, I think. First skill in the last power level. Summoning the summon weapons. Cool. All right. Oh, we got another one. He's now level 16. I might give him a bit more Arcana to use some scrolls as well. And more history. This will probably be 2. It's actually a creature. Oh, cool. Well, cool. Yeah, don't. Okay, let me find that one out when I use it. But appreciate the suggestions. Power level 9. 8, sorry, has opened up. We've now got, with Furious Vengeance, increase the penetration of allies in the area. That's probably quite useful. Unleash an explosion of voice that knock back and daze effects. Or I could have picked a swamp spore that could then, if it's killed, it releases a noxious gas, sickening all nearby until combat ends. That sounds like it could hurt me as well. Energized inspiration could be upgraded to also gain 3 phrases instantly. Prestige is always good. Oh yeah. With all your strength, slay the beasts. Plus 20 accuracy against beast targets. Yeah, I'm just looking at the passives now. Mercy and kindness, wherever she walks. plus 50% healing done for 1 round. Allies receive more health from healing. That stacks, so it's very situational. Shield their eyes against resistance to perception and intellect afflictions. I don't know if that's particularly good for 3 rounds. Are those particularly useful in this? No idea. Deflection +1 enemies engaged. The dragon thrashed, the dragon wailed. 8 burn damage per round, 8 slash damage per round, but for 1 round. That's not very good. Fiery talons causing burn or slash damage to enemies in area of effect. Yeah. Change your chance after leveling up. Oh yeah. Don't know how many you can actually have. With all your strength, slay the beasts. Great soul. Spell shaping? Maybe worth taking. Oh! Rise again, Scions of Addon revives allies in an AoE revive with a small amount of health. Revived allies now receive a bonus to all defenses for a short time. That one looks like it might be quite good. Got a charm. And enemies deal more damage when they're charmed. I don't know, I feel like maybe leveling up the revive would be quite solid. But I was hoping it would just give it more health instead. Torn. Oh, that's basically the same. Oh yeah, what's his name had that. That's not that good. That freeze ability. It's too. Well, it wasn't. It very definitely wasn't good in the Beast of Winter because everything was immune to frost. Could summon some skeletons. 3 skeletons to fight for the party. Always good as a distraction, actually. If a skeleton falls in battle, it splits into 2 lesser skeletons. Oh shit. 3 phrases. I could summon 3 skeletons that could become 6 skeletons. That's actually, they might not hit for much, but that's actually kind of cool. 3 bolts of lightning with a path shock damage. Penetration of allies in the area. Might be worth it versus tough stuff, to be honest. 6 phrases, though. Frantic Inspiration, what is this? Devastates enemies with a powerful blast of cold air that inflicts freeze and crush damage with high penetration and slows movement. That seems just like a nice solid spell. Counters fire. Yeah, I might do that one. And... do I? It summons a skeleton when every chant ends. Where? I've got an awesome chant where it summons skeletons every time a chant ends. I don't see it. 2 fearsome ogres. Every time a chant ends, it's power level 7. Oh! It says this one? Boil the flesh from skin to bone. Unleash an effect that deals raw damage to foes in an area. Those near death can explode. Oh, passive, sorry. Oh! Summons a skeleton to fight for the chant. Oh yeah, I definitely don't need that one. Fair point. I forgot that that was there. I think then I'm going to take this. Oh, the powered up version will now bounce more times. And it only devastates enemies. It only devastates enemies. That's pretty good. An AoE penetration could be quite useful. This could also be quite good. Powerful blast of cold air. The skill versus beasts. I suppose there are quite a few. 20 accuracy plus 30 damage. Go on then. We can maybe save these 2 for next time. Oh, and some weapon proficiencies. Well, he's kind of good. Well, he's got that mace, so a Morning Star, maybe just a Morning Star. Yeah. Are we done with that? We are. Okay, good.
I got this. I got this.
Oh, we're already fully loaded on supplies. Yeah, so look at this creepy hellhole. Blood and gore and bits and everything in there. Absolutely. We rescued a dude who was here. This is where they were keeping sort of... Well, all of them were like eating their friends. And an awful lot of blood and stuff was fresh. It seems there was an awful lot of crew who were sacrificed. But yeah, I came in here a while back. And then there was an awful lot of moving around to avoid traps. Now, where was the way down? There was a staircase or something down into here. There was a whole extra... Unless I've gotten it badly wrong. Was it this place? There was a whole other area I was going through that had... have I come to the wrong feckin' island? I might have done, you know. There's a whole area I was going through that had an absolute boatload of traps that I was making... Oh, I think it wasn't here. I could have sworn it was around here. Yeah, standard dungeon. This is a very, very standard short dungeon. I've come to the wrong place. I've come to the wrong place. I'm here because I thought it was somewhere else. There's a place on the map that I uncovered that more and more difficult traps to disarm, and it got to the point that my mechanics weren't high enough. That's why I was concerned about bringing a dare and some thief's putty. I think it might have been within Dig Site, Ruin of Amira's Roost, wasn't Port Margie, Cavern of Zao Tuk, or the Oathbinder's Sanctum. No, it was somewhere around here. Hall of the Unseen. You might know where I'm thinking of. Oh, it's southwest. Ah, perhaps it was here, the Hall of the Unseen, like Wales Temple. This thing. Yeah, I named this island Neverwinter because it was volcanic, or maybe I didn't name it that, someone else did. The Forgotten Catacomb? Could have been this one. Gaia's Butthole, that was definitely named by one of you guys. This Forgotten Catacomb with a whole... More south and more west. Ohina Ravine. Splintered Reef, we've not really landed on yet, that hasn't become unlocked. Harbinger's Watch was the DLC. This island had... So you meant east. Ah, okay. More south and more east. I never landed on here. False Step. Oh, that's... Yes, it was False Step Island. The Corroded Wasteland is where the super boss is. I called it False Step Island because of the... Because one false step and you die. Yes, right. Yes, you are correct. Right, you are 100% on the money. I'll probably need to actually get off the island we're currently on and get back to the ship. Faster than that. Whoops, my bad. Yeah, that's why I called it False Step Island. And I think that's where that enormous crystal spider super boss is, which I'm not going to take on because I don't have the primary party all at level 20 and with all the bestest stuffs. Okay, we'll tuck them in here. As soon as it catches up, right. Yeah, because now that's showing it's my level. Previously that had like 3 skulls on it, even at level 17. Like level 16, 17, it had 3 red skulls on a sword. Curious thing is, I've never come across any of those flyers. I know that there are flyers that talk about the most dangerous enemies in the game. You named the island Neverwinter because the buttons in the shape of eyes like Neverwinter. Oh yeah, because it's a Temple of Whale. Damn, decadency, you remember better than I do. Sad eddies about the open entrance to the Huana Crypt, collecting drift against the walls. You step inside. Yeah, because you have to really pick a careful path here. You have to really pick a careful path. Oh, crud. I need Aloth in the party for his insight at spotting all the traps, unless someone else is equally insightful. I think, or his intelligence. Intellect 18. Insight 1. Well, my character's got quite a lot of insight. Insight 12. No worries, Lila, and he's got the intellect for spotting traps. Hopefully we've got enough of it. Oh, perception, of course it is. It's the stat, right. Yeah, Aloth had really high perception. Okay, perception 10, perception 11, perception 14, perception 11, perception 13. Oh, Pallagina might be good enough. She might be good enough. Huh. Aloth got 16, yeah, I think so. Yes, we've been across those and disarmed all of those. Yeah, I can't remember off the top of my head either. I think it's safe to hear so far. That was it. It was this bit where the traps start getting completely crazy. Hadn't I missed that before? Anyway. Because we've detected a whole bunch already, but we've got to detect a whole load more. Okay, easy does it. Is he good enough now? Yes! Good, he's good enough to get past here. This is what I want to do. Right, so this is the non-dialogue part of the game, folks. This is like the kind of stuff you can actually... Mechanic skill 2 up. Yeah, I think he's actually going to be fine on his own. He's going to be fine on his own for most of this because without the buffs needed from the party. Because it's mechanics level 12. Yeah. This is all nice bit of free XP. I think it's party-wise XP. And then the traps actually sell for okay money as well.
I found.
Ah, there you go. See, right. We got a few more we hadn't caught. So Pallagina is good enough.
Something over there.
Right, I
am ready.
I need her. Right, him over there.
Ah.
Need her forward. Yeah, because there's another one here. Three of them
once.
There. Detect the thing. Ah, shit. She's not. She's seriously not spotting it. Damn it! She's not good enough either.
I am ready.
Okay, fast forward back out of here. We need Aloth back. Pallagina, you're just simply not smart enough. Not enough perception. So yeah, she hasn't got high enough perception, right? So back to the world map. Quickly bring in the super nerd. He's chilling outside. Oh, sorry. Do you need me to spot all the subtle traps? And none of you think he's good enough to do it. Okay, party management. Gotta go back to the ship. Won't take 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom. On board. Quick switch. Right, to level up. Get some more levels for him. She's level 19. Okay. Where are you, nerd? In you come. Redock. Back to here. I think he's the most perceptive. He's amongst the most perceptive of any companion or character you can have. I could probably buff it a bit more with something, but I'd rather just have it there and have him spot everything. So if I go into his character sheet, yeah, perception 16, 14 base, Jewel of Clarity, elf. I can imagine it really is, yeah. Is there anything else I can give him to do it? I'll be fine. 16 should be enough to get through most of the rest of this. We're way too high level for it, obviously. It's just the fact I haven't completely min-maxed disarming. Did you use this place to do your ultra your playthrough decadency? Your
Aye.
To do your ultimate challenge. For the sake of early XP.
How may I help? You might.
Yeah, see how quickly he's spotting everything now.
It's interesting.
Yeah, used it for XP. All right, so it's primarily an XP hunt. Yeah, God. He's only got 2 more points of perception than she did, but he's spotting them from like so much further away. And I've got the icon. I can see where the traps are, but
no
the party has to actually spot
something
them themselves. Oh, we're so nearly there. Come on.
You might find this interesting.
Really does not want us to go through here.
No trouble at all.
Any others? Right. Just so I can move the party across and for the... No, oh, whoops. Yeah, he's going to fail that.
How may
it's
I
a
help?
skill check. Well, yeah, if you know the exact right skills to min-max, because you had to have a plan for everything you were going to do.
As you... I'm here.
So you must have figured out a whole strategy for every last bit, planned it, few attempts, and then been world first. I remember you discussing it back other day. All right, all but that last tile. The S's are the only ones I think that are typically untrapped. Oh shit! Aloth, mate, what's going on, Aloth? Is actually an OP stat for any damage dealer. How so? How's it an overpowered stat for damage dealers in general? What can I do to buff his perception further? Deflection and reflex, action speed. Actually, welcome back, Lila. I don't know what potions for spells and attacks. Oh, it helps with that. Oh, okay. What helps perception? What can we do with bonus perception? Boots of speed. Got all this good stuff. Reflex will. Having things that raise your primary stats. Actually remarkably rare. +1 arcane or all evocation powers. Dexterity explosives. Maybe a weapon of some description. No, weapons almost never come with a bonus to basic spats. So I'm so open to suggestions, Decadence, or anyone else. Quick potion ideas, something that raises perception so we can get past this last line. I really want to just get this dungeon done. If I go into crafting, we got potions of stats, potions defensive, major recovery, spirit shield, no. Adra potion, where are those? Healing, oh, luminous Adra potion, +2 all skills. Oh, we can make quite a few of those. These are supposed to be quite good, aren't they? Well, we can only afford to make 2 of them. Let's make some more. Probably... Ah, stop. No, it's... Shit. That's okay. That's okay. I quick save right before. There's only skills. Yeah, not stats. No problem. Don't think there's anything off the top of my head that will allow us to artificially boost our perception. I know, we're trying, Lila, we're really trying. Oh, insightful. What does that do? +5 perception, excellent. Scroll of blessing. Can you use that outside of combat? Oh, combat only. That sucks. Can you get like a potion of insight? Something like that? Offensive, potion of ascension. Impediment, martial prowess, merciless gaze, perfect aim. Potion of mental prowess. +2 resolve, +2 perception, +2 intellect. Is it I might already have one of those. Is it combat only? Surely I've got a potion of mental prowess kicking around. I know I have a physical prowess one. Maybe he's got one in his... Nope, useless nerd. You haven't got any special tonic to make you even more perceptive? Yeah, because there's the physical prowess one. Of course, these two melee damage dealers aren't going to have that shit. Only the nerds are going to have it. Nerd! Potion of the Focused Mind. Oh no, that's to protect against stuff. Because the actual reagents to make some of these potions are quite uncommon. You don't come across them very often, which makes certain potions quite valuable. It looks like it's going to have to be that. Potion of Mental Prowess. Yeah, because look at this. All this playing through, I've only got like 7 awakened roots and 4 pieces of amber and 5 reagents. We'll craft 1. Potion of Mental Prowess. Okay. So we'll take Aza the Adragan out for right now. Where did that potion I just craft go? Seriously, where's it gone? Just made it. Just made it. Ah, there she blows. Okay, we put it in his quick items. I'm assuming if I click on his character thing, I can go into his backpack. Combat only. Oh, come on, dude. All right, we'll do this the long way. We'll do this the long way because there's no other way around it. We can, I think, we can safely cross here if I sort of move them one at a time.
Keep it down.
Aye.
Or sort of put them in a line. But I'll just do it one at a time. That's the only safe tile that we can cross. I just kind of wanted to disarm the traps so I could run back safely without having to think about it. But we're taking more time trying to figure out how to disarm the traps and just crossing over.
You need something, Akira. It is no problem.
Well, we got far enough. We just couldn't quite get. I love Constantine's voice. Oh, and yes, I do need to change my chance, don't I? However that works. Oh wow. I might have to figure something else. So, thick through their tongue, stumbling over their words, come swift winds of death. Right, dull the edge. So it has to start off with the first thing. So in C, if we start with dull the edge, blunt the point. I don't know what this first, second, and third. You can sleep in Dunnage Tavern. Ah, that's good to know. Thank you. Yes, of course. The tavern bonuses are amazing. Oh, this is referring to their power level, not their the order they have to come in the chance. All right, hang on. What does this do? Enemies near the chancer have their might reduced. Ancient memory. 6 health restored per round for 1 round. I think we'll open up with the summons a skeleton to fight for the chancer. We'll have that one firing up quickly. 12% of damage dealt returned as healing for 1 round. With all your strength, slay the beasts. No worries, Penna. Thanks for letting us know. Enjoy your smoke. The fox and the farmer did run and leap. -20 accuracy with disengagement attacks. Reduces accuracy. It's not that great. 10-point all damage shield for 1 round. Against whom? Oh, a protective barrier. Okay. Could have like a buff chance. So this will be with all your strength, slay the beasts. We open with that. And then this one, the ancient memory, the sort of healing and another sort of buffs thing going on. We can have a debuffs thing with thick through their tongue, stumbling over their words, dull the edge, blunt the point. Come swap 4 health restored. That would go fairly well here. And what was this one? Portion of damage as health. That would also go well on that one. Oh, you can only have 3. Oh no, you can't. You can have whole songs put together. That's solid. This one will be for summoning, and then that courage bonus. That'll be the debuff one. Now we'll have another summon here. Okay. Right, so A is summoning and bonuses, B is lots of buffs, C is debuffs on the enemy. No, fair enough, Penneth. Yes, if you want to see it blind, if you want to just enjoy it blind, then please. I mean, if you're wanting to leave up the lurk, but like have the tab on mute and be like have something else. What the hell was that?
Slippery as an eel.
Only because I like it.
There's a trap right there, and another one right there.
How may I help?
Please note. There we go. Good lad.
What this is? Yeah.
Something made a large growling sound.
Hey.
Oh well, I'm glad, but still, yes. I don't feel if you want to avoid spoilers, by all means do so. They really don't want us getting in here. Wherever this is, it's like stay out, mate. Okay, that one is safe. That's a trap. That one's safe. Okay, well, it looks like we've got at least one more.
Oh? You should...
There we are.
See this.
Okay, this looks good. Now we go... Oh my word, this has been ridiculous to get to here. Oh, more traps. Okay, well our party's pretty tough. Let's see what we can see. We've got a couple of latches here. In DDO, these things are over in seconds. Oh, in Darkest Dungeon Online, yeah. Oh, yeah, you trigger the trap, everyone dies. Huh. There's obviously some sort of puzzle. Can we read what this is without triggering the fire? Through the dancing flames, you catch a glimpse of something resting on the altar. Nice. Anything else we can loot and plunder? Nope, the only things we can interact with here are these 4 chains. Okay, let's see how this goes.
Consider it done.
Alright. Oh, it's making a different... It's making a light go up in each of these 4 weird claws on the corners of the tablet. Look at that, there's a little blue thing right there. I like how they're not automatically walking over the flame jets. And here. Maybe we have to get the order. Yeah, Dungeons... Yeah, I figured that Dungeons and Dragons Online is what it meant. I think we've got to get the order right here, but there's nothing to give away what that could be. Unless it was on the door. Is there a mural? Oh, now I feel like that. Well, it seems to be we're safe in here. We can unstealth.
I trust you.
Don't feel so great.
Oh shit! Oh what? Oh what the hell? You cretins! What the hell is that? In stealth mode, they moved around carefully. In non-stealth mode, they just blindly run through the fire. Forgive me if I think that that's a little bit stupid. Fire good, hey Teepers. I'm gonna say that's just debatable design. All right, you're supposed to take the thing seriously because look, I mean,
I got it. Oh, that could have gone better.
Oh no, okay. Okay, previously, when I told them to go and told them to go and click on the chains, they automatically moved around the fire without burning themselves.
Aye.
All right, I'll put one of you in position with. Oh, you moron! Now they're constantly triggering it. Now they're constantly triggering it. Now each time before they you watched Aloth. He went from thing to thing, and he went close to the fire, and it didn't touch him.
Aye.
Idiots. Possibly Penneth, cast by a high-level invisible sorcerer. That must be it. There's absolutely no other explanation. What's weird is that we can't close this door again. I'm just because for some reason I'm thinking that there's a mural. There's a mural on there I could look at to figure out the clicking order.
Sure.
Put you there.
You have my attention.
And you there. All right, we'll turn off fast mode. Do another quick save now, and other people haven't like burned themselves poorly. Yeah, there's nothing around here like that we can click on, like little murals, little bits to show. Let's have a look at the map. Maybe there's an indication here. Traps, 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 traps. Well, there's only so many combos we can actually try. No!
At your next time,
why are you moving? Why are you moving?
Something I can do.
Alright, so we get a blue light. Okay, we'll try going anti-clockwise. No, sorry, clockwise.
Oh?
Yours to command, Captain.
Oh, that worked. Right, 1, 2. You have to do them in a sequence. So this one, then this one. Oh, no, you've got to be fast enough.
You need something.
It's a sequential thing. Bam and hell, they're on timers. They're on timers. Got to figure out which one's shortest and longest. Okay, I'm gonna pull out a bit more so the camera doesn't move around as much.
Of course.
No, you feckin' idiots.
Yes?
Okay, gotta wait for that to go back up. So that one lasts a really long time. Let's actually check the times. Let's check the times. Yeah, the pets. The pets are completely immortal. Your little vanity pets are completely indestructible. Like a giant dragon can smear your whole party across the floor, and like a little doggy or a piglet will just be running around going, oh, well, this is fun. You know, because fantasy logic. Right, how quick is that? That was medium, that was long. Okay, that's the shortest one. What about this one?
How may I help?
Does seem to be...
no trouble at all.
Fuck's sake. Okay, clicking that is stupidly hard. Is there a way to tab between party members? Oh, of course, yeah.
I'm here.
Thank you, I forgot. That's a much better idea. Yay!
Right here. Watch and learn.
Loot the thing. That would have taken us a lot longer. Thank you, Decadency. I was just like, I'm desperately trying to do it in time. Like, yeah, just pause the game. On the altar before you rests a spiked hammer and a kith's skull gone yellow with age. I'm getting a vibe of Nightmare. If you watch TV in the 90s in the UK, there was an actual interactive roleplay game with very early 90s 3D graphics, and this kind of stuff. There's an altar, there's a skull, then there's a hammer, and there's a thing. I'm totally getting this vibe from that, which is appealing to my childhood. Right, pick up the skull, lift the hammer. Let's examine the altar first, because this entire place has been drenched in traps. Absolutely drenched in traps. So let's look at the altar. Wrought of ancient stone, this altar has seen better days. Though it's remarkably clean for where you found it, its base is riddled with cracks, and the grasping metal hands at its corners are listing to the right. Did they? I swear I did see the team. I did see a time when they won. I thought more than one team actually won it, but yeah, time after time, the kids that were on it had to sort of leave through the door. Very early green screen. Yeah, on Nightmare, that's it, with the K in front of it. Okay, so it's just old, it's tired out. Let's examine the skull. It's of Kith origin and clearly ancient, having grown brittle and fragile with time. Embedded in its forehead is a strange stone. Its immediate purpose is unclear. Examine the hammer. The hammer is scored with deep gouges and marred with spots of rust. Its significant heft and fine steel head suggest the hammer might once have been a quality weapon of war, but has surely seen better days. Let's lift the hammer. Stop. Hammer time. You gingerly take the hammer. Testing its weight in hand, you discover it's surprisingly well balanced. You gained an item last word. An exceptional hammer. Looks like it's one-handed. Let's get some deets. Yeah, this is something I should have come across a lot sooner. 12 to 17 damage is not great. Quieting. Cannot use active abilities for 1 round on critical hit. Holy crap, that's actually really good. If you crit with someone, all their active abilities go away. Shortened half, +5 weapon damage per engaged enemy. That's good for a tank. This is a tank hammer. The Earls of the Deerwood mustered many conscripts to combat Widewind's militant faithful during the Saints' War. Most of these peasant soldiers fought in battle lines equipped with little more than farming implements and improvised armour. A few of the bravest and strongest footmen, however, were selected to serve in anti-cavalry companies. Outfitted with better armour and long two-handed hammers, these troops were tasked with supporting Deerwood knights in their battles with the capable Red Saren heavy cavalry. This humble warhammer was once the weapon of such a soldier. While in better repair, it could unhorse an armoured rider with a single blow to the breastplate, breaking steel and bone. At some point it was cut or smashed in half, likely followed by its wielder. A brief, poorly spelled message is scratched into the haft. It reads, "I'm Ulster's weapon and I'll shut your mouth." The crude legend served as some sort of charm for the unfortunate Ulster. Perhaps the magic still has some use left. That can't use abilities on 1 round of critical hits, kind of cool. Continue. The great stone door behind you slams shut with a floor-shuddering bang. Sand begins to pour into the room through high holes in the wall. Oh, flaps. That's not good. And I have no control. Okay. Sand pours into the room. Oh, if you play without companions, yes, of course, it would be completely impossible to do it all in time, wouldn't it? Sand pours into the room, pooling at your ankles and rising higher with every moment. The only way out is the stone door behind you, and it's sealed tight. We can do a might check to open a door. Adair's probably strong enough. Corrode ability, cast a corrosive spell, lob a grenade, or chuck a concussion bomb. Corrosive spell. Eothas got one. Necrotic lance, acid and conjuration, or death ring. I think death ring will be powerful enough. The sand rises past your knees as Eothas casts a spell. Eothas finishes casting a corrosive spell and flings it at the door. The spell slams into the door, coating it in corrosive fluid, but the door only takes slight damage. Chuck a concussion bomb. The concussion bomb strikes the door and explodes in a cloud of noxious smoke and fire. You have lost an item, concussion bomb. A huge crack sunders the door, is significantly damaged but not destroyed. Lob a grenade. Let's try them all. Yo, Snappy! Well, thank you. Well, thank you on being such a huge part of making such an awesome stream. Lila, if you're still there, my dear, lovely, lovely Lila, could you do a little shout out for Mr. Snappy Tech? That would be splendid. That would be splendid. Good to see you, my man. What's got you up late? Lob a grenade. The sand rises up to your chest while you rush to prime the bomb. The grenade strikes the door and explodes in a cloud of noxious smoke and fire. You've lost an item, grenade. The door crumbles and collapses to the floor. The party scrambles to the opening, safe at last. Oh, damn. Do you only get one or the other? The hammer or the skull? Tinsnet says 8 teams completed over 8 series. Oh, yeah, I was thinking there was more than one. There was more than one. And yes, folks, Snappy Tech, lovely, lovely dude. Lovely, lovely dude that I've met in real life a few times. Became a firm friend of the stream. Has supported us for a long time on both of his accounts. He's primarily a YouTuber doing the Snappy Tech on YouTube. By the way, Snappy Tech, do feel free to put your YouTube account in there, doing news, reviews, and how-tos on a wide range of things, but primarily focusing on tech gear and PC building and tech reviews and all that kind of good stuff. And he does variety gaming on his channel, which he's trying to build up into more of other things. He's been recently doing some Terra Tech. He's a lovely, lovely dude. Does a lot of work for supporting charity and things like that. You should absolutely check him out. If you missed some of the Terra Tech streams I used to do back in early 2018, early into my streaming on Thursday nights, and you want to catch some more of that, you can do that. You can do that for sure. Tinternet, yes indeed. I finally learned to remember it. News, reviews and how-tos. I'm not overly convinced by this hammer, to tell you the truth. Really. This thing, the last word. I might do a quick reload just to see what that skull was. Because now I know what's going on. I can just very swiftly. It's still, strictly speaking, a little early for me. I'm about to work out. Jesus. I mean, it's not all that late for me with my normal routine, but I certainly wouldn't be doing any fitness right now. Okay, this is just to have the options, but now I know to just pause and click. See what the skull's like. And we've already... Be
right there.
We've already read all the blurb and stuff, so I'll just like
real challenge.
Go and we've examined all of it, so pick up the skull. You've gained an item, skull. A large armor skull with a small stone embedded in its forehead. As you move the skull, the stone shakes slightly in its socket. Oh! You can get... Ah, right. Well, I'm glad I did that again. Examine Eothas. Oh, nice bug. It's let me do it twice. Examine the hammer. Lift the hammer from... That's a curious bug, how it's doubled up the choices. Right, so you can get the skull as well if you want. We'll lift the hammer now. Good, got it. End dialogue. Right, we'll rattle through that. Just gone midnight, yes. Been having 11 AM to 3 AM days, and I can only really work out around now since all other people in my house aren't a disturbance. Fair enough, man. I wouldn't mind doing a little might check, actually. Attempt to open the door. Is Adair strong enough? Let's find out. Ah! Adair grips the edge of the door and pulls. The door grinds open an inch. Push harder. Adair. Beast! With a cry of exertion, Adair shoves the door open a few more feet. There might be just enough room for the rest of the party to squeeze through the gap. One more might check to heave the door open. 17. Adair shoves the door, muscles straining against the weight. The sound rises to your knees. We don't need to blow it up. We don't need to blow it up, wasting all those bombs and spells on it, because we just have meaty, muscular, oily muscled Adair. Adair throws the door open and holds it in place while the rest of the party makes their escape. When everyone is safe, Adair darts into the hallway, the door slams shut. What a legend, what a legend. And we don't have to destroy it. We'll leave the murals for the rest of time. We can still got those up. What a guy. What a guy. Penneth, take care. Sleep well. Sleep well. That is how you do it. Right, gotta remember. Okay, that skull, I'm curious what the skull is. Right, so now we have this hammer again, the last word, and this random item. We have a skull and it was put into our stash. Where's it gone? It jiggles around. We took it. Can you eat it? Is it a crafting item? We've got grog. Here we are. Oh, it's just literally... Oh! With a small stone. Let's see if we can extract the stone. Right. Well, I'll quick save that now. So we're committed now. We're committed now. That's who's never missed the gym, indeed. Yeah, Adair's hench. He never missed everything day. Extract stone. What's that gotten us for our trouble? Alright, so the skull has now disappeared. The skull has now disappeared. Have we got a cool quest item of any description? Void shard, Blackwood log. That's Consulhout's skull. That's a pet, technically. Weapon. Must be a reagent of some kind. Permafrost shards. Where is the stone gone? You got it in the log, yeah. Oh, Sigil of Death wardstone. Ah, okay, it's just a Sigil of Death wardstone. Oh, fair enough. That's not the worst thing ever.
Sure.
Good that we got them both. Right, we're going to form an orderly queue. Those are quite useful because the Sigil of... Gaster, thank you so much for the host. The Krayven Minions cheer in your honor. Those who wear the Undying Ring are blessed with agelessness, but is cursed to forever wear the ring, for it is removed after one's natural lifespan. The user shall die and wilt like a rose in a smoke-filled field. So true. Okay, going to come out of fast mode for this. Welcome, Gaster. How are you feeling? Are they going to avoid the trap? Oh, look at
need something to take the edge off.
Never mind. They did not avoid that trap. I thought the single file line they would do fine, but no. Never mind. Come out of stealth mode. We'll run back out of that. Nodding takeaways are a lot easier in lockdown. That's true. I have gotten so unfit over the last 18 months. I really have. I hope you're doing a little bit better, Gaster. It's nice to see you as always, my friends. Happy Sunday. At least I hope it is. Okay, I finally got to the end of that. I got a nice little hammer out of it and a sigil of death wardstones. There's a bit of a dungeon. It's a rare Sunday. It's a rare Sunday where we don't at least have a bit of combat. I am so tempted to go and see what this is like. I know that this is a super boss, but that kind of fight will take like half an hour. I need to go and rest. I need to go like to the best inn that gives you the best buffs and eat like or eat a really good meal beforehand. I don't know what's better, eating incredible food or resting in the best inn before we take on something that's there. But perhaps that'll be a thing for another time. So I've done that little bit. This island is looking promising. Kazuari. Let's nip in that general direction and get it ready. Speed things up. Embarking on my weight loss and fitness journey as of tonight. Being in lockdown, not being able to get out has made takeaway go-to for me, so I'm going to get on it and sort it. I need to start getting fitter again. It's also... Oh, almost went to a storm there. Could have done without that. I need to land on here. There's a whole bunch of shit here, and there is a place to land. This seems to be like a whole island with a bunch of stuff to explore. No particular quest focus. Blighted Bog, Ruined Tower, Koro River Delta, Falsemouth Forest, Ruins of Amira's Roost. Without giving anything away, Decadency, this particular island here on the map by Fort Deadlight, does it actually have its own quest related to something, or is it just to sort of explore it and check it out? I'd highly suggest intermittent fasting. It's one of the things that make a significant difference and relatively small impact. My biggest issue wasn't normally meals, just the crazy amount of snacking I did. Yes, I'm a terrible snacker these days as well. Because I'm just wondering whether we should do this thing before moving on to the Seeker Slayer Survivor DLC or not. Ruins of Amira's Roost. Yeah, I did. Here's the place. I'm already on it. Yeah, what I don't know is if it has a relevance to an actual plot quest later. Fair enough. Might handle it. There's a whole bunch of interesting content here, because what I wouldn't want to do is take care of it and then there's actually a quest that sends us here later that gives us additional options. Especially whilst video editing, snacking is basically a must for it to compute for hours and end, indeed. That's an easy thing to do as well. Well, maybe we can just go for the DOC, start the DOC and come back for that later, either or. I don't know. You know what? You know what? I will decide next time. I will decide next time. We'll do a new... We've got Sandswept, we've got the Kahanga Palace. I haven't made any choices yet. I might save over one of these and leave those other Kahanga Palaces for a while. Put that there, yeah, because I've overrun a little bit by about an hour or so. So we'll wrap up here. Stick around for the outro and a little raid, folks. It won't be too long of an outro. It won't be anything like yesterday, of course. And but if you've been watching after the fact on a VOD later on, thanks so much. Hope you enjoyed it.